previous inspiring speakers and performers so far in the symposium. Welcome to this session, which is entitled Indigenous Reflections Australia. We have two speakers, Dr. Genevieve Campbell and Dr. Georgia CURRAN. Genevieve is first. She is currently a research fellow at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music and the Sydney Environment Institute. She's been working for the last 15 years among the Tiwi people in Melville and Bathurst Islands off the coast of Northern Australia. And her title is the Reconsidering the Tiwi song from the perspectives of cultural maintenance, artistic integrity, and community health. So over to you. I've asked each speaker to announce their own title. Thanks, Genevieve.
Thanks, Stephen, and good morning, everybody. And firstly, thank you to the organisers for pulling together this very excellent symposium, which I'm sure will be really interesting for everybody. I also I hope Callista Yo is fine, is okay, and I'm sorry she had to pull out this morning. I'd like to start by acknowledging the fact that I'm coming to you from the Wongal lands of what is now called the Sydney region. My presentation is something that I put together with my Tiwi colleagues last year. And so I've left it as is because it was their thoughts at the time when we were preparing for the symposium, as it should have been put together last year. Unfortunately, with COVID lockdowns, etc., I haven't been able to physically be in touch with my Tiwi friends for some months. And because of their lack of access to computers, I was unable to have Tiwi co-presenters this morning, which is a great shame. But I have a short presentation that's a pre-recorded one that includes the thoughts and opinions of some of my Tiwi colleagues. So I perhaps will start by playing that first, just as a very short introduction. We're considering this morning Tiwi, the role of healing in Tiwi mortuary practice, and the way that Catholicism has been introduced into the culture, and how there are elements of both traditional Tiwi religious and eschatological practice coming through in the healing sung practice in ritual, and also some of the symbolism for Catholicism. And interestingly, the way that the two combining have changed gender roles in the way ritual is performed. Understanding, of course, that for the Tiwi mob and for Indigenous Australians generally, Christianity is inextricably linked to colonialism and indeed invasion. So there's always an interesting conflict between the introduced religions and traditional Tiwi religion. I will share screen. Please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, or a thumbs down if you can't hear the audio, but I will just get that going now. Sharing screen.
play and sing. We come together doing healing and singing. That's how I do every day under the shade. Yeah. It make me feel proud, and I do this every day of my life. Healing songs make me feel proud, make me feel good. When I hear my sister's voice, that's when I feel happy. Oh yeah, that's Wunitaka. We sing about Wunitaka. That's for like Holy Spirit. That's when the old lady Clementine Amo was she passed on with her daughters, and they pass on to us, and it's really good, for that healing. Yeah, we sing that Munitaka, like, in the church, anywhere, when we have evening and hymn singing. When we have funeral, like family, but we have singing in TV. We put both sides for church. We come in, entrance, dancing coming in, respect for that person, fellow family, singing in TV, songs, country song, where we come from. You know, when family passed away, we come together when at the end day, like at the ending of the day, like next day when we have the funeral, we come together and we share her feelings and we sing, we make fire, we're healing each other and hold each other on the head or on the shoulder, rub each other, like hug each other and cry. You know, we're like feeling hurt. We all hug each other, cry for each other. And the song we sing, it's a healing. We do that same, like when people when they sing Mama Napune, like especially like Manuel Calista, when funeral day, she always sing Mama Napune, and even Sister Regina too. She sing Mama Napune. It's a healing too for us giving people and herself and everybody. Church healing song, it comes together. Church and culture, they will combine, they like together. They together. Strong women, they come together and play and make the song ready for church and funeral. Put their names, their father's name, and they continue making their song and practice the traditional songs to go when the couple comes. We sing that at the end. In the middle of church, we have TV language singing too. Or like healing song comes in. Munitaka, that it's good because kids not have to sing that. We teaching the young ones. When we go to country, we call it oi, 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 we call it. And when we go to another community, we call it. We sing it. Sometimes we splash the water, or we make fire when the grass is raw. And down the street, and we sing it. Or we get sticks, eat them on the ground. What?
And you women have told me that you're really busy because people need you at all of the funerals. Why is that?
They're looking at us, strong women. We take on, everything. We singing, we there for support family. None of the young people there don't know the songs. It's not very like during funeral time or sometimes when the funeral not busy to get out there. Some is their choice if they will come sit with the ladies and sing. It's up to them. Force them themselves to come and sit and listen to the ladies singing.
Thanks. I'll just stop sharing now. Oh. I can't actually get my, oh, here we go.
Would you like to conclude now?
Well, yes, I had to make that quite a lot shorter. So I'm very aware that it doesn't wrap up particularly well. So I'm hoping that people might have a question or two that can sort of lead me into more of a discussion. I guess the way to conclude would be that the women really wanted to get across the fact that as those small segments of the funeral that they chose to show, the fact that the healing really transcends any religion, or as it were. It's all of the symbolism is about country and is about the people and the participants, regardless of the religion. And so the different elements of healing are across through the funeral and through the smoking, and the actual sort of labelled religion is very fluid in terms of how it all works. But I'll hand over back to you, Stephen, and thank you for listening, everybody.
Thank you very much, Genevieve. And I'm sorry you were sort of cut short. We're running short of time. But maybe I should just ask one question here, and perhaps you can talk a little bit about it. How closely does this funeral ceremony now conform to the well-documented mortuary ceremonies of the Tiwi on several very important ethnographic films in Australian Aboriginal studies?
The Tiwi mob have a really interesting mortuary ritual system where the funeral is traditionally a relatively small event. The funeral is really only a very small part. Healing, in inverted commas, healing, the smoking happens around funeral. And then for Tiwi practice, the Pukamani ceremonies, which are the ones that have been very well documented in a lot of ethnographic research, that happens about a year after the death. And the Pukamani ceremony is by far the most important part of the deceased's journey into the next world, if you like. And so the Pukamani ceremony is, it is really it's both the lifting of mourning restrictions and mourning protocols. It's the time after which the person's name and image and songs and places, paths they walked can be accessed again. And so the interesting thing that the community is grappling with at the moment is, with the larger ceremony held a year later becoming more and more difficult to hold, with the logistics of, work and money and all sorts of things getting in the way. Elements of that Pukamani are now more and more becoming part of funeral, which happens obviously closer to the time the person has died. The funeral mass is often begins in the Catholic with the priest, and follows a lot of the system, the structure that a Catholic mass would, but interspersed, if you like, throughout funeral elements of what Tiwi people call yoi, which is the dance event that you would normally see at Pukamani a year later. And every family has a different sort of balance of how much of the Catholic Mass and how much of the Pukamani ceremony comes in. And indeed, it often creates a bit of discussion, shall I say, about how much people want of each of those. And so it really varies quite a lot. But certainly the holding of those large, elaborate Pukamani ceremonies becoming more and more difficult. Although they do still happen, but it's more and more happening part of funeral these days.
Thank you. So there's a religious mixture as well as a mixture of artistic traditions of song and dance, and also carving, of course, in the Pukamani ceremony.
That's right. That's right. And the interesting the thing that I find most interesting, I suppose, especially with the healing songs that the women's group now create for all of the funeral and for final ceremony a year later and for smoking, is that they're not by any means translations of Catholic hymns. They are newly composed Tiwi songs. And a lot of them, in fact, include a lot of the old language of the traditional sung forms of where those songs would come in healing. And so what the women are doing is really transposing the Mamanankoni healing song words into the guitar accompanied hymn sounding song structure. And the symbolism, one thing that has changed that I put in that small presentation the women were talking about, is the fact that in Tiwi culture, the belief is that the deceased person stays in country, and there's a whole nother life, if you like, that happens within the same place. And so the notion of going up, heaven being above us is very much that's been embedded into the symbolism in the songs from Catholicism. That's not a part of Tiwi beliefs at all. And so a lot of the songs do have this sort of symbolism of the ancestors being up there or up in the sky, whereas in the more traditional Tiwi songs, that's not the case. But certainly these songs don't overtly, speak of Jesus or God. The ancestors and the father. The father is a word that works both ways, of course, but they are very much following the Tiwi traditions of ritual, but in this new musical form.
They're very interesting. A lot of comparisons with Walbury traditions, which we'll talk about next, or at least Georgia will talk about. Thanks very much, Genevieve. We'll go to Georgia CURRAN. Dr. Georgia CURRAN is a research fellow also at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music. She has spent 16 years working among Walbury people in Central Australia, in the Tanami Desert in Central Australia, and her research interest is reconsidering the place in its role in Walbury song. These are the Walbury people of the Tanami Desert. So over to you, Georgia.
All right, thank you, Stephen. I'll share my screen as well. I hope you can see me a bit.
Your screen is you're showing full screen now, so that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I'll put my PowerPoint on. So the title of my presentation today is Place-Based Song, Spirituality and Performance of Walpuri Women's Yawulu. Thank you, Stephen, and it's great to have you chair this session. It's so close to your own research. And thanks to Nick and Richard and everyone involved in organising the conference to share this research. I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm presenting from Aboriginal land belonging to Gadigal, Bidjigal and Gadigal traditional custodians, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and future. So across Australia, as is well known, and as we saw in Genevieve's talk just then, songs maintain links between people and dreamings, which are core to Indigenous religious identity. So they're powerful instruments in shaping the world, making things happen, and songs are often sung with the purpose of transforming things in the world. Alan Merritt has said that the power of songs is believed to reside in their capacity to tap into the very sources of creativity and to influence the way in which the universe comes into being. Australian Aboriginal songs originate with totemic ancestors who undertook epic journeys across the country. They were naming places and creating the cultural practices that, that still exist today. So through their actions and songs, these ancestors created the landscape, its biota, and many techniques for survival. And in Warlpiri country, that's a very harsh desert landscape. In addition, ancestors can reveal new songs to people in dreams, and the essence of a particular ancestor is said to be represented in the music of the songs that they created. Okay. So Barbara Napanunka Martin, a Warlpiri woman and my close colleague, has said that songs are not just about country, but they're places that have a story and a spirit. This reflects a position that focuses on relational qualities that are often evident in Indigenous knowledge systems, and it assigns a great deal of power to songs and to the singers. For Warlpiri women from Yuendumu, so on this map we can see Yuendumu here. It's the one of the most southern Warlpiri countries, the sort of blurred section being the Warlpiri territory. And we can see Lajamanu, where Stephen has done a lot of research, up the top here, and the main town of Alice Springs in the centre of Australia here, and just to locate where we're talking about. So I've specifically worked with women from Yuendumu rather than the more northern communities where things are very similar and connected, but often but also very different. Yeah, so many of these sort of factors linking dreamings and kin and places are very evident in contemporary performances of a women's genre of public ceremony called Lulu LIU, which is my focus today. So Lulu LIU ceremonies and performances are embodied, and they're multimodal in their incorporation of music, dance, body designs, ritualized movements, and the surrounding social and performance context. So these interlocking components are all necessary for a song to be performed properly. In addition to the words in the singer's own languages, Lulu LIU also incorporate words from a special song register that people don't use otherwise, and it's not a part of everyday spoken language. And this is understood to be the voice of ancestors. For Aboriginal people, such words are evidence of the supernatural origin of songs and the power of song to influence the world when performed. Songs frequently avoid everyday words for things like plants, animals, and tools that are the subject of the songs, as if the mundane words don't really fit with the concept of song as being words of sacred beginnings, as Strello has described them. So Lulu LIU performances, I'm going to illustrate through some examples today, are not merely referential, although they do establish and maintain links between ancestors, land, and human beings. They're also dynamic events in which meanings can shift. So here, these are a few examples, just photos of contemporary Lulu LIU performances. In the past, in post-settlement era, which was the 1940s and 50s and 60s, a lot of Lulu LIU were centred around the exchange of ritual knowledge and the realignment of kinship alliances and the assertion of performative rights over particular territories and myths. Today, there's a marked shift in the way that Lulu LIU are performed, with most opportunities centred on putting forward and presenting this important component of Warlpiri cultural heritage. This is often done to broader audiences. We can see this, this was a large performance to a large intercultural audience in Alice Springs. And this up in the corner here is a photo, it's not very clear, but of the Macquarie Yawuru dancers for the Macquarie Festival, which is held in Lajinani, and in which a big audience gathers to watch not only the women dancing Yawuru, but men doing other dances and kids doing hip hop dances as well. So an important cultural festival. There's also more performances as well. This one down the bottom was the focus of when we of a particular of recording it. Importantly, songs, dances, painted body design are put forth, and senior women do so that they can reinforce the social connections that younger women who are participating have to their patrilineally inherited country and the associated dreamings and kin that go along with that. So I'll now present two examples of Yawuru performance events that have drawn together women from multiple groups for learning and sharing of knowledge. So these are big multi-generational events that we're going to see. They're events in which the performers create bonds with those who are present and also with the audience that they're performing to. So the first example is of a performance of the Ngulu Yawuru, which is an edible seed that you can see in the kulaman here. It's a grass seed most of the time, but it also refers more generally to any seed that can be eaten and prepared into a food substance. In May 2018, a large group of women from both Yuendamu and Woollahra, two Warlpiri communities, Woollahra being up here, gathered together at an outstation outside of Yuendamu, about 50 kilometres away from the community. They camped there for several days, and in the afternoons we were painting up and dancing in the early evening. It was an event organised by the youth program, who were supporting younger women and children as well to come along for this event. And as part of the final night, the group decided to paint up with the Ngulu Dreamings, and 4 women, we'll see in this next photo, 4 women danced this dreaming together. Importantly, this dreaming, I'll just go back to the previous slide as well. This dreaming connects women from different countries who are not previously connected. So we can see this southern Ngulu is the Ngulu Yawuru sung by women from Yuendamu. Around Yaraku, there's a different Ngulu which is connected but sort of takes on singing on a song line. So they pick it up at a particular point in the song line and keep singing from there. And this song also happens to connect up to these more northern places such as Paurinji and Jiparanpa, which are also connected to this Ngulu. And it travels these large distances by a bird which appears. It picks up the seed in its mouth and carries it through all of these places. So I'm just talking about the different Ngulu Yawuru seed dreamings which are connected throughout this country. There's 6 of them altogether within this area, and Warlpiri women living in different communities sing each one of them. So the women in Woollahra tend to sing the one near Yaraku Brook Soak, and the women from Yuendamu tend to be associated with this more southern western seed, and then they all connect together. So in this performance, it just so happened that the 2 communities had come together, and it was an opportunity to perform side by side these 2 Ngulu dreamings and reforge the connections between women from these separate parts of the Ngulu dreaming. Each of them has some similar songs which have identical words and rhythms, but they have separate melodic contours which link to their particular identity associated with that section of the seed dreaming. And in dancing together in this way, the two senior women at the front that we can see each are key owners for one of those two sections. The lady on the right is key owner for the southern Ngulu, and the one on the left is for that one further to the east from Yaraku. And there's two younger women dancing behind them. Both of them importantly have patrilineal connections through their fathers to those same dreamings. So they're reinforcing connections through generations and connections across the different countries that need to connect to through this performance. And this is the kind of thing that would only be possible with this kind of inter-community gathering. My second example is of the Yalprulangu Yawulyu, which is about two age brothers. And this performance was based at the Olive Pink Botanic Gardens in Alice Springs. So Walpuru women had travelled 300 kilometres to attend the Northern Territory Writers Festival, where we were going to launch a book that we'd been working on, had just been published, which was a collation of different Yawuli songs, their words and associated stories included in them as well. So this is the story of, I'm going to play a little clip of Barbara Martin telling the story of Yalprulangu to give you an idea of what this is about.
Yan gajane kalarangulo yalburo nyanugula wapalan gajane nyam porangeji nyam bla jogol ba nyina ja kalar jangala yanono nyano nyang yalburo ko nyanja ko kuja nyango yalburo nyanulo nyam porangele payono nya kun ba yanono wanga jala mena orangeji nyundo waja nang yanono Yanun nang nyanja ko nyundo ko kuja pala nyana ngamil je marano
Par koreano jango jagal win bana nguna ji pala nyano ngamul ji manol guna yenya
yalburu nyano la wada nyi jaraja ngamil ji mano pala nyano yalburu la ngolo mina warangele nyambo warangele manjia warangele potolo warangele
I might, I'll just pause that there. I've got another clip of this dancing to show you in a minute. Just to explain the age brother in this instance, that the translation of Yalprulangu, which Barbara is using, means two boys, two men who went through initiation together when they were teenagers. So they've got this solid bond for life because they went through that together, and they're from different country but come together and meet up with each other, knowing that they've already got this bond. So this is danced by women nowadays, and they're always women who have direct patrilineal connections to those two ancestors through their fathers, one from Minamina and one from Mount Theo. And Barbara, who is dancing here, we can see is her father is from Minamina and has passed on those rights to that country through his father's line over many generations. And the final clip I will share now is from the Northern Territory Writers Festival. Just to give a bit of an introduction, it's quite a chaotic event. It's noisy with lots of people around. So we can see that there are two dancers, again, one from Minamina and one from Mount Theo. We'd previously painted everybody up, so many more people were painted outside. and then they danced into this room. It was being live streamed, so there was a lot of pressure for them to get into the room where the cameras were, rather than to dance in the outdoor location, which probably would have been preferable. And in the room, they danced in, and there's a large crowd already gathered around, and all of the older, more senior singers were already positioned, ready for the dancers to come in. Okay, so I'll just play a bit of this.
Coming from
So this particular Lulu LIU was danced to reforge those important connections between the two places and the two groups of people who were associated with them, and to reform these bonds between Warlpiri people by doing these ceremonies together. It's significant that this Lulu LIU was chosen for this presentation in front of this broad intercultural audience. Particularly before we presented the book. It sort of showed something of what the Warlpiri singers were trying to do by documenting and performing this knowledge in these spaces. The details of the religious significance of the songs and dances are not necessarily explained in these kind of situations, although in this instance we could see Valerie and Barbara sort of yelling out instructions in English so that the audience had an idea of what was going on. And you know, often this is overridden by the spectacle of the performance in itself, which has its own powerful social purpose. The audiences engage in their own terms, largely because they value Indigenous Australian culture and its important role in this broader Australian identity. So there's often big crowds that attend for these kind of events. To conclude, I'll just say a few words. The two examples both illustrate alliances between individuals and between social groups that are being reinforced and reforged in performance spaces. Through dancing together, the links between people from particular places on Warlpiri country are cemented. It's through the performance of these singing traditions that aspects of place-based identity are kept active over generations. And this is more important than ever now that Warlpiri people don't get to visit this country very often, and they don't get to perform these ceremonies as often as they would have in the past. On a broader level, the audiences in both instances are acknowledging the prestige of the performers and recognising the value of this Warlpiri cultural legacy. This can be understood as what Chalfin and Rich call cultural brokerage, as performers refashion themselves. This is happening in a society in which their ceremonial songs are often becoming quite marginalised, and it highlights the dynamic nature of these cultural performances and the ways in which Warlpiri women are aspiring to carry that forward into the future. Okay, I'm finished. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks for listening to that presentation.
Thank you very much, Georgia. I just ask you one question, since I asked Genevieve one question. So the traditions, performance traditions in Yuendamu seem to be relatively unmixed. That is, with more ancestral than in Lajamanu. I mean, partly that's the reason. The reason for that is the location of Lajamanu, which is outside of their ancestral country. Would you like to comment on that? Do you think that's true? And what do the Yuendamu people think about something like Milpiri, which is quite a mixed performance tradition?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting thing. I think people located in Lajamanu probably got used to that kind of intercultural performance a bit earlier, or even modelled it in some ways for other Warlpiri singers from other communities. That said, there seems to be a lot of conservatism in Warlpiri communities. It's becoming slightly different. There's a lot of support from sort of the youth organisation and a few key arts bodies in Alice Springs for travelling and performing, and also my research. Warlpiri women sort of travel a fair bit around Australia to perform in various places. So, presenting Warlpiri songs to different groups has happened more, but this intermixing of performance, not so much. And I think, yeah, I don't know, perhaps there's an element of jealousy amongst the Yuendamu mob for Milpiri, which is such a grand and spectacular festival event in Lajamanu. But I think there's also concern about the presentation of this, important ceremonial material in this sort of public space with kids and everyone and visitors from everywhere coming to see what they're doing. That said, though, all of the key dancers and both men's and women's groups have complete autonomy over what they're performing. So, obviously are not going to be presenting anything that's problematic in that kind of way. And it's all overseen by, senior man Jerry Jungala. So I think, yeah, there's they're more uncomfortable with that kind of space than the Lajamanu people are, but possibly sort of getting more used to it at the moment, particularly over the last 10 years, because there's been more opportunities and explosion of social media just means that it's so much more easy to share, to film things and share things and spread them across, to people everywhere. So yeah, there's becoming a little bit more comfortable with that. Yeah, and of course, there's many decades of inter-Indigenous groups performing for each other, while Warlpiri women have been heavily involved in the women's law and culture meetings of the Central Australia, and often, leaders and dominate these events where they're presenting Warlpiri songs and having lots of other Aboriginal groups see them dance and sing, and then they're watching the other groups perform their own songs and ceremonies as well. So, yeah, but not necessarily dancing together in the kind of way that I think you're talking about.
Right. Thanks very much. Of course, I'm also reminded of the Yuendamu Sports Weekend, but perhaps that's what really forged the way for these sort of public events.
Yeah, as well as the school, I think also the school supporting this sort of learning kind of context where elders come in and teach children to dance is set that up too. So it's and that's been happening since the early 80s, I think. So it's quite a long time.
So welcome everyone, and we may as well get started. It's just a cozy little study group here, as I was saying before. Dr. Lulu Liu is lecturer in pipa and director of the Chinese ensemble at Sydney Conservatorium. She's a pipa virtuoso and has appeared on the international stage, ABC radio, and on national film and television in iconic movies such as Mao's Last Dancer. So Lulu, we're going to have a conversation today about your practice, also as someone from Northeast China and as an ethnic minority.
Thank you very much, Nick, for your introduction, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Lulu. So let's just get right into it, and please tell us about your family background.
My family is from Shenyang, Liaoning province in northeast China. Almost 50% of the population is from the Man ethnicity in Liaoning, which is Manchu. My father is from this group, while my mother is from this group, while my father from Heilongjiang province is a Xibo man. Up to 70% of this group resides in Liaoning and Xinjiang. And I spent my early childhood with my maternal grandparents in the countryside of Shenyang. It was quite common in Chinese culture for kids of my generation to be brought up by their grandparents. So my memories of childhood are full of organic things like animals, vegetables, and fruit, even the mud after the rain. My grandparents never wasted an inch of their field in the northeastern climate. They planted absolutely anything they could find, from cherry trees to eggplants. My grandma was a fantastic cook. Very often she cooked plenty to share with our neighbors. I moved back to my parents and my older brother at school age. My mother was a doctor and my dad was a journalist at the time. Before that, they both served in military and now retired.
Thank you, Lulu. Now, my second question to you. When did you start learning pipa and how did you come across this instrument? Also, where did you train?
I began my pipa studies when I was 6 years old in Shenyang, the city where I was born. I don't recall having any particular desire to take up the pipa. My parents placed the instrument, what I refer to as piece of wood, in my hands. It wasn't my place to question their decision, so off I went to pipa lessons. As a young student in China in the 1980s, I was under the guidance of my parents who expected me to learn the pipa. I had little choice in the matter. At that time, my teachers were Zhang Junying and Yu Mei, who are my father's workmates from Shenyang Military Region Sound Dance Troops. Entering the Shenyang Conservatory of Music affiliated secondary school in 1986, I was the only pipa player who had been selected from all over the Liaoning. So that was like each student per year. So I received 6 years of formal instruction under Professor Liu Huanzhang. In 1993, I moved to the Central Conservatory of Music in Beijing, where I completed my undergraduate studies with Professor Zhang Qiang. It took a while for me to fully appreciate my journey with the pipa, and I hope to continue sharing my experiences while expanding the understanding of Chinese music and culture here in Australia.
So Lulu, why did you come to Australia and what made you stay?
The life opportunities I had been afforded were based around learning the pipa within China, and I was hungry for a new challenge. I felt a tremendous urge to explore the world beyond my homeland. In 1999, I was accepted as a master's student at Griffith University and started my journey in Australia. There were many reasons for me to stay in Australia. Apart from the climate and environment, the most important reason was to raise my young family here. Career-wise, I have received a lot of support from my teachers and colleagues to develop as a performer, teacher, and a researcher. This has profoundly deepened my awareness of my past experiences, musical roots, and connections. I have to say that it has been a struggle to work here in Australia as a female non-Western instrumentalist and a scholar in a system dominated by Western-centric art, music, and musicians. I have a sense of mission to contribute in terms of intercultural aesthetic, understanding, and awareness in order to change the future prospects of conservatory music teaching.
Lulu, how has your sense of cultural and musical identity changed over the past few decades?
My cultural and musical identity is constantly changing depending on the context and the environment. Who I am and how I define and redefine my cultural and musical identity all depends on the circumstances. For example, my musical memories from China provide a sense of tradition that allows me to mediate, transform, pass on the context my identity in order to create a sense of belonging in Australia, where I have made my home. My pipa canon is often transmitted through my performance and teaching activities. So my sense of cultural and musical identity is almost like performing the past in the present.
Our next question, what is your understanding of music and spirituality, and how does it connect with your work?
Music arises from a long and rich cultural heritage. This is a vast topic. I believe great music can certainly rise you up and has the power to elevate your spirit. Regarding my own work, to my knowledge, the connection between music and its spirituality features in a wide range of very different ritual, operatic, narrative, and folk ensemble contexts throughout the Chinese-speaking world. Traditional Chinese musical culture centers on the idea of harmony between heaven, humankind, and earth. This topic happens to be in our seminars for the Chinese Music Ensemble Unit at Senior Conservatory Music.
Lulu, as an exponent of contemporary and traditional pipa, where do you see your art form heading locally and in the international music scene?
My role is to translate tacit knowledge and aesthetics for those beyond the pipa tradition. And I am a performer turned ethnomusicologist focusing on the Chinese pipa. I can communicate through my performance and also through my research. This enables me to expand my audience to both local and the wider international music scenes. Within the Australian context, the progression and acceptance of pipa music and non-Western music in general is happening quite slowly. However, it is happening. I feel privileged to be part of a movement that will, over time, change the musical landscape of our culturally diverse country.
Now, Lulu, there is a very special piece that you've been working on, written by Dr. Ricketson, and we can have a listen to it now. Thank you, Dr. Liu, for that wonderful interview and also for this performance with Dr. Vladimir from Sydney Conservatorium. We might have to move on to our next speaker now. So please forgive the short allocations we had to give everyone today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out to Dr. Liu and email her, yes, or chat to her privately during the lunch break, etc. So it now gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Tang Chunyu is a lecturer in music from Hunan First Normal University, a graduate from China Conservatory of Music. She has published extensively in the music and dance of Yi people in China, traditional music and opera, music education, and criticism. So here is Zhang Chunyu. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Today, the topic is my presentation is the construction of tradition. Research on Dati dance musical culture of Yi, an ethnic minority in Daliangshan. The content of my presentation is briefly presented in 4 parts. I would like to start with the experience of the missionary. From the middle of the 19th century, missionaries from the West were eager to walk into Daliangshan. They were shocked in the big country like China, these people could succeed in maintaining an almost independent life until 1932. Father Bilan, who had settled in Meigu County, was killed 2 years later, and all activities of propagating the gospel suddenly stopped. This is a Catholic church in Xichang, the capital of Daliangshan Yi Autonomous Prefecture. The mystical Daliangshan area is my exact field. From the maps and the pictures, the deep green mountains and the galloping rivers where the Daliangshan Yi ethnic group hide deep and live on a small area of the alluvial dam. Agriculture is the primary industry of the Yi people in Daliangshan. But Daliangshan is still one of the poorest areas in China. More than 8 million Yi populations are distributed in Yunnan, Sichuan, Guizhou, and Guangxi provinces. Yi people have the largest population in Sichuan. Natural barriers and the geographic terrain can make them maintain their special cultural traditions for 3,000 years. Before 1949, their social class relations in the isolated area had always maintained a unique family support system and social stratification, including 5 levels. The blood lineage determines the rank. Yi people also have their unique religious belief, language, and written characters. Daliangshan's geographical environment, historical migration, social form, and the concept of family support have all affected their culture and artistic genre. My research object is Dati dance and its music. Dati means stamp on the ground. Circle dance with a flute has existed for a long time, but not in the hinterland of Daliangshan. Here, there's some pictures of old traditional music in this area. Kick dance, wedding song, doloho at the Torch Festival, and a dance for children belong to the traditional models in the hinterland of Daliangshan. The traditional Yi music in the hinterland had a pure and concise music structure. Due to the strictness of the hierarchy and the family support system, there is no chance for for 2 or more people to dance together. And men and women are not allowed to dance and sing together usually. My question is why this Dati dance and its music has been disseminated for more than 30 years and eventually become an iconic representative folk music in the Daliangshan area. From a large amount of literature and fieldwork, I've learned that there was no group circle dance in the past. Until 30 years ago, Dati dance had appeared suddenly, disseminated rapidly, and persistently. It has been popular for an extended period and has officially become the representative of the traditional music and dance in Yi people. Except for the transformation of the ontology, many factors have contributed to the success of Dati dance. Cultural consciousness, ethnic self-esteem, the needs of times, politics, public participation, and social maintenance are indispensable conditions. Thus, explaining and elaborating on those conditions behind the Dati dance constitutes my research. This diagram shows clearly how Dati dance was created, grew, spread, and had finally developed into a mature musical convention. The primary stage, developmental stage, consolidated stage, and established stage 4 stage. Each stage supported by several necessary factors. Primary stage. At the end of the 1980s, the self-expression and self-entitlement of the group consciousness have been thriving unprecedentedly. In order to standardize the Yi people's dance, the governor Banu Şenay led a group into the field in Yanyuan, the periphery of the Daliangshan area, recorded and collected folk songs, music, and dances such as Guozhuang dance at the ethnic schools and other villages. After that, they created the first version of Dati dance. As one of few intellectuals of the Yi group, Banu Şenay's inner ethnic desires and the love of folk music are primary motives for the birth of Dati dance. Knowledge can bring power, but even so, only a few intellectuals have been in power. Banu Şenay's expression happens to achieve in creating traditional music and dance. He used positive cultural policies, obtained government support, and promoted the Dati dance with enthusiasm. The developmental stage. At this stage, the consideration, the acceptance of local people, and the perfection of Dati dance involves several requirements in music and dance. At this stage, first, from the ontological perspective, the ethnic and the local features of melody and rhythm should be clear. Although they were organized in modern composition structure. Second, the genre and the contents of music should follow the fashionable trend. Third, the design of music length and the dancing movement must consider its practical needs during disseminating. Fourth, the choice of music style must be positive and healthy, in line with the requirement of the times. The competition for music and cultural resources also implies a need for ethnic cultural self-esteem. For example, the last piece of Dati dance music, 阿戏跳跃, was copied from the old folk melody that has been popular for a long period in Yunnan province. The arrangement has been criticized at that time. Nevertheless, Yi people in Daliangshan claimed that this melody had belonged to many areas once, but now the copyright was signed by them. The case is not alone in China. Consolidated stage. Dati dance at this stage had received considerable praises in society. Most Yi people are proud to think that it belongs to the ancient Daliangshan's tradition. They enjoyed listening to these melodies and dancing as a group. At that time, audio and video products were in short supply. Even now, a series of Dati dance DVDs and teaching videos have a profitable market. Reconstruction of cultural memory. From the city to the county and the dam, few people had experienced training and practice of Dati dance due to the government support. At the same time, people began to dance in daily life and various activities repeatedly. In particular, it has been arranged in several traditional festivals for decades, such as Torch Festival. Finally, established the stage. The social function of music and dance has been preserved and transformed, which might be another advantageous factor leading to the prosperity of Dati dance. To some extent, Dati dance has carried the social functions of education, entertainment, and unifying the public these days. The Yi people in Daliangshan reconstruct and reshape their ethnic identity and boundaries by creating the Dati dance, especially to outsiders or foreign visitors. The impoverished and unhealthy image of the Yi people in the past has been changed sometimes. At the same time, the self-identity of ethnicity and culture has been sublimated from this process. Dati dance has become a paradigm that makes other ethnic groups imitate. Many ethnic groups wanted to create a new set of conventional songs and dances as successful as Dati dance. To summarize, through the Dati dance investigation and research, I realized that focusing on the change of music and dance convention is worthwhile and vital. The new customs and the traditions are forming or reconstructing. The old tradition has disappeared. The so-called tradition does not necessarily remain intact from ancient times to nowadays. So does music and dance. That's all of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful paper, Channery. It's quite fascinating. I wonder if anyone has any questions, because we have approximately 1 minute to take a question. If anyone has a quick question. Otherwise, I've posted your email address in the chat for anyone to, contact you privately, or you may also speak to Channery via the private chat function. I have a quick question, which is about the Catholic Church in the area. What sort of impact does the church have? Does it try to promote traditional dance and culture, or does it try to, integrate it more into the religion?
I think there's other more Catholic churches there, but they still deliver their gospel ideas, but there's nothing with music and folk music.
Fantastic. Okay, well, that's really nice to know. And I'm so sorry that we have to actually move on to the next paper now, but thank you once again for joining us. And I believe you're in Melbourne these days. Thank you. Yeah, all right. So take care in Melbourne. It's my great pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, and it is Guori Feng from Yunnan University. Guori is Associate Professor of Musicology at Yunnan Arts University and is a PhD candidate in ethnomusicology. Guori's research interests include music pedagogy and ethnomusicology. So if Guori could please now take the spotlight. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's my great honor to have this opportunity to share my speech with you. The title of my speech is Hidden Scenery, Survival Consciousness Revealed by Funing in Nationalities Bronze Drum, Music and Dance. First of all, please allow me to introduce the investigation and the relevant cultural background. The is a kind of percussion instrument and a sacrificial vessel made with bronze by ethnic groups from southwest and middle south in the Asian China. For more than 2,000 years, the Asian custom of using bronze drum has been inherited and preserved in Yunnan and other places. In recent years, studies on bronze drum have focused on many aspects, such as their age of use, types of artifacts, and the social function. As a representative cultural symbol of Yi nationalities in Funing County, Wenshan Prefecture, Yunnan Province, the bronze drum is a natural primitive link between various branches, and its unique connotation reflects the awareness of life consciousness of Asian southern ethnic minorities, and it is the living fossil inherited by the ethnic group. In terms of the overall distribution of bronze drum, the nationalities in the border area of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Guangxi province have been interrogated and developed in the long historical development process. It provides a research basis for exploring the characteristics of the ethnic bronze drum dance in peace and rhythm. Bronze drum dance of Yi nationality are mainly distributed in southeast Yunnan Funing, Wenshan Malipo, and the Guangxi Napo. This research point of the field are Mengmei village, Mienong village, and the Longmai village, and so on, 3 natural villages. According to the branches, respectively divided into Bailuo, Hualuo, and the Gaokudiao Yi at the center. According to the present version of 100 down drums. Most of them were unearthed and preserved in the mountainous area bordering contexts. For example, Mengmei village in the field of this study is located at the boundary of Malipo, Guangnan, and Funing. Longmai is adjacent to Funing and Guangxi. Wenshan drum mentioned in the book, throughout the unearthed 138 drums in Wenshan, all were unearthed in the form of a separated burial, neither accompanied by anything nor burial goods. There are 2 burial methods: one, most of the drum buried in the earth; second, hiding in caves. The main reason for burying the drums separately was for safety reasons. Macquarie, bronze drum museum dance of Funing Yi nationality. Bronze drum dance called Qi Li by the Yi people. It is a ritual dance that often appears in the sacrificial rites, folk festival, and the funeral ceremony of the Yi people's branches in Funing. It's mainly content in the circle dance with the bronze drum as the main accompanying instrument. As a kind of national cultural symbol, it conveys different national spirit, national emotion, and the national aesthetic consciousness in different occasions. It is an indispensable part of traditional natural culture. As the mark of a traditional culture of Funing Yi nationality, bronze drum plays an aesthetic and educational function in the ceremony, and plays an important role in the construction of rural order. At the same time, as the symbol's career of ritual sound, the metaphorical meaning is reflected in the material culture and the spiritual culture of Yi ethnos. As an important force for the Lord branch of Funing, Wenshan to build their own ideal spiritual world. The bronze drum sound and the dance steps of Yi people's bronze drum music and dance are revealed by the rhythm changes of yin-yang bronze drum percussion, which also shows the survival consciousness of Yi ethnos. In ancient time, the bronze drum set a variety of functions in one. Today, among these many functions, the most prominent in the function of musical instrument. In this study, Gong and Mu are male and female respectively. The second part is about the survival consciousness of Funing nationalities, Bronze drum, music, and dance. There are 4 aspects to it. First is the life consciousness embodied in the Bronze drum system and decoration. Bronze drum is not only a musical instrument, but also a kind of art with rich types and patterns. The existing bronze drum is Funing County vividly reflects the social life, customers and religious consciousness of the ethnos. The diversity of this type and pattern is a documentary of natural history. The decorative pattern of the drum has a profound meaning. Let me give you 3 examples. The first one is sunline. The sun pattern is not only the center of all the decorative pattern of the bronze drum, but also the symbol of cultural significance of the bronze drum as a musical instrument in ritual and heavyware. Longmai village Xiazhai Mahjiang type bronze drum has 12 sun rays and 12 months echo. When the sun is stuck in the center, the sound radiates out in ripple of water. The other pattern is cattle green. The cattle green bronze drum is in the Yunnan Provincial Museum has a clear image of cattle green. In the middle of the picture is a long pole with a crochet, and the pole is an axe. And a man in front of the axe and a man behind the axe held an axe. Ethnic minority in South China used to breed cattle, which can still be seen today in Wa and Dulong ethnic group. The third pattern is bow string pattern. For example, Longmai village Xiazhai handed down for Mahjiang type bronze drum using the string pattern. The drum surface with yang string pattern, drum body with yin string pattern. The second part is the life consciousness contained in the occasion of using drums. People's bronze drum are used mainly for festival and funeral ritual. There are male and female bronze drum of Yi nationality. The male drum set is small, the pitch is high. The female drum is large, the pitch is low. The tone of the male and female drum differ by 1 or 2 degrees. When the drum is beating, the female drum beats the rhythm. The male drum matches it. The dragon singing, the phoenix is filthy. The yin and the yang follow, moves along with the drum. The movement is natural coordination. The mood is joyful. The third part is about the life consciousness embodied in the configuration and the rhythm of loudspeakers in bronze drum dance. First branch is Hualo branch. It's the male and the female drum. Let's take a look at the video. Now let's look at the 3 different tones, and they are star dance, shake hand dance, and the festive dance. In the above 3 tones, we can see that the male and female drums are chasing each other, followed by yin and yang. The second one is the Bailuo branch. Let's see the video. The next one is 高裤脚仪. The difference lies in that there is only a drum as a component instrument in the drum dance. According to the old artists, their male and female sound come from different positions of the drum. Be the center of the drum is the female sound, be the drum edge for male sound. Let's see the video. The last one is the Hualo's special bronze drum dance. Let's see the video. Special means that their drum encouraged when festival and or funeral. There is no drum involvement, but chief of the village told us their drum is handed in the 1950s, although not the bronze drum as usual, but the ceremony has been there. The fourth part is the survival consciousness contained in movement. People, most of the people live in the mountainous area, and their economic development is slow. The dance is the life content of pyramid to hunt together, slash and burn life. Dance move much performance work, such as land clear, sewing, spying, and hunting, etc. As a self-entertained group dance, the bronze drum dance itself had a kind of educational significance. Members of the dance team are linked up accordance with the age order, with the experienced elder in the front of the younger ones following to learn. The dance itself in the transmission and inheritance of some survival skills and life experience. Finally, I will share from the content of yin-yang view of Funing Yi people and the reanalysis of religious belief, and then draw a conclusion. Yi people's ancestors divided everything in the natural world into male and female, or yin and yang, a concept that permits the traditional culture of Yi people's society. Therefore, it constitutes the private dialectical view of yin and yang of the ancients in Yi peoples about the unity of opposite in the existence, occurrence, and the development of all things in the universe. In the historical literature of Yi people, the concept of yin and yang is often used to explain the origin of the universe, the natural law of reproduction and development. How does the Yi nationalities from music and dance embody this concept? First of all, both male and female are represented in the arrangement of musical instruments. Secondly, in the form of the dance, the counterclockwise rotation reflects the idea that men and women are right. The right is first. And in the position of dance, men and women are arranged in order according to age. It also shows that in the process of graduate transformation from matrilinear clan and to patrilinear clan, the position of men in social production and the life was promoted, and the men rushed forward to protect the women in war and labor. The elderly birth and the death of the young and the old in Yi peoples demonstrates the virtues of respecting the old and loving the young, as well as the concept of equality between men and women. As a survival consciousness, the minority culture can show the original relationship between human and the world. That is, between human and the natural, between human and society, between human and itself. Thank you for watching and listening.
Thank you so much, Gori, for that fascinating paper. I'm wondering if anyone has any quick questions for Gori. If not, I have already posted her email address in this chat. If you would like to privately chat to her during the day, I'm sure she'll be very happy to hear from you. Does anyone have anything quick to ask her before we move to the next session?
Oh, yes, Nick, I do have one.
Yes, Billy.
Oh, yes, it's Billy here. Yeah, thanks, Corey, for your presentation. And I'm also from Yunnan, so there's a lot of things that triggered my memory as well. So my question is, from the previous two presentations, I find the culture and music is really diversified, even they are from the same minority. So do you know, is there any reason to create such diversity? As you've just mentioned, there are so many different types of and they have different type of drums, melodies. Yeah, hope I'm making sense here. Thank you.
I think the most the reason why their culture is so different and the music is different is because they're in Daliangshan, they I mean in my area, Daliangshan people, the Yi people, they've lived in the deep of mountain. That's why I presented the pictures and the maps before I entered my title. But in Xiaoliangshan or Yunnan province, there are many Yi people still live there with a lot of other minorities and Han people. So they lived together rather than Yi people in Daliangshan. So I think geographical and cultural system, they're so different. Yeah.
I got it. Thank you so much.
It's a great pleasure to be here and to be invited to chair this next session on creativity. And as we can already see from the presentations, there's a lot of scope for connections between spirituality and creativity. Our first speaker for this session is Dr. Christina Green. Christina's doctorate comprised multiple threads, including an exegesis, exploring creative practice, and a folio of works drawing on various strands of inspiration, including Buddhist practice, and written for ensembles, solo piano, solo ukulele, and ukulele with voice. And Christine is going to talk to us today about spirituality and compositional practice in the time of COVID-19. Thank you. I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Green.
Thanks, Dr. Mahesh. I'm delighted to be here and thank you for the welcome and introduction. I'm speaking from the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I acknowledge their elders, past, present and emerging. I'm located between the Merri Creek and the Darebin Creek in Melbourne's north. The abstract for my paper was written in June 2020, and the chance to present was carried over into this year following 2020's COVID-19 situation. To begin, I'd like to say that these have been two quite different years, and that my practice in the time of coronavirus COVID-19 has progressed and evolved. I've drawn on a range of threads from various strands of spirituality and other places, beyond the Buddhist threads mentioned in the abstract, to keep my practice alive during this period. Is screen share enabled, Mahesh?
I am not the host, but I maybe give it a try, and if not, I think it's Yanni. Yep, that's working.
It's working? Great.
Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. In the very early part of the lockdown in 2020, I found my way back to the articles section of the online journal New Music Box, the web magazine from the American Music Center, which I discovered during my DCA and to Paul Elwood's article there, Creativity in the Age of COVID-19. Elwood's idea of maintaining a consistency of creative work and trying not to focus on where it may or may not lead as a good strategy for survival spoke to me as the pandemic took hold and resonated with my Buddhist practice and the idea of practice with no gaining ideas. What does no gaining ideas mean? To me, it means being open to more than one outcome. Like Elwood, prioritising time to do creative work is central to my life's ordering and flow. I have found during the pandemic that continuing to create work, despite the existential questions about the shape of music life in the future, is a bottom line, and when more than that has been possible, it's been nice. I began to be struck by stories, images, and things heard on the radio related to the pandemic from April 2020. Around the Easter break, I wrote 2 short songs in quick succession, without a larger plan in mind, that is, with no gaining ideas or ideas of where this may or may not lead. At some point, I could see that this beginning had the potential to grow into a song cycle similar to one composed for my DCA folio, and then I focused on including a range of poem forms, keys, meters, tempi, and ukulele playing styles, as I had done previously. Here's a list of the songs and the way I've kind of mapped out those different parameters across the songs. I was sustained by this project between April and July and aware that the new work was coming out of the unusual and new emotional terrain of the pandemic. My ideal of working with no gaining ideas was put to the test as the planned performance opportunities, both live and the recording date for a YouTube video, at which I hoped to give the work its first performance, crashed as Melbourne's second lockdown moved in. It was not until April this year that the work received its premieres at 2 performance events a week apart, one with the Melbourne Composers League and one with the Darebin Songwriters Guild. The Melbourne Composers League performance resulted in a video, and the Darebin Songwriters Guild event included the chance to present a PowerPoint with images and background to the songs. So I'd like to play the first song, which is called It's Been Night, with its accompanying image here on the PowerPoint. That's 2 friends of mine in the hills who are part of a very fun outfit called the Brass Harpies, a kind of steampunk entertainment troupe. Here's It's Been Night. What will I wear? How is my hair? Why do I care? It's been night. Maybe a hat. Do I look fat? Where am I at? It's been night. It's the time of the week to look amazing and chic for these few moments on show, dressed up with somewhere to go. No need to be shy, just step out and try. The limit's the sky on bin night. As well as the kit, I'm planning a skit. Get ready for it on bin night. I'm hoping it rocks right down to your socks. Opportunity knocks on bin night. Yes, it's the time of the week to look amazing and chic for these few moments on show, dressed up with somewhere to go. I'm finding a theme, I'm living the dream, might even live stream next bin night. Part of my composing rationale was to document the pandemic in some way and also bring in a bit of humour. I have been very grateful for the knowledge of what is involved in a pandemic that has been available to us from the time of the Spanish flu. Here's an example of documentation of that time, a cartoon by Australian illustrator and author May Gibbs. An important strand for me in creative work related to Buddhist practice is that it be of benefit, that is, to all beings in Buddhist terms, to others, And so creating a document that tells of how it has been from the inside for the future was important to me. The next step in the process, having put the video on YouTube, is to complete a publishable score of the work and to send it through the Australian Music Centre's system. This brings me to another strand that I have drawn on from Buddhist practice during this time, the idea of samu, or that is, physical and manual work done on Zen retreats, often with a tidying focus. This time, pandemic, has given me a chance to do the less glamorous side of the work of being a composer. I had a backlog of works to deal with at the end of my DCA, having found it impossible to keep preparing scores for publication since about 2014. As mentioned in my abstract, I have been working as a music therapist in aged care, and all but the first 3 weeks of this have been under COVID conditions. This experience has had joys and challenges. Unfortunately, work has not been balanced in the usual way for me by my own multi-stranded music life. I was catapulted into this, and into the music world and culture of people aged 80 to 100. In the early stages, of course, I hoped the situation might turn around quickly and that ordinary music life would soon return. I shared a few of my own songs, including some from the song cycle, with residents on a few occasions, but as time has passed, I have come to feel that the familiar is the most wanted thing in this situation, and have worked to build a repertoire of the songs that people of this generation love. An unexpected find that has helped bring balance into the situation has been my discovery, study and practice of classical ukulele music from 2019, which I've pursued as a way to build on the strand of writing new music for ukuleles that was part of my DCA. Immediately aware that in this pursuit I would be operating at a much less advanced level than the one I reached as a doctoral composer, I have been informed again by ideas from spiritual practice. Sensing that beyond completion lay the need to become open to the new again, I recalled Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki's words, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few." I also resonated with some words from a Jewish text, that greatness endures only through its power to return to smallness and recede again. I found being able to be a performer of classical and early music again, and in a fresh way, an unexpected joy at this time. And it's also been a joy to share this with some of the residents, particularly in one-on-one situations. And in this context, I can also include the odd instrumental piece of my own. Do I hope that this will be the main thing I do musically for the foreseeable future? No. I hope that the future will bring new opportunities as a postdoctoral composer and composer-performer to use and further develop the voice I spent many years cultivating. But for now and in the current circumstances, there is connection and joy in this. The final strand of this paper concerns the question, what constitutes sacred music? In working with residents, I have come to feel that the music of the World War I and II eras functions as a kind of spiritual expression for them. Although it's not my music, I have been moved as I have observed its place in these people's fabric of life. Playing at a service to commemorate Anzac Day this year, I had the idea of weaving the melody of It's a Long Way to Tipperary into the ambience as a kind of leitmotif as people sat waiting for the event to start. To my surprise, the whole room began to sing along,
Hello.
even in these
Hello,
informal
David.
moments.
Yeah.
My strong sense is that
Yeah.
to qualify as sacred music, music must be a communal expression,
Sorry,
part of the
Christine.
fabric of a community.
That's fine. I can take me a photo. I can I got app. I can just scan it.
I'll just stop there. Yanni,
Yeah.
can I get you to turn your mic?
Nice. Thank you. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Sorry, Christina. Yanni, can I get everyone to turn their mics to mute? Okay, Christina, I think you can carry on. It's fine. Sorry.
Thanks, Mahesh. That's okay. So yeah, just in case that was lost, my strong sense is that to qualify as sacred music, music must be a communal expression, part of the fabric of a community. This can happen in a secular, popular music setting, as folk rock musician Emily Saliers of the Indigo Girls describes. When I was playing in bars every night, music really held everybody together. It was a motley ragtag crew, but music made us a community. Everybody came night after night, swayed to the music, shared a meaningful part of themselves, felt they belonged to something bigger. It was like a church, and the way music shaped our consciousness and made us want to go out into the world was like a benediction. My paper cannot extend to a discussion of ritual music, except to say that as a composer, I am aware that composing new music for use in sacred settings is particular, with many considerations involved. To some extent, I believe that a voice is given or accorded or recognised to an individual by a community, as is seen in Emily Saliers' story. After writing with a focus on stories of the pandemic in 2020, I have returned to other subjects in my writing this year, which so far has been song-focused, including a song with a humorous take on Buddhist practice. I continue to seek opportunities that feel like a good step for me as a composer for ensembles and other performers. With a piece in progress, I hope to create something of beauty that can be shared out of the loss of a friend in the UK who passed away. Time to process things from the past is an unexpected gift of the pandemic and lockdowns for me, and I look forward to composing this work and sharing it in the wider world when the opportunity presents itself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christina.
Pleasure.
And so our next speaker is Dr. Corrina Bonshek, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. Dr. Bonshek is an Australian composer whose music is inspired by sounds and patterns in nature and her meditation practice. She has received numerous honours, grants, and international recognition, particularly through cross-art form collaborations, such as her As Small Birds Play cinematic installation, which was attended by over 29,000 people. Please make warmly welcome Dr. Bonshek, who's going to present about on the topic Ambushed by the Pipa.
Thank you so much, Mahesh. I'll just try and share my screen and see how we go. Oh, I'm getting a message I cannot share while the other participant is sharing. Maybe Christine can stop sharing.
Yeah, I think Christina, you'll have to stop sharing. Corrina can.
I'm just trying to find my way back to the thing I have to click. Stop share. That should do it.
Awesome. Thanks, Christine.
Yep.
Let's see if I can make this work. Hello, thank you so much for having me today. I'm joining from the traditional land of the Yugambeh speaking nations, and I'd like to acknowledge traditional custodians throughout Australia and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. So the title of my presentation, Ambushed by the Pipa, is really a playful way to describe a kind of transformational moment in my composing practice that really came through collaboration with Jasmine Chen, who is the wonderful pipa player pictured in this image. I met Jasmine at the Burapa International Festival of Music and Dance in Thailand in 2015, where I was a composer in residence, and Jasmine was one of the guest performers as part of a visiting group from the National Taiwan University of Arts. And at the festival, Jasmine performed a really sort of very famous work called Ambush on All Sides. It's a really famous piece of the Wu or martial battle style of pipa music. And it's a bold, riveting work with a wide range of percussive and coloristic sounds that depict the tense atmosphere before a battle and the battle itself. Frankly, I'd never heard anything like it. And you know, there were several composers in the room, and they remarked to me about Jasmine's talent during and after the performance. But strangely, it was only me who went up to her afterwards and actually asked to write a piece for her. And I was really curious about that, because I think for me, when I heard Jasmine play, actually something woke up in me, and it wasn't a choice not to act. When I reflect further, there was kind of three layers to this. I think firstly, there was the body memory of playing guitar. My hands and arms actually tingled when I watched Jasmine play. There was the fact that Jasmine was a woman and was so obviously comfortable playing such powerful music. And this was something I really admired, and I hadn't actually achieved myself while in my performing life. I also really appreciated the incredible energy that was in the silences or the pauses between the phrases in this music, and the way Jasmine physically expressed the pauses in her gestures. And this unmanifest expression of silence really resonated with my meditation practice. I just want to put some of those reflections into context. So I played guitar for 20 years in my earlier life, and I had lessons with Chilean, Sydney-based guitarist Victor Martinez Parada, and he was a fearless explorer of new techniques for the guitar. And I played a lot of his original music, often ensemble and often with male guitarists. And reflecting on that time, there was often a little bit of a discord between being a woman playing this music with men in a tradition of male performers. And I did miss, you know, on reflection, the company of other women guitarists and other women performers. And I think, you know, that when I watched Jasmine, I could feel the physicality of her playing. I could feel the memory of that physicality in my own body, but I could also see the incredible ease in which she inhabited what was a kind of powerful masculine coded music. What I didn't know then was that women have been playing pipa since the Tang dynasty, so 1800s, and they're culturally expected to fully embody the energy of this mighty martial repertoire, which is typically loud, fast, depicts battle scenes, as well as the more elegant, the quieter, the refined, the Wen or civil repertoire. So in other words, the expression of this sort of masculine and feminine musical languages or musical tropes is quite normalized and is totally fine for a female performer. Back to this third layer, I was also mesmerized by these incredible pregnant pauses between musical phrases, the silences that were kind of almost brimming with energy. I've been quite fascinated for some years about this interplay of kind of dynamic energy and stillness coming out of meditation practice with Vedic roots that I do, which is conceptualized in terms of having conceptualized silence rather as having Purusha aspects or a silent witnessing aspect, and Prakriti aspect, which is like creative energy that gives rise to matter. And at the time when I met Jasmine, I was really writing very gentle music that was breath-like and had a kind of a slow time unfolding of coloristic layers. And perhaps in the language of the pipa, I was getting stuck in the Wen, in the civil, elegant repertoire. The challenge for me of writing for Jasmine is that I needed to honor her brilliance as a performer of the martial repertoire. And at the same time, I didn't want to let go of the gentler energy that had characterized my music so far. And so I spent a long time thinking how I could explore both in the same piece and create a transformative journey, moving from one to the other. So Desert Time, which was the first piece I wrote for Jasmine, was composed of a sequence of nested spirals that start, you know, kind of build into intensity and then gradually reveal a still center, and represented this still center as a simple melody, which I imagined as a blooming desert flower in the rain. I'm just going to show you a couple of little pictures. This is the opening, which builds from a single note into a sequence of tremolo chords that become more and more insistent and break into peak moments of rhythmic energy. And this next little picture is the blooming desert flower moment, which actually comes at the end of the work. And maybe unusually, I wrote the beginning and the ending first, and then joined them through middle sections that were motivic variations of this first and last part. And a lot of that was through kind of color variations. So here's a few examples of just these kind of harmonic chords building, going up the fretboard. Another moment where there's fluttering chords and then percussive chords. So, and this kind of development through color transformation is a characteristic of Chinese music. So I'm just going to play you a tiny clip. Yeah, that was the opening of the work. Just for time purposes, I won't play any more from that work, but I just want to mention that I kind of returned to this piece twice actually as a springboard for other works, and followed this structure of a powerful opening, transformation, and then moving towards sort of a heartfelt, slow melody. And I've done this in two works, one Up in the Clouds, which was actually a finalist in the 2018 Australian Art Music Awards, and that was for a Western ensemble, and also Lania Kea, which was also composed with Jasmine. And I just want to talk a little bit about Lania Kea because I feel like it was really an extension of that collaborative relationship, and also was really important for my practice. So in Lania Kea, we had the opportunity to do a different creative process, and that was to have collaborative workshops with solo composing time in between, which was supported by some funding. And this meant a greater opportunity for intercultural dialogue, more opportunity for the performer to engage at early stage of the creation of the musical ideas and offer ideas. And ultimately, I ended up writing a piece that was a combination of notated music, structured improvisation, and worked with a digital dance filmmaker, also with electroacoustic component, as well with effects and spatialization by Anna Whitaker. So I feel like I want to play just a little bit from the opening of this, because in this, again, has a powerful opening, but I felt like this work I got to fulfill that promise of the pregnant pauses that I like so much in Ambush from All Sides. And in this work, I'm playing with different time scales, so you can hear different versions of the same music but really slowed down, and it's an evocation of our expanding universe, or the expansion of stars and galaxies. I'll play just a little segment, 1-minute segment from that right now. going to start there, but essentially what I loved about the materiality of this work was being able to play in with the resonance so that the gaps suddenly were filled with the reverberation of these time-stretched electroacoustic versions of what Jasmine was playing with. And I felt that that distinction between manifest and unmanifest sound of silence and dynamic energy that I was really interested in as part of my meditation practice had really become a sound in this work. I think I might just finish there and just as in closing say that my collaboration with Jasmine wasn't just founded on our mutual respect for each other's artistry, but countless cups of teas and dinners that we shared in Taipei over the years, aided by visits that I made there. And that really this trust and openness and enhanced creativity came from that friendship. I'm really grateful to have met Jasmine and to have explored new ways of creating alongside her, to experience my gender differently, perhaps as a composer too, to reevaluate the relationship of sound and silence, and to become more open and courageous in my creative cultural exchanges as a composer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bonshek. I'd like to pass on to the next speaker. Is Malek Mohammadi Nejad Sharqiya here? Just want to check. I haven't been able to see him in the room. If so, could you please come forward? Okay. Yep. All right, I'll hand over. I won't give a full introduction. I'll just hand over. If the next two speakers could keep to the time of 10 minutes, we have a keynote starting at 12:10, which we'd like to everyone to make. So, yep, pass it over to you. Thank you very much, Malik.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm so happy to be in this symposium and give that conference. So I said I'm going to do this presentation, and I want to share the screen. And yeah, actually,
yes, that's working.
Yeah. Just
Malik, your line is a little bit intermittent, so I think I'm going off camera, and if anyone else has got their video, you can turn off. That might help.
So I'm so sorry because this, I'm overseas and the internet is.
No problem. You are, Malik.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, can I start?
Yes.
Okay. So, this research paper is about dimensional creativity in Persian musical improvisation based on Sohrawardi philosophy. So, to talk about that subject, I have to say it's like on the importance of just at the creation of art is important. Speaking about the creative process is correspondingly important according to Titus Burkhardt. To research the creation of any kind of work, we have to depend on the roots according to the area of the creativity. We are creativity we are researching. For instance, to research about the Persian music, we have to investigate the root, their myth, language, and art. Creation is the first phenomenon to occur in the human mind, which helped humans find their own consciousness. Actually, I can't titles. So sorry. Yeah. God and creativity is the main subject of it. As Ernst Cossier said in the philosophy of metaphor forms, the human creates God. but without any choice in the matter, but already is consciousness. As he observed the power of nature, this consciousness inside itself has the quality of connection with God. So if we look at this illustration, we can see the nature, human consciousness, myth, and God. So the human, the first human at the beginning, to deal with the nature power, and with that much suffer about this power, have to deal with this power and pray to this power as a God. And after that, after some period, the human understand which some power less than these powers manage these powers. And then after the pagan time, the human believed to God, and this helped human to erupt to some point of his consciousness and understand his myth space and creativity space and time. So music and metaphysics. Actually, Persian is 1,000 years, has 1,000 years culture and civilization. So as a evidence, I can show music as a sacred language in the beginning of human existence was a tool to connect with the metaphysical universe and help live up the consciousness. If you really look at this illustration, the right letter, which is from the 1900 and until 1400 years BC, which if you look at this sculpture, you will see the man playing lute and one small man in his right shoulder is king below his ears here. If attention to that, if we keep attention on that, we will see that really was that which the music has a secret quality, which coming from another universe, the angels coming and it's the musician. So it shows the music as a some quality of or if I want to be more specific, I can say the music as a linguistic subject help to human to be more specific, to pray and connect with their own consciousness. And left illustration is about 4th millennium BC, and it's from the Shush, south west of Iran. And we attention to that, we will see they had some instrument which percussion and the string, which shows they on that time they absolutely care about the music, and mostly I as my point of view, were improvising. So let me arrive to Sohrawardi philosophy. So Persian is a culture which has crossed two paradigms, myth and religion. So I selected Sohrawardi because the Sohrawardi was a philosophy which joined these two elements with each other, myth and Persian philosophy. Persian philosophy is Zoroastrian myth, or Mithraism, which we took from the Indian, and Islamic philosophy as a religious philosophy. For first, I go to Sohrawardi's ontology. Persian philosophy with the explanation of mythology and the worldview of Zoroaster. According to Sohrawardi's ontology, the creation of universe has 4 levels. So the first is the universe of Anbar Qahbari, which doesn't have any material. this level is source of logic and intellect, which in Zoroastrian is Amshaspan, the angels, which coming back from to our ancient myth, and Amshaspan is from the Islamic point of view. So this is this description of how the universe created in his modern Persian worldview. The second universe is the universe of insightful minds, the source of human logical souls. Which we say, which is Anwar Modabbara. This universe also doesn't have any material, so both doesn't have any material. The third universe is Barzakh, which is the meeting place of the long dark universe, which is sense and which the sense can touch it and has a little bit of material. The fourth universe is the suspend forms universe called meson or idea. So in this fourth level, I just I give explanation about that, which in a Sohrawardi mind, which his philosophy coming from the Mithraism, he talked about the lights and the universe created by lights and darkness. And the first level of light in the needle God is the first universe, and second universe is still the human soul, and third universe is the Barzakh, which has a material. Is the Mesal, which the Mesal is all the idea is in this source. So I'm coming to compare and this level of creative universe, which after that the human as a wisdom should go through these levels and find his consciousness as a musician and improviser. So, Islamic philosophy, the first level of sky was the Anwar Qahtari. It's completely intellect and no material. Persian philosophy, we say to that Amshas Pandan, which is the highest point of the logic. The second level is the which is rational souls. So, and in Persian point of view, said Esbahbadiye or Izadan, the gods, which care about the human soul. And third one is the Barzakh, feeling with material, the darkness. And fourth one is the Mesal, imaginary form, light and darkness, the quality of this light and darkness. And we believe in this universe, all the shapes, illustration, meaning is in this part of the universe. So if you be a musician and you want to be in this level, you can create everything which you imagine. You have to go through this process with a spirituality and go through that way. So yeah. So what's pure creativity and creative imagination? It has a process. Now it's from the music point of view, which you should cross these borders and arrive to that space. On the subject of epistemological level, it can be said that Sohrawardi's epistemological level is along with his ontological levels. It's also very important to know that improvisation in Iranian music takes place during this process. From the Sohrawardi point of view, perception of the Barzakh particularly, yeah, I can't see that. First word is possible because it is material and perceptible, but very little. So in this level, when the musician wants, musician can be in touch with Barzakh, he can perception this area of the universe, his existence, which has little material. So it's not enough. Still, it's not enough. And the musician have to arrive to the second level. So it's little musician have to take a distance from this level and try to arrive in the rational soul. So the rational soul level, as I said, is the second level of universe, which on that place, the gods of souls caring about the human mind and human love. So when you arrive on that point with your meditate and spirituality practice, you can arrive to improvising a space and get a new music. So perception in this level is imaginal or imaginal khiyal, or we say to that khiyal muttasil. Connected imagination in Sohrawardi philosophy at this stage, the soul of the musician is able to understand phenomena, which despite do not have a natural substance. So in this area, you can see the shapes, but you have no material. So the most important stage level is creation, imagination, creative imagination. It is a special position which Sohrawardi named kun, or be. When you are in this space, you will be, and everything is for you is like a stable, and you can be in connect with acting and try to create a new music or kind of arts. At this stage, creators can create the life in the middle and will be an existential idea to create another existential idea. So you can create some kind of art which has a life, and it's become the foundation from the next human want to create the improvising. So important state for Persian musical improvising. So if you look at these states, we spoke about that. The musician at the beginning arrive to Barzakh and then rational soul, which the creativity, imagination is in this point, which when you arrive in this point, you can create the idea in a word or method state. And show the dimension of creativity, which three state of universe. Creation, which is intellect, feeling, imagination, and from that, dimension of human creativity, sensory perception, imagination, imaginal perception, and rational perception. So,
okay, sorry to interrupt, but we have one more speaker to come up. Is it possible to finish up now? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Sorry, did you want to just finish what you were saying quickly before we move to?
Yeah. And because that's important, which this is the concept of hall, which hall is the timelessness. The created music in the improviser must cross two states, from the sensory to reaching the rational perception. This needs a specific timeless and placeless feeling, which when it happens according to the philosophy, bring the musician in connection with the guardian angel and rational source.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very
much for your attention. Yeah, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
On to Anna McDonald to finish off, and just letting you all know that there's no recess. We'll be going straight into the keynote session at 12:15. Okay, thank you, Anna. Is Anna here?
Hello, I'm here.
Great. There is a bit of an echo there. I'm not sure whether you've got two devices going or, but try again and then.
Hello. Is the echo gone? Okay, so it's you, Malik.
Yeah, I will.
Malik is just turning his off.
Okay, now I will fix it. Just.
Sorry, Anna. Yeah, so if everyone can have their mic on mute, and I'll pass it over to.
Okay, I think we're good now.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you.
What happened? Froze. It just froze. Why?
I can hear you, but it's frozen. It might be on screen share. Hang on a second. Have you tried screen sharing? Hello, Anna? Hello? I cannot hear.
I think Anna is frozen from
Okay,
what I
yeah.
could see. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We'll just wait for a moment to see if Anna can come back. Anna, can you hear?
She's dropped off.
Okay, we'll just give it a minute or two. Hopefully she'll be able to join back. Yeah, I can see that she's dropped off, so she'll undoubtedly be rejoining the call. It's one of the risks and pitfalls of running these things through Zoom. While we're waiting for Anna, did anyone have any thoughts or reflections about this morning's session that they wanted to very, very quickly share until Anna jumps on? Oh, we got Anna.
Hello, I'm sorry, I don't know why that happened. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Anna.
Okay, so my talk, I'm just going to read it because I'm talking about Mithraism, music and truth telling, based on my studies with Malek as my principal teacher, time spent in Iran, fieldwork in Armenia. Mithraism is the ancient Indo-Iranian mystery religion, which was prevalent across Persia and India before it traveled to the Greco-Roman world and many parts of Europe in the form of Roman Mithraism. Mithra, known as Mitra in India, was the god of contracts, friendship, kindness, and light, and can be seen as either male or female. Before Zoroastrianism, the signs of Mithraism were represented in Iran in pagan art, carved into huge rocks on mountaintops, as the god was believed to be born from rock and fire high in a mountain cave. Many symbols such as mother and child, soldier, father, and animals can be seen in all the Middle Eastern areas in the Persian empires, including Iran, Armenia, Tajikistan, Iraq, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Turkey, and Azerbaijan. It's believed to have been Zoroaster who began the practice of Mithraic initiation rites in natural caves. These caves were rounded and carved with dome-shaped ceilings, representing the cosmos, which Mithra was believed to have created. Initiation rites were taken during the night to represent the most important element, the passage from darkness to light. Music and dancing, combined with the green holy wine of haoma and hashish, increased the feeling of mysticism, as participants faced huge fire pots, which represented Mithra as heavenly light. Masks were worn. In those days, they were worn to hide the position in society of the participants so that anyone could participate equally. The position of the cave was chosen carefully so that every sense would have been used in reaching the underground temple and during the ceremonies. Running water near or through the cave was heard to represent Anahita, the goddess of water. Specially chosen trees would allow the sound of the wind to be heard. Mithra was said to use wind to expel evil forces. The positions of stars were first shown by pagan rock art, and they're believed to have then been represented on the dome ceilings of the caves. The cave opening would allow the sunrise to be seen after a night of worship and initiation rites. So it was described by the great Iranian landscape scholar Falamaki, fire tearing away the darkness during the night and the sun bestowed an unsparing light on earth. In between, we always observe a confrontation between day and night, darkness and light, goodness and evil, wisdom and ignorance. Followers of Mithras had to stay focused on going through the path from the darkness towards the light while participating in rituals. Thus, to create such an experience, every single human sense would have been used on the way to reaching the temple. We have a hymn to Mitra in the Rig Veda, in the Indian Rig Veda, which describes very similar qualities as those in the Iranian tradition, as they come from the same tradition. And some of the hymns from the Rig Veda are still sung in Zoroastrian temples today. And the lines are translated such as, Mithra, when speaking, stirreth men to labor, sustains both the earth and heaven. Joying in sacred food and free from sickness, that people worshiping him, with knees bent lowly on the earth's broad surface. So there's a feeling that Mithra has power to help humans, but there's a sense of humility in kneeling on the earth's surface. And this is also reflected on the worshipping in caves underneath the ground. So there was a sense of great humility in those Iranians. May we enjoy the grace of him and rest in his loving kindness. And it also says that he or she is gracious to the singer. So obviously there was a tradition of singing to Mithra. So going to the Zoroastrian hymns, the Avesta, Mithra has the Mer Yasht devoted to him, one of the most important and long hymnic yashts. His main epithet was of wide pastures, as he brought abundance and goodness to those who worshipped him, and was said to watch every place at all times. The most important thing is not to break contracts, even with a dishonest person, and tell the truth at all times. He's also described as presiding over the Haft Keshvar, 7 lands, which represents all countries. It's important in Zoroastrian worship in general to raise one's voice in worship, and for this they used song, because music was, with its immaterial nature, was considered a magical force, able to communicate with the spiritual world, as Malik was explaining. The number 7 is extremely important in Mithraism, as there were 7 levels of initiation. Today, there are 7 principal dastgahs, or modes, in Iranian music. As each level had its distinctive character and symbolic representations, we would expect that the music would reflect the qualities of each stage. For instance, Rast Panjgar reflects the sunrise. Rast means to stand straight vertically, or represents a column of light standing straight, indicating the time to pray. Panj, meaning 5, shows the 5 times of prayer according to the movement of the sun. And Gah is a suffix meaning place and time. In the Daramad, or opening of Rast Panjgar, we can clearly hear the sound of the sun's light coming slowly over the horizon, moving from what we'd say in Western music as the 7th into the root of the scale and slowly rising. In the Mithraic mystery rites, the music would have integrated many of the natural aspects, which was so much part of spiritual worship: astrology, elements of nature such as seasons, characteristics of mountains and deserts, water, animal sounds, and qualities such as strength, flight, and birdsong. Today, the gushas, or corners of the dastgah, which are the building blocks of improvisation, contain many ancient musical fragments. They are named for birds, places, mythical stories, and ancient Mithraic festivals and Zoroastrian festivals such as Nowruz. The 7 stages of spirituality in Mithraism were a method to prepare for unity with the universe and universal light. These 7 steps were the crow, bride, soldier, lion, Persian, Merpuya, which is messenger of the sun, and Pir, an old wise person. Could be father or mother, again with no specific gender. What fascinates me about these levels is their representations of identity. While experiencing these stages, initiates could let go of any identity which was dependent on nationality, level in society, privilege, family heritage, and instead explore universal identities. All of these steps had a different ceremony and a different quality of music. This is for me as a musician food for thought. In these days when individual identity and image is often worshipped at the expense of universal principles that benefit all. Mary Boyce, the great scholar of Zoroastrianism, tells us that the ancient Persians worshipped qualities such as love and made them into gods. In studying Mithraism, it is fascinating to see the way equality was fostered and every individual was valued, with music being a central force carrying the energy of Mithra, who was in many ways the messenger between God and man. So we have time for a brief description of the stages. How many minutes do I have?
Yeah, we're just wrapping up now with the other session. So I think if it's possible to wrap up, that would be great. Then we'll.
Okay, so I won't describe the 7 levels. I'll go straight to the. So Mithraism was transmitted to the Roman world in an adapted form, and kind of like it was between Christianity and Mithraism, but Christianity won. And it has said that there was a kind of cult of poverty. You should give to the poor. And so instead of everyone being seen as equal, you were seen as rewarded to give to the poor. So there was a sense of hierarchy in society coming in. So just to wrap up my conclusions, the musicians of today in many societies know the challenges of hierarchical power structures in which the struggle to play the game in order to succeed can require many sacrifices of our authentic identity. Although I can't speak for all musicians, this was certainly my experience in playing Western Baroque and modern classical music before learning the Iranian Comanche, where at times my younger self struggled to find my own voice in amongst the fashions and expectations of conservatories and professional work. The ancient Persian notion of music as an embodied art of truth-telling within what I propose as an emotional and spiritual holding space of nature is lost and replaced with the modernized sense of habitus elaborated by Pierre Bourdieu, in which participants removed from their natural way learn to play the game by obeying the cues of society and its pressures to conform. The habitus is not set in stone, and if elements of it are released at a body-mind level, particularly as part of a musical practice, we can see ourselves in a new light. If we are busy playing the game, what happens when the game suddenly changes? Classical Persian music encourages the musician to improvise and to speak music as if to friends in an equal society without regard to social status or power hierarchies. Given the power of music and musicians, this can only enhance humans' progress into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Welcome to session 2B. Dr. Curran is an ethnomusicologist at Sydney Conservatorium of Music. And without further ado, I'll hand over now to her to chair this session. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Nick, and welcome to this session called On Ethnography. I'd like to welcome all the speakers. We'll get going with the first person. I'll introduce you all individually and then and sound the chime that we've been sent around a few minutes before the end of the presentation, so you all have a warning. We might whiz through them and then perhaps take questions at the end if that is all right with everyone. So the first speaker we have today is Ying Liu from Western Sydney University. Ying is a graduate of Shenyang Conservatory of Music on Erhu. She founded Ying and Friends Chamber Music Ensemble and Oriental Trio and composed the association song for the Australian Dongbei Chinese Association. She hosts the SBS Mandarin program Chinese Music Appreciation Series and a regular Chinese overseas music exams for the Central Conservatory of Music in the Sydney region. So Ying's presentation today is called A Song That Connects the Spirit of Northeast China and Australia. Thank you, Ying.
Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here to present my paper in this conference. As Georgia mentioned, my background is erhu player, and now I migrated to Australia for so long, more than 20 years. So basically, my presentation is more intercultural communication for music making rather than, just the music making. So now let me try my share screen. Can anybody see it? Yes?
Yes, working fine for me.
Okay, cool. So that's my title is A Song That Connects the Spirits of Northern Chinese and Northeast China, Dongbei, and Australia. why isn't work? Okay. As we can see from the map of China, this is whole map of China. It looks like a rooster. We will call Chinese map is a rooster. And the Northeast China region is a part of the rooster, which we call the head of rooster. And the three provinces, the big one, the red color one is Heilongjiang, and the capital city is Harbin. And the middle one is Jilin province, capital city is Changchun. And the bottom one is Liaoning province, which capital city is Shenyang, where I come from. And also includes this pink long area, which is Inner Mongolia. So Northeast region of China, which is top in China whole map. And now let's have a look, Australia. Australia is Commonwealth of Australia and its immigration countries in the Southern Hemisphere. And Australia also has its continent, which is the largest country in the Oceania area. And the total population is about 25 million. Just mentioned before that, the Dongbei, its total population is about 100 million. So that is a large population. And the previous name is Manchuria, Manchukuo, Manchuria, which is when Japanese war, Japanese got into China, they want to take this part as a colony. Okay, so just a short introduction about the Dongbei and Australia. What's the connection of that? Why I present my paper as a song for this connection. So the song, the theme song, which I mentioned, is called Hui Ge. Hui Ge is a form of a song, usually based on the reflection of cultural characteristics of an organization or association. Therefore, it is called theme song. The most well-known theme song would be considered as each Olympic Games. So, which is show the culture of hosting country and the spirit of world sportsmanship. So the theme song I composed was 我们是东北人, that means we are Northeasterners, or we are from Northeast. So the theme song is for the Australian Dongbei Chinese Association in here. Lyrics by Tian Di, composed by Liu Ying, which is myself. So both of Tian Di and myself come from Shenyang, which is a part of Northeast region. And the lead singer is Wang Lei and Zhou Miao, which is a male and a female voice. And premiered in Sydney on 17th of April 2016. And is events for the association 5th anniversary celebration, which is formally established in 2011, and in 2016 we will celebrate for the 5th anniversary. As Professor Chi, Jocelyn Chi, mentioned in her book, Lodestar China, Navigating the China Relationship, Professor Chi mentioned Australians and the Shenyang people shared a very similar quality of down-to-earth approach of life, which is really, really important, the cultural connection between Northeastern Chinese and the Australian culture. Okay, so there is the two pictures when we performed on the event. The male singer, which is the pop style singing, and the female singer is a Western opera mezzo soprano. So that is contrasting the Western and the Chinese culture. And this is the whole picture of the performance. Okay, let's look from the intercultural communication theory. So there will be the cultural context and the microculture, and the environmental culture context. That's all decide how from culture A, we supposed to be the Northeastern people will be the culture A from China, and come to the culture B, which is in the Australia. And what is the social relational context between those two cultures, and how can they be related to settle it? So environmental context, normally we consider as natural environment. That would be building, weather, nature, everything surrounding with us. And the microculture. Microculture is even the smaller culture from the main culture. So when we come to Australia, immigrate to Australia, there's so many different migrants from all different countries. That's considered culture context. But the Northeastern people, the regional, even from smaller part of the culture, so we considered as microculture. So the Northeastern region of Chinese in Australia consider microculture context into a main culture of migrant culture. Okay, let's have a look at this. As Nick mentioned in his paper, he experienced in his childhood that Chinese Australians as different and other based off the ritual ancestry. In fact, they point out to them in no uncertain. And also China considered as a collectivism culture orientation, where the group permeated, we like to in the group, like family group, community group. So China is considered as collectivist group-oriented society. And also microculture can be different from larger culture in a variety of ways, often because the race of ethnicity. In any culture, microculture groups often develop their own language for communicating outside of dominant or majority cultures context or value system. Therefore, it's important for the association to form and can be to put the migrant people to be together. Okay, let's look 3 aspects of this song. So from border aspect, that will be East and West, Northern and Southern Hemisphere. That's global picture from 2 parts of globe. And the further narrow down is for the 2 countries' culture, China and Australia, or Australia and China from 2 countries. Even furthermore narrow aspect, Northeast of China, regional China, and the whole Australia. So the whole Northeast of China, the people come from China, come to Australia. They live in all different stages and part of Australia. Okay, let's have a look at the lyrics. I just got some lyrics from the context correspondent. So from different context orientation. So Changbai Shan, Changbai Mountain is correspondent to Blue Mountain, Changbai Mountain in northern China. Songhua River in northern China correspondent to Yarra River in Melbourne. Polaris and the Southern Cross, that's all start from the, we can see from either northern hemisphere or either southern hemisphere. And the Bohai Bay, which is Bohai, one is ocean, and the Southern Pacific is the ocean in each side. So that's from environmental context correspondent. And Australia is my home. We are Northeasterners, or we are come from Northeast, and now we call Australian home. That is the microculture context connection. And from a musical culture context, my homeland is on the Songhua River in the northeast, which is the lyric from an original song called Songhua River in China. That's Chinese original song. And Australians all let's rejoice for we are young and free. Of course, everybody knows that. That is our national anthem of Australia. But just one thing here, we are young and free, that was old lyrics. And we changed the new lyrics this year in 2021 Australia Day. We changed the lyrics for we are one and free. But from the song that time, we are still using the old lyrics. And even furthermore, for the environmental context connections, Northern Plain, Xiaoxin'anling, that's all the national park in Northern China. And the waltz and the two-person show, everybody know waltz is the, the dance, Western style. Two-person show, 二人转 is Northern style regional folk drama. And of course, barbecue and stews. Stew is like a kebab. So like we all like to eat barbecue thing. So that's from cultural context by the lyrics. And that's from composition correspondence. So music motif, I use the major mode, which is a diatonic scale degree with tonic of stability of perfect fifth, which is between do, mi, sol, 1, 3, 5. And the major mode, everyone can be feel the characteristics by bright tone, positive, and upward tone. To normally and usually, for the marching song and the national Chinese and Australian national anthem, both in the major mode. And the time signature used the 3/4 time signature, which is a type of dance. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, which is associated with waltz. And the rhythm pattern also can show the waltz and the bright color for the Western style music, which is a contrast the elegance and the Northeast regional drama folk style music, which is 二人转 I just mentioned earlier. And the music influence, I borrowed the melodies from Songhua River and Advanced Australia Fair, the melody pathway changed, which is associated with the lyrics they use. We borrowed from the original song. So combining two original cultures and transform in a new culture context for the immigrants in Australia. And the performance style also I mentioned as the male lead singer is in Chinese pop style, and the female lead singer in Western opera mezzo piano, contrasting the both cultural elements. Okay, the impact and the significance of this song is a cohesion that connects immigration from northeast of China, united the people from that region into a new country. So for the association, originally they established in Melbourne, then now in Sydney, in Brisbane, in Perth, in Northern Territory, and Canberra, they all have their branch. So this song is for all Northeastern migrants in Australia. And the melody and the lyrics are emotionally touching, easy to learn and sing. That is, the difference between the art song for the, theme song to be easy to listen and learn. And the first original theme song that created for the Australian Chinese community. Contribution for this song is purely for voluntary work. We will use our own time and contribute our skills, and the copyright is donated to the Australian Dongwei Chinese Association. I don't know what about the time consuming. So if we still have a little bit of time, we can listen the part of the song, but if not, it doesn't matter. What do you think, Georgina? You are muting, I can't hear you.
Oh, hi. No,
yeah.
Thank you, Ying. we might wind up, there were at 15, if that's all right. Maybe in the questions there might be time.
I think the time is due now. Yeah. And so that's just the reference.
Did you want
and thank you, everyone.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ying, for that fascinating presentation. We'll move on, as I said before, we'll move on and do questions for everyone at the end, just to save time. So our next speaker is Jean Wong. She is a PhD candidate at Sydney Conservatorium of Music, supervised by Dr. Catherine Ingram. Her research project involves the study of Chinese Buddhist ritual music, and Jean's presentation is called Recovering Chinese Buddhist Ritual Music Through Examination of Secular Music Source. Thank you, Jean.
Hello, everyone. Is my PowerPoint showing up all right?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I might get started. Okay, so hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and to have the opportunity to present at this conference. So my name is Jean, and I am a current PhD candidate at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music. Today, I'd like to share a little bit on some work I'm currently doing on the recovery of Chinese Buddhist ritual music through the examination of secular musical sources. So my research topic is the study of evolution of Chinese Buddhist ritual music through the case study of on major rite, so that is the Emperor of Liang repentance ritual, also known as Liang Wang Bao Chan or the Cibei Dao Chang Chanfa. Recently, I have been working on a new mode of research where I draw upon secular performances of Buddhist elements to better understand the form of Buddhist melodies in earlier times. So this presentation, I will show one example of how I'm carrying out this research, which eventually forms a component of my larger doctoral research project. So in examining the historicity of Chinese Buddhist melodies, existing scorebooks such as those from Zhihua Temple or those from the Wutaishan monasteries, they are very useful sources as they provide an approximate time frame for when these kind of melodies were recorded or used, and also in understanding the process of transmission. The process of understanding the history of vocal Buddhist melodies, though, is a little bit more complicated, as lyrics or text have more often been preserved instead of the melodic notation. So to find more materials to work with, I expanded my scope of investigation to musical resources from genres that had a relation with Chinese Buddhist music. So this involves folk instrumental ensembles, ritual operas like the Mulian opera, and the precious scores of Baojuan tradition. I was particularly inspired by Stephen Jones's comparative analysis of the Jinzi Jing, the Golden Character Scripture Chupai, and Chang Jiang Tao's approach in analyzing ritual music through the inquiry of historical documents and the survey of existing musical practices, both of which demonstrated how the labeled tunes or Chupai could be used as a subject for melodic and historical analysis. And in my search for Chupai with Buddhistic themes, I also came across works with lyrical content with Buddhistic elements, many of which were in operatic scorebooks. So these operas, unlike ritual operas, they may include Buddhistic content, but may not necessarily be used in a ritualistic or religious context. And I'm very interested in investigating the treatment of religious elements in such plays and to see if they can reflect any characteristics of Buddhist vocal chant in use during a particular time period, which for me would be the Ming or Qing dynasties. Today, I'd like to share a brief example of a case study I've been working on. So this is a play called Sifan, which can be translated as a longing for secular life or secular yearnings. It is one of two acts from the Kunqu Nianhai Ji. and it's a play lasting around 30 minutes, featuring a solo female protagonist who is a nun called Se Kong. So this play, which is in 5 different parts, tells of the background of the young nun Se Kong, about how she entered and struggled with monastic life, her dreams of romance, and her escape from the temple and monastic life. I was very interested to see in some of the Buddhistic elements that were present in this play. And next, I will be discussing some of these elements that were involved in my investigation. So over here to the left of the slide, this is the score for a portion of the Caihuage segment. So Caihuage, or like a flower picking song, is the third of 5 parts in this act. I've taken this notation from the Sulu Chupu, which is a scorebook containing the notation of some of the representative works from the Yu school. And this highlighted passage, which I've outlined in red boxes, features some Buddhistic elements that are of interest. So the first element is the text. So this involves the inclusion of Buddhistic elements in the text, including the use of mantra-like phrases written in what seems to be a Chinese transliteration of Sanskrit, or pseudo-Sanskrit, because some of these phrases, some of these terms, they don't actually make sense or exist in the Buddhist canon, or maybe I haven't found it yet because sometimes they use different characters. And the next point of interest involves performance. So as we will see shortly, in the various performances of this particular segment, I observed that this highlighted passage often uses slightly different melodic material as compared to its preceding parts, and this section is usually also performed with a wooden fish, which is commonly used as a ritual instrument. So next, I would like to show a short section of a performance of this passage. This video that I have here is performed by country singer Liang Guyin, and there are a few other performances that are available online as well. But for this conference, I have chosen this video because it has the best recorded quality in terms of audio and video. So I have provided Chinese lyrics and a pinyin to the side of it if you'd like to follow along. And over here, you might also find some of the mantra-like phrases that I mentioned earlier. Just to point out for those of you who might not know, this little thing that she was hitting, that is the wooden fish, the muyu. And so this brings me to my argument. And from the performance context, the lyrics, and the very overt Buddhistic elements that are just present in this passage, this strongly suggested that this passage was intended to emulate or replicate an instance of Buddhist chant. It might then be reasonable to assume that some aspects of that the music was also intentionally written to suit such a setting. This then suggests that some aspects of the music might reflect characteristics of Buddhist vocal chant that were in use during the time it was notated, and depending on the score, might be the Ming, Qing, or Republican era. And this then also provides an additional source that can be used to better understand the history of current Buddhist vocal melodies and builds upon other discussions on the cross-examination of religious and secular sources and relationships. So next, I would like to take a closer look at some of the more musical aspects of the Taihuaga segment that we have just watched. Here I have two transcriptions. One of them is the one on the right is the performance that we just watched, and the one on the left is the excerpt from Sulu Chupu, the score. So I have transcribed this from the traditional Gongchen notation it was written in. It's not complete yet. I made a mistake with the last phrase, so I had to take it out. And the reason for comparing both sources is to identify how consistent the performance is as compared to notation, and what are some areas where there might be differences. Ultimately, I'm doing this because one of the ways through which I approach this method of analysis is to consider and to consolidate both notated and performance sources to build a more holistic idea on historical Buddhist chant. So looking at the piece, we can see that they are quite similar. There are some similarities between both of them. They are both in the key of G. So the actual performance, that was the key that it was performed in. For the transcription from the score, well, the score indicated that this was meant to be performed in Zhenggong Diao, which corresponds to a key of G. And we can also see there is a similarity in terms of melodic contour, and also consistency in the beat count. So now that we've established that the performance and the notation is quite similar, this then brings me to the next part of my analysis, which is the cross comparison with melodies used in Chinese Buddhist vocal music. So actually, when I first listened to the Kunchu performance, some parts of it really stood out to me, as it really reminded me of certain motifs that were used in some Chinese Buddhist chant that I had heard previously. One such tune is something like this. So in this example of Buddhist chant, which is performed by the Foguang Shan Buddhist order, and here is my transcription of certain passages of it. It's not an exact. It's not that particular section, but just kind of an approximation of some of the tunes, the motifs that were more commonly heard. So this features a bass melody that actually can be expanded depending on the number of words in a particular phrase. But yes, so looking at this transcription of the Buddhist chant, and then looking at the transcription of the opera performance, we can also see that there is a similar melodic contour. There is a similar like falling and rising contour, and also features very similar intervallic jumps and the key pitches that are present. So like B to A, and then A to G, and yeah. So to wrap up, in wrapping up this, I found this was a very optimistic start to my analysis. The similarities in melodic contour between the operatic and Buddhist ritual melodies was an encouraging find in tracing the history of some of the existing Buddhist melodies. Definitely there will be more work to do in terms of seeking out notation from earlier periods, in conducting a more thorough analysis of some of the other Buddhistic elements or content in the Sifan play and in the second act of Nihaiji Xiashan. And also looking at other operatic or vocal works with Buddhist themes. And very importantly, also going back to some of my earlier analysis of Xupai, the label tunes, and the analysis of its notated melodies. And some of my references. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions or suggestions, please feel free to get in touch with me at my email or in the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. That was fantastic. We'll move on now. The next speaker is Fang Wang. Fang is a PhD student in ethnomusicology at Yunnan University. She's also a member of the Uyghur ethnicity, I hope I pronounced that correctly, from Guizhou province. And her presentation today is called A Comparative Analysis on Music Practice of Uyghur People's Bayin Seated Singing from Different Villages. Thank you, Fang.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Is that okay, the sound?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let me share. Okay, hello, everyone. Today, I'd like to compare the musical practice of Buyi people's Bayin-seated singing between two bands, respectively from Qiaoma town in Cheheng County and the Xinqiao town in Anlong County of China. Firstly, let me introduce the background of Buyi ethnic group in China. Buyi is also spelled Buyi, an ethnic group living nearby Nanpan River, Beipan River, and the Red River in Guizhou province of China. Buyi people speak Zhuangdai language, which is a branch of Kwadai language family. According to the differences of tone vocabulary, Buyi language is divided into 3 dialect areas. We can see from the map. This ethnic group is the 10th largest of the 56 ethnic groups in China. They have their own traditional religion, Mo religion, constructed by specific doctrine of animism. In 1956, the government created Buyi script spelled in International Latin alphabet. The term of Bayin is an instrumental classification from Zhou dynasty, which contains 8 categories of instruments: metal, stone, earth, laser, silk, wood, gourd, bamboo. But the word Bayin from Bayin-seated singing has 2 implications: an extent of Bayin instrumental classification and an art form of such kind of music. The other term of this title, seated singing, just indicates the performance form of singing and playing instruments on a bench. Buyi Bayin seated singing is shortened by Buyi Bayin, around Buyi people. The religion tradition of Buyi Bayin contains a strict division of Hong Bai Xi Shi, of which the idea is from Taoism. Hong Xi Shi is the celebration for the living, and the Bai Xi Shi are all issues about the dead. Instruments of band are also classified by the wind instrument, stringed fiddles, lute, and the percussion instruments, as shown in the table. Here is the picture of the Bayin instrument. Okay. A Bayin band usually has 12 performers, but sometimes it could be much more as needed. The leader of band always has better skills, including music arrangement, performance, and social communications. Nowadays, most leaders have become the inheritors. Most members from one band are closely related or good friends. According to the performance way, Buyi Bayin has 2 styles. The first style is one without the worship rites, requiring a dance performance. the second style. As we can see from the map, both band leaders used to locate just by the Nampan River and move to new places. And requirements of the governmental construction, both of them had to make geographic relocation, which broke the member structure of their original band. So the leaders had to regroup a new band while they settled down in the new location. This is why the two bands present differences of the inheritance way of buyin, bayin, but I will talk about this later. These two bands show many similarities on their music content, even though they've never met each other before. Let's take Xinqiao Bayin Band's T Peking Chu and Qiaoma Bayin Band's Bayin Chu as example. Firstly, the Huqin artists from both bands all use the same tuning method called fanxian tuning, which requires that Niu Guhu must keep its lower string on the same tune with that of the upper string of Niu Jiaohu or Huluhu. Meanwhile, the other string of Niu Guhu is a fifth higher than its lower string, and the lower string of Niu Guhu or Huluhu is a fifth lower than its upper string. However, the leaders apply different use of the fanxian performance. Xinqiao Bayin Band likes to keep the same fingering as the rule of fanxian performance. Here, that's the Xinqiao. But Qiaoma Bayin Band wants to make the two parts in an octave, as shown in the blue part. That's the different way of the fanxian. Secondly, throughout these two pieces, we can see that the structures of their mental are very similar. Both of them are 指, 弓, 指, except Xinqiao adds a main note of yu after note gong. Here, that's the difference between them. And thirdly, both bands apply the same ritual procedure during their Bayin music practice, as shown here. They use the same way to do the rite. However, there are also some differences between the two bands. First, Qiaoma Bayin Band breaks the religion tradition of Buyi Bayin about the division of Hong Bai Xi Shi, because they perform for the gravestone setting, which belongs to Bai Xi Shi in tradition. That is because Mr. Law, the leader, believes that the gravestone setting is a good way to respect the dead. So it is considered as a Hong Xi Shi by him. Secondly, during the part of worship rites of the ritual procedure, the two bands employ similar dance styles but different myths. Xinqiao Bayin Band applies the story of Dongyong and the seventh fairy, but Qiaoma plays the story of the Queen Mother and the seventh fairy. Thirdly, as I mentioned before, because the geographic relocation, both leaders had to regroup a new Bayin band in their new location. However, as most of the members from Mr. Wei's old groups are relatives, and they also moved in the same location where Mr. Wei lives. So Xinqiao Bayin Band still consists of relative members. But unfortunately, Mr. Law's relatives from his old band scattered around. So he has to organize a new friend for his new band while he trains his granddaughter and niece with the Bayin dance. Refers to the Timor's research method of historical construction, social maintenance, individual creation, and the experience. I would conclude that the two leaders' individual experience and the musical concepts are the most important factors caused those characters above. Both leaders spent many years on Buyi opera, from which they have the ideas about dance step and the music tune. Because of the same opera study experience, the two bands have several similarities on their Bayin performance. As the leader said to me, the tea-picking tune and the Bayin tune actually come from Buyi opera, as well as the dance movements which they use in the worship rites of Buyi Bayin. As well as the dance movements which they use in the worship rites of Buyi Bayin. Here, that's the dance steps they used in the Buyi Bayin. However, different religion beliefs prompt them to practice the Buyi Bayin in a various way. As a locally famous feng shui master, Mr. Wei is always invited to practice geomancy in different villages around the Nanpan River. Okay, that's Mr. Wei. He is a famous, locally famous feng shui master. So as his point of view, there is a sharp line between the living and the dead. So Buyi Bayin must strictly observe its tradition, which is no performance for the gravestone setting. Nevertheless, Mr. Law from Qiaoma Band believes that filial duty first. So Mr. Law thinks that it's good to perform for a gravestone setting, even though they use a similar dance performance in the parts of worship rites. But Xinqiao Band aims to show a symbol of love through the myth of Dongyong and the seventh fairy. But Qiaoma Band use the myth of Queen Mother and the seventh fairies to express blessings. Finally, under the same effect of city construction, two leaders both moved to a new places, but as a difference of their social environment, they apply different inheritance way to carry on their Bayin music in new places. Okay, that's my presentation for today. Thank you very much. Very sorry about the video.
Yeah, thank you, Fang. That was really wonderful, and we'll definitely make sure the video and audio links can be shared with everyone afterwards. Yes.
Maybe I can ask Jean a question, since if she's still here.
Yes, she is. I can.
Yeah.
Yes, Nick. Hello.
Oh, Jean, hi. Yeah. So, okay. Well, since no one has a question, I have one, which is your fieldwork focused mainly in Australia, or is it transnational? You know, the Buddhist music that you're studying.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is also I'm really glad you asked that, Nick, because this was also the reason why I chose to undertake this kind of mode of research. I had originally planned to do some field work overseas, so in like mainland China, in perhaps like in Singapore, in Hong Kong and Taiwan. But then because of COVID, obviously like travel wasn't possible. So I've been trying to look at other ways through which I could obtain these kind of sources on Buddhist music. So one of them that I was looking at, what I was very interested in looking at was whether there was any notation, but because I could find quite a fair bit on notation and in terms of transcriptions. But yeah, mainly for notation, there was a lot more on the instrumental side of it, but not so much on the vocal parts. So in trying to find something more historical, I had to kind of look at many other different places. But yeah, so it started meant to be more transnational, but now kind of trying to do everything from Australia.
Yes, of course, yeah, and I guess we just have to do the best that we can do under the current circumstances.
I think we've got another question. Jing Han.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question for both Jing and Fan. Both of you are one, so Dr. Wans. First of all, not first of all. So my question is, like, when I was listening to Jane, your presentation for the Buddhist chant, I noticed that they are not translated and they are pinyin. So I'm wondering, does not make any difference. I mean, even if it's Chinese, I don't really understand the meaning of it, and I really love the chant. You know, I know the word means something, but doesn't have to be specific. So your view, does it have to be translated, or the meaning is really in the chant, in the music itself? And same question to Fang as well.
Okay, I might go first. So definitely, I think translation would be very helpful in understanding more about the context of the piece. So definitely, it would be very helpful in understanding the passage as it is situated within the whole play. I didn't manage to do a translation, partly because there were some parts I wasn't very sure on, and I was just thinking that perhaps at a later opportunity where I could put forward a better translation, I would definitely do so. But now I was just like, I didn't really know, I wasn't very confident in my understanding of my interpretation of that passage, because some of them, like I mentioned, they seem to be pseudo-Sanskrit. I tried to search them up in like the Buddhist canons and in other Buddhist sutras, but it just wasn't showing up. So I wasn't sure if the original kind of like whoever had written those lyrics had intended for it to mean something. And without the understanding, I didn't want to be putting anything forward as well. Yeah, but definitely I feel that translations, wherever possible, would be a helpful tool in learning more about the piece, but depending on the context as well, might not be a super like critical part of the understanding, because like for the example that I just showed everyone, a lot more what I was interested in understanding was about the musical, like the melodic aspect of it as well. Yeah. I hope that answered your question.
Answered absolutely, and you know, like that's my feeling, because once I subtitled Kunqu, 13 episodes of Pioneer Pavilion. You know, I just enjoy. I don't want to subtitle. I don't want to translate. I just want to listen. Can I just listen? You know, so, but at least the lyrics, and you know, there is meaning of it. But chant is, I suppose, it's less, but it's more in the word and how the word is pronounced and linked with music. So yeah, maybe Fan, you can ask. Can I ask you the same question, Fan, Dr. Fan?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's the same like bu yi, that, you know, like those words that they use. Are they, do they need to be translated, or is really the sound, the pronunciation, you know, like all the linked elements?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Firstly, I have to explain that the Buyi Bayin is mainly focused on the instrumental practice. So the singing part is just a very small part of the Buyi Bayin performance. So many use the instrumental playing. So that's I just want to say the translation is very important for me to see the details of their techniques, especially the hooting, the luters, and the percussion. They got very different, very detailed difference between different players. So I have to translate the some very details of the technique into the music script. So I think, yeah, that's, in my case, that's very important for me to do the translation. Yeah, because their singing parts, they're quite similar. The tune is quite similar, but for the instrumental parts, it's very, very different between the technique. I mean, for their techniques they used. So I hope my answer is okay for your question.
Of course, it's very good, very good. And you know, all three presentations are really good. I enjoyed it all.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for those questions, Professor Han, and thank you for the presentations today, and also to Georgia for hosting. And if you don't mind, we will go back to the main room now for our next keynote.
Hello, everyone. So now, with the time restriction, we better just move on to the session with the very important topic of tradition. We'll have 3 papers in this panel. The first paper will be presented by Dr. Andre Ribello. Andre is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Sao Paulo and a lecturer in musicology at the University of Brasilia. Trained as a composer and a performer on Chinese guqin, 7-string zither, he is co-founder of the Guqin Brazil Association, musical director of ensemble Gaoshan Liushui, and maintains strong ties with the Taiwanese Buddhist community of Brazil. So now let's welcome Dr. Andre Ribello.
Hi, hello everyone. Very good to be here. And I will start my presentation as the subject of my research is a little bit extension. I will read a kind of short narrative to sum up the main points, the partial results and directions about my ethnographic research in the Buddhism community in São Juan Temple, São Paulo. I have been collecting fieldwork data on the formation of this community, emphasizing the symbolic character and identity processes among Brazilians since 2001. So it's pretty old. And so moving on, I will share my screen. Just a minute. Karma sounds, the soundscape of Taiwanese Buddhist diaspora in São Paulo, Brazil. I want to first introduce this concept about soundscape. Sound, when understood as an environment, is a soundscape, a powerful tool that helps humans relate to their surroundings. They can be consciously designed by an individual or group of individuals, or the byproduct of historical, political, and cultural circumstances. They may be musical compositions, ethnographic anthropological field records, records of a rainforest taken by an ecologist, or imaginings of a sound designer, historian ruminating upon the sounds of the past. This is by Marina Guzzi, a sound artist and researcher. In my daily observations upon the Taiwanese Buddhist community, which I belong to, the soundscape is an oriented-minded product to create a foster environment conducive to spiritual training. This means that it arises and acquires a perceptual form from the understanding of a collective and temporal mind. Soundscape define communities, their boundaries, their actor, their geographic intricacies and industries. They arise through the interactions between external and internal forces within a community. The things that make the soundscape of a place different from any other place in the world are sound markers. This is by Marina Guzzi as well. Usually, in Buddhist temples, the sound marks are produced from bell ring along the day, wood plates to announce the daily ceremony, drums of varying size, and singing voices chanting sutras and mantras. At the Zhongguan community, these sound marks respond to the neighborhood's acoustic environment, create its own sound ecology. We can imagine these sound markers as endowed with spiritual properties influence people's behaviors. They establish the aura of each moment within a community. We can say that they have a magic influence on us. But as much we make ourselves capable of perceiving these distinctive sound features, it is only by entering into the spiritual purposes expressed in the community daily rites to be aware of their religious meanings, so that our sensibility is shaped by the community's collective perceptions, guided by the Sangha. As individuals, we can experience the temple sounds surround us as a special place to be in. But to realize what happens and why its soundscape constantly restored day by day, we need to train ourselves to actually belong to the community by deepening our perceptive connections. Silent chanting. This is the main point of my research, to be honest. The Buddhist soundscape defines community as a rite-oriented space. This is meant to shape the collective mind to the ceremonies, performances as featured in the past. So, the constant soundscape restoration by sound markers prepare us to engage our mind in daily rituals. However, at the beginning of the ceremonies, monks perform in sounds that cannot be heard. It is the silent chanting that rhythmically animates the percussive strikes on bells and drums. So it is the soundscape that actually arises from the silent mind as a mind creation. As a rule, every day before the ceremony, monks silently chant this 4 lines from the Avatamsaka Sutra. If one wishes to understand all about all the Buddhas of 3 realms, should contemplate the nature of Dharma domain. Everything is a mind creation. Aside from the concept behind it, it has a biological function that attaches sound to silence. The silent chanting aims to adjust the biological rhythm of both monks and attendees to the spiritual pulse of the ceremony through percussion. The vibration of percussion performed by an experienced monk relays calmness, reducing heartbeats according to the Buddhist beliefs on Dharma sounds' salutogenic properties. In fact, the percussion strikes follow the silent pronunciation of those 4 lines, precisely the prosodical rhythmic accents. In simple terms, this practice reflects the spiritual link between sound and silent as a mentum production, and in the context of Chinese Buddhism, both give rise to what is conventionally called the Dharma sounds, sounds free from mundane intention. This concept of mind producing pure spiritual sounds in the ceremony extends beyond the individual, monk, or layman. Among community members, there is a strong belief that chanted scriptures stand beyond the Buddha hall to help relieve all living beings from suffering by an imagined geographical projection. The neighborhood, city, state, nation, world are visualized by each attending, while they become sound bodies relaying the good qualities proper to the Dharma. As both are sacred, the body transmits the sounds of Dharma and the whole space providing resonance. It is believed that the strength of its salutogenic aura is propagated beyond the physical limits of reality, even rich and benefiting the spiritual worlds full of lost and suffering souls. To achieve this, in the daily ceremonies, the standard practice among monks is that the voice must shape a single sonorous body that reflects the mind as a phenomenon oriented to unfolding spiritual energy through time and space. So the mind needs to be aware of external influences without getting pervaded. At the same time, one must converge the reading of text, different meanings, appropriate emotional content, a vocal projection into a balanced but dynamic sonic concentration. It means that in the preliminary act of preparing himself spiritually and mentally through silent recitation, each monk in attendance aims to fix his mind on a single point, converging on the performance of the ceremony. To summarize, an extraordinary amount of mental energy in harmony with body responsive qualities is placed in the temple hall. To achieve this unique mind and body blend, the Zen master of the Tang era, Baitan Zhonglin, wrote an essential guide of principles for conveying the rites named after pure rulers of Baitan. This includes establishing a group of official singing voices directly responsible for the correct ceremony effectiveness, known as the harmony group. This is my object in my research, which primarily function is to provide the sonic references from the community. Generally speaking, the harmony group lends assistance to all the other voices that follow without overlapping them. However, its assignments are far broader than just guiding the singing monks. It includes the periodical review of Buddhist chants to preserve them from distortions throughout the ceremonial practices, issues concerning speedy in reciting the sutras, turning the tone of the chanting parts, reviewing cadential melodic formulas, prosody adjustment in texts, the rectification of pronunciations caused by corruptions, which result in wrong ways of pronouncing words. In addition to these technical issues, they are equally responsible to human ones. They were selected to resolve the community's internal conflicts. They are, in fact, the common denominators within the Sangha, means monastic community, whether in ceremonies or in daily tasks where it's necessary to maintain the good relationships between monks concerning the monastic rules. Thus, they naturally occupy the position of mediators in the resolution of conflict. It is understood that the members of the harmony vocal group fulfill the fundamental role of structuring and maintaining the Sangha and its complex sphere of relationship. I will stop here to play just 1 minute from the ordinary ritual at the Zhongguan. Let me share the video, just a second.
从我们看音乐史书，从最早能看到的、最早的听到的声音，说是骨笛最早，但是我们不知道骨笛发出的声音在80年前是什么样子。我们能看最早的有音乐相关的就是原始乐。
Oh, that's good. Sorry, I need to stop because we have a short time to move on. And so this, sorry?
Thank you very much for your wonderful paper, Dr. Andre. I just checked the time in Brazil. Must be midnight for you over there. Is that right? Is that 12?
That's right, but I'm not finished yet. I have just two slides, but very fast. I can be very fast to explain the harmony group that we see. If you can.
I don't have any problem. Are you all right, Dr. Nick, over there, time-wise?
Sure. I mean, I don't see why not, because it's such a wonderful paper, and we may just cut lunch a bit shorter if that's all right with everyone. Feel free to open up your lunch boxes now if you have to. Thank you.
Okay. I will be fast. Sorry, I will be fast. And let me share again my screen. So this is the harmony group you here. This was just a minute. I will skip that. The instrument. The question is about the harmony group. As important role usually attributed to the harmony group in the monastic context is to promote the succession of practitioners within the community, monks teaching others to be monks. In contrast, in transnational communities that present most lay people in active roles at the ceremonies, such as Zhongguan, succession is equal to reception. This is very different of a new lay attendance. This is mean that the community organizes itself to develop standards to co-opt potential candidates to strengthen the community's roots in the non-native territory. In general, future believers will join the community. This leads us to consider the lay people roles in official position as an important matter. The unique position that the lay assistants occupy in the ritual in the service of Dharma express the need for local religious admissions participating in the ceremonial performances, but at the same time their roles involve the manifestation of a transitional condition. The lay Dharma assistants, to some extent, are constantly encouraged to manifest the symbolic transference of the highest values of Buddhist culture. As attendants circumscribed to the value of their personal contributions, they play the role of transitional subjects. This is a concept that I'm working on. Constantly shape their identities to better receive and adapt the historical symbolic contents of Taiwanese Buddhism. This is the group. As you see, we have aquí just one nun, and the other four are Brazilian lay people, which help the nun to make ceremonies, and they train all day. And so this is a very unique kind of group, because in history we have always monks in this position, not lay people. It is open a totally brand new door for understand intercultural relationship or intercultural transference of symbolic meanings and formation of identities. And so the group includes 3 female voices, native Taiwanese, one then being a nun, and 3 male voices, 2 Brazilians, one of them a monk too, the abbot of the temple, acting as a crossover of at least 4 representative roles: Sangha members responsible for religious representation, lay people well instructed in the process of assimilating Buddhist precepts, Brazilian lay Dharma assistants as transitional subjects by incorporating parts of substantial elements from the original Buddhist culture, reinforcing the community's transferential religious features. Taiwanese lay people, contextualized by their native Buddhist culture, reinforce their belonging or belongingness to the Taiwanese religious culture. Except for the monks, the three roles manifested by lay people sometimes present themselves in a single individual who express them alternately. They represent a kind of a movable bridge between different cultural contexts, constantly translating and transferring constitutive elements of intercultural relations for spiritual purposes. Doing this, mainly through the ceremony chants, seeking to sensitize and engage people in the spiritual exercise of Buddhism. And finally, the Buddhism soundscape encompasses a form of social action relying on the old living Buddhist traditions searching for more spiritualized humanity. Thanks. That's it. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andre Ribeiro, joining us from the other part of the world.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again. So I probably will leave the questions to the end if we still have time. Otherwise, feel free to write to Dr. Andre or leave the question in the chat and follow up with you.
Yes.
Again.
I'm here. Great.
Next, Dr. Banu Şenay. Dr. Banu is a lecturer in the anthropology of religion and the fieldwork method at Macquarie University. Her current research on Islamic art pedagogies in Istanbul explores the effects of skill acquisition, engaging with important debates in anthropology around learning, self-formation, and ethics. Specifically in relation to Sufi, Islam, and music. Now let's welcome Dr. Banu Şenay.
Thanks, Lulu. In this short paper, I would like to meditate over music and spirituality by putting these themes into work in the context of Islam and the art of ney playing in Turkey. The ney has been the beloved instrument, the beloved sound of Sufi music, both in the Ottoman Empire, but also in modern Turkey, although it's also been long used throughout the Middle East and North Africa, from Iran to Morocco. My anthropological research on the ney in Istanbul is in the main concerned with two broad questions. The first one is a phenomenological question that concerns the kinds of sensory and perceptual modifications that learning the ney enables in skilled learners so that they can cultivate new ways of hearing the world. Secondly, I'm interested also in looking at the ways in which the Islamic musical pedagogy transforms selves. So what experiences of self-alteration does musical apprenticeship foster in learners? Ney masters, the majority of whom are also members of various Sufi lineages, approach becoming a neyzan, a ney player, as an ethical project. So here musical practice is understood not as an end in itself, but as a means also that fosters the attainment of certain ethical sensibilities. Islamic philosopher Ibn Khaldun's conception of malakat, which we can translate as habitus, illuminates this dialectical relationship between art and ethics. According to Khaldun, the performance of any skilled activity, say calligraphy, carpentry, or pottery, furnishes the soul with attributes which through practice and repetition become a habit. A habit, or malaka in Arabic, is more than just a learned semi-automatic activity. Khaldun defines it as an acquired sensibility or as an acquired faculty, a disposition. So here I would like to approach spirituality in the light of Khaldun's conceptual idea, and I would like to think of spirituality as something that fully involves people's bodies, not just their minds. I mean, not bodies in the abstract sense, but real bodies, ney-playing bodies, athletic bodies, suffering bodies, bodies that breathe, that eat, fall sick, etc. And taking into account the full material and embodied material body allows an understanding of spirituality as an affective capacity that people cultivate by learning to attend to things or attend to the world in a particular way. So that's sort of in one way the definition that I would like to give to that kind of multi-layered and broad concept. And that conception of spirituality then allows me to explore the multiplicity of ways of being a Muslim and the multiplicity of the ways that Islam is lived out by Muslims. The name master Salih Begin, whom I had the great pleasure of working with in the last 8 years, puts it in this way. The paths to God are many. You can travel to God by bus, by bicycle, or on foot. But some vehicles are so powerful that they can help one traverse that distance in the fastest way, like music. The question then is, what makes music in the name more particularly to be heard and experienced as more conducive for reaching the divine? So let me gesture here that the Ney has a long history in Sufism. It became the companion, the sonic companion of one particular Sufi order, which I should mention here, the Mevlevi dervishes, the followers of Rumi, also known as the Whirling dervishes. The lodges of the Mevlevis were like conservatoriums in the Ottoman era, and their devotional ritual activity, the Whirling dervish ritual or ceremony, gave prime place to the Ney. You couldn't have this ceremony without the sound of the Ney. So just like, say, shakuhachi carries a Zen cachet, the Ney cannot be thought without Sufism. One thing that often struck me during my field research was how, for many Muslims, the material and poetic affordances of the Ney constituted a key source for its spiritual efficacy. And these affordances are bundled together in the first instance in perceptions over the material substance of the Ney, the reed. The reed is an animated material. It breathes, it weeps, it sings, or in the verse of Anne-Marie Schimmel, it suffers as it has now been cut off of its reed bed. Ney players describe the reed's virtues as simplicity, naturalness, and modesty, qualities that imply how little technological intervention is needed in the instrument's making. For some pious Muslims, the Ney's spirituality is revealed in its thin vertical shape, melded with alif, the first letter of the Arabic alphabet, with its symbolic reference to the oneness of God. Alif actually appears in important places in the Quran, and in the words of Rumi, it was honored by being the first letter of the alphabet because of its unity and sincerity. It's interesting that he uses those metaphors. While certain dimensions of the reed's materiality allow such symbolic meanings, what makes the Ney being experienced as enabling of a sensorial and visceral connection to the divine lies in the technology of its sound making, the breath. Just as the reed flute wants to be blown into in order to sound, the human Ney seeks the breath of its divine. This analogy between the instrument Ney and the human Ney is not just in masters or Ney musicians' discourse. For instance, when instructing on how to get a good sound from the instrument, my teacher would invite us to think of our breathing posture as reciting Hu, which is a tremendously important word in Islam. It's an expression that stands for God herself. And in this way, the act of breathing into the reed comes to be seen or imagined as a vehicle for remembering the divine. It's like a little ritual in itself. Breath is more than a metaphoric image than for creation. It's also the primary focus of embodied disciplining for the player. And that disciplining has dual meaning, both artistic disciplining or musical disciplining and ethical. In fact, masters often tell their students that learning the Ney is not just a musical enterprise. In disciplining one's breath, nefes in Arabic or in Turkish, one should also discipline their nefs, which we can translate as a lower self or the ego. And both of those words, as you can probably see, they come from the same Arabic root. So given these meanings attributed to breath, the sound that one obtains from the instrument is also charged with tremendous significance. First of all, one must sound out just the right amount of breathy texture from the instrument. So to give you a sense of what that sound might sound like, I'll just quickly refer to the particular sound on my teacher. So hopefully this will work. hate to cut that short, but I have to given the time pressure. Okay, so in our lessons, my teacher would make endless instructions, stressing why crafting a beautiful name sound is a skill precious in itself and should always come first. To just give a few examples, you will say you should have a passion for achieving a good tone, not a passion for playing. Do one thing, but do it well. Play one note, but make sure that it contains all pitches in it. That desire to immediately get on to playing a melody is an egoist sentiment. It always pushes back good sound. And in one particular occasion, he said this, the real ney is this ney, pointing at his own body. This ney, the instrument ney, is a symbol. We should aim to get a good sound from the human ney so that the instrument ney also sounds good. Achieving a beautiful sound is a precious thing. This because there's a real Nezan who blows into the human ney, and Nezan who plays us. I breathed life into you, and now you breathe life into the things I said, says that Nezan to us. Because if you are playing this instrument, we must do it well. We must get a good sound out of the ney. So I'll quickly finish off with emphasizing 2 points here. First, the emphasis in these instructions is not only on the principle of doing less, but also on doing things slowly, proceeding inch by inch, mastering one step at a time. And I think this suggests a very important type of attentiveness, different to that privilege by postmodern economistic thinking that pervades all spheres of our lives, including the modern university, of course, where the stress is always on the output rather than how such outputs are produced. Developing a skill as swiftly as possible and multitasking are the kinds of approach that orient most of our actions. By contrast, here the master posits that a good action has itself as its own end. And finally, what his words also reveal to us is that the ney has much more than anthropomorphic qualities. Instead, it comes to stand for the human ney, the human being herself. The body is an empty flute. And of course, there's a clear poetic genealogy behind that metaphoric meaning given to the reed, a genealogy that takes us straight to Rumi, who opened his magnum opus, the Mesnevi, with the poem of the reed flute. For Rumi, just as the reed is now parted from its reed bed, so the human soul is separated from its original source, each yearning for reunification. So let us take our final words from Rumi. Listen to the story told by the reed of being separated. Since I was cut from the reed bed, I have made this crying sound. Anyone apart from someone he loves understands what I say. Anyone pulled from a source longs to go back. So Rumi's poetic imagery immortalizes the ney as the perfect, the complete human being in whom the divine attributes are embodied. And in doing so, he situates the connection between spirituality and music, or spirituality and sound, right in the realm of breath and right in the realm of the body. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banu Şenay. Always very inspiring to listen to your study and talk. And your paper really brought me back to our encounter at Sydney Conservatory of Music a few years ago. Thank you again. So we have Dr. Banu Şenay's email address in the chat box, and please feel free to get in touch with her. I really love the hunting sound of the instrument. Love to hear more. So now let's move on to our last paper before the lunch break. Diana Blom, who is Associate Professor in Music at Western Sydney University with research interests in music education, tertiary performance and music, and the Anzac War commemoration. She has a long and celebrated history as a composer and a performer on harpsichord, piano, and toy piano, and has worked with Opera Australia, ABC TV, and various prestigious ensembles. She will be joined with Pamela Wisno, who is a research student at Western Sydney University, who works closely with Associate Professor Diana. So welcome, Diana and Pamela.
Thank you, Lulu. We're going to talk about hearing the horror, trauma, valor, and spirituality of war and music, about war. An analysis frame which we're going to engage with the song I Was Only 19 by John Schumann. The word spirituality can mean different things to different people in different situations. Atkins and Schubert distilled from music psychology literature 7 elements of spirituality: transcendence, connection to the supernatural, connection to one's existential self, connection with other people, connection with the musical or physical environment, a sense of meaning, value, or purpose from the experience, and finally, mentions of some idea of spirituality in general, such as use of the terms like spiritual, numinous, or ecstasy. These elements frame their study of whether spirituality was part of a significant musical experience. Writing from the perspective of the nursing profession, Dawson, arguing against Goddard's description of spirituality as integrative energy, finds that, like science, spirituality is a form of knowing, a legitimate and comprehensive method of understanding the world, of investing it with meaning. With the essence of spirituality, transcendence, an appeal to or a recognition of a higher level of existence, wherein the paradoxes and antinomies of our mundane existence are to be resolved. This broadening of the idea of spirituality beyond transcendence connects with several of Atkins and Schubert's elements, and these in turn relate to 6 character strengths and virtues established by Peterson and Seligman, who are writing from the perspective of positive psychology. They noted wisdom and knowledge, courage, humanity, justice, temperance, and the 6th, transcendence, within which spirituality is situated. Analyzing 2 poems written by 2 poets in the World War I battlefront, this is the poetry of Edward Thomas and Isaac Rosenberg, researcher Siemens draws on scholar and theologian Sandra Schneider's definitions of spirituality as referring to 1, a fundamental dimension of the human being, the lived experience which actualizes that dimension, and 3, the academic discipline which studies that experience. Siemens notes that in literary studies, spiritual experience can be described as a spontaneous swelling of the emotions, a momentary euphoria, and use of these terms relates to the last of Atkins and Schubert's 7 elements of spirituality. For the 2 poets, the spiritual experience is triggered in their poems by bird calls in the theatre of war. Both poets portray wartime spiritual experience anthropologically as a universal feature of the human condition, accessible to all people in all places. These are first-person experiences in the midst of battle. All of the experiences of spirituality discussed above are first person, specific to individuals, although the nursing literature is probably watching others experience a sense of spirituality. Most, but not all, of the popular songs written about the Australian-Vietnam War experience are second-hand experiences. The singer may be singing in first person, but has not experienced that which is being sung about. We feel, therefore, that a broadening of the idea of spirituality may accommodate a discovering of some essence of this experience in the text of one song, I Was Only 19 of 1983 by John Schumann, performed by Redgum, which charted at #1. It tells the stories of John Schumann's brother-in-law, Mick Storin, who served as an Australian soldier in the Vietnam War. Schumann is therefore giving a second-hand account of the war, seen through the experiences of someone else.
I was only 19. And can you tell me, doctor, why I still can't get to sleep? And why the Channel 7 chopper chills me to my feet? And what's this rash that comes and goes? Can you tell me what it means? God help me.
In order to start seeking broad ideas of spirituality in Australian Vietnam War popular songs, and one in particular for this presentation, we shaped an analytical frame from the literature on meaning in music. The analytical frame looks firstly at lyrics to give context, then it looks at music and lyrics together, and then it focuses on just the music. What signs of spirituality and character strengths and virtues are found in I Was Only 19? The lyrics talk of any step could be your last, representing bravery, wouldn't let your mates down, loyalty, and God help me, fear. Peterson and Seligman say spirituality lives within the realm of emotion. I'm looking here at the first highlighted block there about loyalty. This is about courage, trust, and loyalty. The words of the song say, each step can mean your last one on two legs. It was a war within yourself, but you wouldn't let your mates down. So you closed your eyes and thought about something else. Courageousness and foolishness can be two sides of the same coin. Going into a treacherous situation requires trust that the outcome will be okay. Trust is a part of our nature that develops with our relationships to our parents, who in the majority were trustworthy. Parents keep you safe from wolves and being run over by four-wheel drives. God is often portrayed as the father in Christian religions. In order to live our lives without constant anxiety, we needed to trust that nothing bad's going to happen to us today. Christian religions ask us that we trust a higher power or God so that we can be relieved of worries. Outcomes can be beyond our control in a war situation, so we can give over the control to God. These words also display a loyalty to others, a connection to other people. He thought about something else. He trusted that the outcome would be good, and he transcended his fear. If we look at both words and music together, I selected the section of the song where he says, God help me, I was only 19. These words express the fear experienced in war. There are no atheists on the battlefield is a saying often attributed to the US military chaplain, William Thomas Cummings, who may have said it in 1942. When faced with your own demise, there can be a sudden yearning for meaning and looking to a divine power. But the opposite is also true. Formerly religious people wonder if God could exist, if God would allow wars to happen. Or maybe they believed their religiosity would save them from it. Simon Frith stresses that the words of a song constitute a very small part of the meaning of the musical act. The voice of the singer, understood both as the sound produced and the discursive position that the singer occupies, is a complex vehicle for meaning in itself. The low vocal range, the gravelly voice, exemplifies the emotional state of being worn down by the war experiences, the constant stress resulting in post-traumatic stress disorder. The low voice also exemplifies the maleness of war, the expectations of men to engage in combat and face death. There are parallel fifths in this section, and they're similar to those used in medieval times, when wars were a common occurrence and necessary to maintain feudal kingdoms. These open chords lack prettiness and lack colour and express the bare bones of the reality of war. The next one I'm going to look at is the music only. The song is shaping the musical narrative by adding instruments to each chorus. So it's building up the tension and the tension of war. Then suddenly it drops back to the bass drum going boom, 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 which is basically a heartbeat. So you can imagine yourself waiting in the bush with a gun, wondering if there's somebody around you and listening to your heartbeat. And you're being aware of the environment. Thank you.
In conclusion, While the song doesn't show spiritual transcendence, it does tell through words and music of spirituality as a connection to one's existential self, a fundamental dimension of the human self, and valor. The lived experience which actualizes that dimension, with that lived experience being a connection with other people, connection with the musical or sonic or physical environment, and a sense of meaning, value or purpose from the experience, a form of knowing, a legitimate and comprehensive method of understanding the world, or investing it with meaning. We conclude that because the songwriter was a second-hand listener, recounting someone else's war experience, there was a need to move to a broader definitions of spirituality in order to uncover the character strengths and values and perhaps weaknesses. In doing so, we are positing that there may be a negative aspect to spirituality when faced with the eventuality of death and wartime, with spirituality a better option than accepting nothingness. And we're particularly interested in music's role in connecting with the song's message, with the lyrics, but also the music itself, portraying aspects of spirituality through distinctive sonic effects, musical devices, and vocal and instrumental choices. As Grant notes, music's role in capturing and reflecting spirituality is a continuum of meaning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So yeah, really, it's a big thank you on behalf of our participants to our wonderful presenters in this session. So I think we definitely have a lot to reflect and think and investigate in our own discipline and studies.
It's now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Corrina BONSHEK, a Western Sydney University alumna who is an internationally acclaimed composer who works a lot with music from other cultures and a wonderful mind. I would like to hand over now to Corrina to chair the session on innovation. Thank you, Corrina.
Thanks so much, Nicholas. Real pleasure to be here. And I think we have a really exciting session coming up. First up, we have Dr. Polina Dessiatnitchenko. Excuse me, Dr. Polina. Really looking forward to your talk. When it comes to love, there is no border. Very great title. Polina lectures in ethnomusicology and musicology at Waseda University and is currently completing her first book manuscript based on her PhD dissertation at the University of Toronto and postdoctoral research at Harvard University. Her main research focus is on the creativity of Azerbaijani muqam. So thank you, Dr. Polina.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you all for being here. And I am very happy to be part of this wonderful online event. So I'm going to just switch to my PowerPoint. Okay, so in this presentation, I examine how musicians of modal classical music in post-Soviet republics create affective states in performance by interweaving multiple texts. And this includes sung poetry, Islamic texts, and also popular discourses about music. This process of intertextuality, which I call affective hermeneutics, allows musicians to negotiate and establish hybrid and heterogeneous identities. Eastern, Western, religious, spiritual, secular, traditional, and progressive selves that form in performances of classical music challenge Soviet hierarchies and labels. Thus, music is used as an important decolonial tool in the post-Soviet cultural milieu. And just to add here, I think that a lot of also in post-colonial scholarship and a lot of Western academia, the same kind of archetypal binaries still persist, such as East-West or secular and sacred. And in my research, what I'm seeing is that musicians, through creativity that is afforded by classical modal music, they create this kind of affective experience that lies beyond these binaries, and it's a completely different epistemology, and ontology. So the reason why I call it decolonial is because it's very different in terms of how scholars would approach this music and write about it, and discourses that are there with these kinds of binaries. And my case study is the dramatic fate of one particular mugam known as Nava in Azerbaijan. So here is a map of the various places there are in the post-Soviet world. And my research is mostly on Azerbaijan, but the things that I am seeing are actually it seems that similar things are happening in the musical world in other post-Soviet places such as Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, based on musicians that I've spoken with and also based on some scholars that I've talked to. So this is something that is common, but my work is particularly focused on Azerbaijan, and I'm going to present today on the Azerbaijani mugam. So to begin with, I'd like to play a bit of a performance of this Nava mugam. So this performance was remarkable on many accounts. At the newly built Mugam Center, Fargana Gasimova, which is the name of the singer here, was sitting center stage in a cross-legged position. Instead of a customary fashionable evening dress or an Azerbaijani folk costume, she wore a Muslim attire. Instead of the usual Mugam trio, accompanists on instruments such as the oud and the ney surrounded her. The choice of repertoire was unusual too, Nava Mugam. While the instrumental form of this mugam was reintroduced to the official curriculum in the 1990s after the fall of the USSR, the sound version has never been found after it was banned with the Soviet reforms in the 1930s, and Nava was banned mostly because it had close links to religion, to some rituals in Islam, and also it was tied to Iranian music, Iranian radif. And this performance by Fergana Gasimova was the latest attempt to discover Nava. And there have been many attempts since 1990s made by, for example, Iranian musicians coming to Azerbaijan and performing Nava, or also local Azerbaijani musicians who have been creating their own versions of Nava. So there's a kind of a continuing ongoing search for the vocal version of this mugam. Fergana, who adheres to a Sufisized style of performance, following in the footsteps of her father, Alim Gasimov, seemed to be the perfect fit for this mugam, which is described today as the most philosophical of all the Azerbaijani mugams. While Fergana chose some poetry in Azerbaijani, many of the Dasgah sections were from Iranian Nava, and there was not much present of what has remained in the instrumental Nava. So the instrumental version of Nava has been retained underground, and it is part of the official curriculum since the 1990s, but her performance just used parts of that instrumental version, and she created something completely new. 10 days later, an intense debate followed the performance. The dean, teachers, and students of the National Conservatory of Music in Baku all gathered in a large auditorium. Do we accept Fergana's Nava? The dean addressed all those present. One master of the tar, who claims to have real knowledge of this lost mugam, was called to the stage. He posed the following questions to all of those in the audience. Is there a single person here who knows vocal mugam Nava? Following a tense moment of silence, he repeated, let me please ask again, is there anybody here who knows the real mugam Nava? He continued, in Nava, there's this one mystical sentence called Bahr Nur. Whoever claims to know Nava should say what is the poetical meter in the sentence and sing a bit of the sentence. If someone can do this and say which ghazal, which is the genre of poetry used in mugam, which ghazal is used here, then I will confirm, yes, this person knows Nava. I went to interview the same tar master a few days later, and he cried out to me, Nava is my task. Nobody can figure out how to sing it because the music is all in the meters of poetry. This is a philosophy, and therefore choosing the proper poetry is very difficult. In order to know this mugam, it is not enough to study with the tar players who really know it. One must know the East, ghazal poetry, aruz meters, which are the poetical meters, and all of the Islamic texts. When I spoke with Fergana herself, she described her Nava with the words spiritual, perfect, and philosophical. She directed my attention to the poetry she picked. This was a ghazal by Sayyid Azim Sherbani from the 19th century, and Fergana stressed how a profound understanding of its meanings about love is necessary in order to sing Nava correctly. She quoted excerpts from the Quran, stories of the lives of the prophets, and mentioned how she continuously strives to deepen her knowledge of religious texts to sing mugam correctly. This is why, she continued, her choice of lyrics was a complex text with sophisticated Arabic and Islamic terminology. To my surprise, when I asked her about the need to be Muslim in order to truly understand mugam, and when I was doing my fieldwork, this is something I also heard commonly said to me, that because I'm studying mugam, I'm learning how to perform it, but for me to understand it perfectly, I myself have to be Muslim. So this is something that I heard quite a lot. And I asked her this, and to my surprise, she answered that mugam is not about Islam because it transcends religion. I was even more startled by her next clarification. She explained that some mugam modes are very similar to Bach's compositions, and she clearly provided structural elements of mugam and of some Bach's compositions, and she linked them together. And she explained that these are both forms of universal and most perfect music of humanity.
Just a 2-minute call now to the end.
Mm-hmm. The musical scene in post-Soviet Azerbaijan is complex, characterized by many proclivities such as the Islamic revival, nationalism, globalization, persistent Soviet meta-narratives, and pro-Western outlooks. As such, the same musicians or listeners who fervently defend an Eastern or Muslim affective experience proudly draw connections between Mugam and the compositions of Western composers, stating that both are universal musics about love that can move hearts across ethnic and religious divides. Musicians easily switch from playing Mugam with tempered frets to neutral added intervals in accordance with the performance menu, asserting that they are moved affectively either way. And many of those invested in redefining authentic Mugam traditions purged of Soviet influence are just as interested in the prospect of synthesizing Mugam with Western compositions, relying on the same Soviet structures that they are against. What makes sense of these paradoxical tendencies and outlooks is the local hermeneutics about love. Ishq, love, is the main theme in poetry sung during Mugam and the main topic in present-day discussions about Mugam, both private and public. The theme of love's universality is strikingly pronounced in conversations. It entails a complex affective phenomenon that does not separate the divine and the human or the East and the West. The key point made is that Ishq is said to be an extreme and inexhaustible experience. As one of Azerbaijan's leading poets, Ilgar Fahmi, elaborated to me in an interview when he compared Ishq to the ultimate attraction between the creator and the created, while all the other manifestations of this force are reflections of the primary one, similar to the ways in which the rays of the sun emanate from its source. This is a metaphor that he used. The striking universalism at first glance resembles a continuation of the Soviet universalist humanism ideology. And this was an ideology used in the Soviet Union to unite all of the nations into socialism. But an in-depth exposure to the musicians' discourses reveals how they rely on specifically Islamic notions and tenets. Shahab Ahmed's thesis in his recent book, What is Islam?, provides clues about how ishq, love, the fundamental form of love, is understood to be beyond divisions and dualities. Ahmed writes about how plurality and paradox are embraced in Islam precisely through art, such as literature and music, that trigger explorative and creative imagination that thrives on wonder, ambiguity, and contradiction. Thus, epistemology provided by Islam becomes instrumental for Azerbaijanis today who tap into tasawwuf ideas. Tasawwuf is the Islamic mysticism, to map out their complex paradoxical subjectivities and identities. From a Western epistemological standpoint, the antithetical identity positions united through the affect of a Mugam performance may be obscure and incomprehensible. But what has to be acknowledged, however, is that precisely in the heterogeneity, lies the departure from the hierarchies and the classificatory schemes that were imposed on Soviet Muslim populations in the past. So the moment of Mugam creativity is a decolonial practice, and the sheer intensity of affect offers possibilities unhinged from these neatly defined labels and categories such as the West and the East and the sacred and the secular. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Polina. That was so beautiful and very thought-provoking. Lovely to hear you bust the binaries with creativity. I'm sure many people will want to contact you in the chat with a question. We are out of time, so yeah, please email Dr. Polina or raise a question in the chat for her to respond to. And now we are going to move to presentation by Sally Walker. This presentation is entitled A Modern Audio Exploration of the Symbolic Archetypes of the Flute. Sally is a lecturer in classical woodwind at the Australian National University, a regular guest principal with the Australian Chamber Orchestra and principal flautist with the Amiga Ensemble. She is the recipient of numerous prizes, and she has appeared in the London Proms, Salzburg, Lucerne, Tanglewood, and Edinburgh festivals. Welcome, Sally Walker.
Thanks, Corrina, and thank you for having me, everyone at the conference. It's been beautifully organised. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet. In my case, that is the Awabakal people. I pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging, and especially to those of you who are present with us today. In this paper, I discuss an audio exploration of the modern interpretation of the symbolic archetypes of the flute that have evolved since antiquity. The impetus for this study began when I noticed commonalities of titles of works I was playing. These included extra musical connotations such as incantation, meditation, Pan, Krishna, and so on. When I say that these archetypes go back to antiquity, the latest investigations indicate that the first written evidence of a transverse flute was in the 9th century before Christ classic of the Chinese poetry, the Shi Qing. On the screen, you can see the earliest known physically existing flute. This is dating from 35,000 years ago, and it was found in southern Germany in 2009. I'm lucky enough to have a sound file of somebody playing this flute. So you can hear it's not too dissimilar to a modern flute 35,000 years later. The history and the development of the flute has been somewhat elusive. The Latin word flautus simply means breathing. With the flute's existence dating back from ancient times, the evidence for its development has largely been derived from artwork and mythology. Early evidence of flutes existed in tombs in ancient Egypt, in Sanskrit depictions in temple reliefs in India, such as on this photo here, and on coins from the Indus civilization. Even from these earliest artworks and artifacts, indications of extra-musical associations of the flute are apparent, most notably in archetypes of spiritual, magical, pastoral, and sensual symbolism. In Ad de Vries' Dictionary of Symbols and Imagery, listings under flute include to accompany sacrifices, erotic anguish or joy, played at all kinds of fertility and resurrection rites, betrothals, courtships, circumcision, funeral, healing, initiation. With the spiritual associations, religious icons such as Krishna, Osiris, Athene, and Eros have all been depicted playing the flute. Its Japanese relative, the shakuhachi, is integrally linked to Zen Buddhism, where meditation plays an essential role. The flute's calming and meditative association in a number of cultures could perhaps be attributed to its sweet and high-pitched sound, which is said to stimulate the thalamus, the part of the primary nerve center of the brain and the root of our sensations, emotions, and feelings. The Greek historian Plutarch said, "The flute calms the spirit and penetrates the ear with such a sweetness that it brings peace and an ambience of motion unto the soul." In some cultures, however, the flute was treated with trepidation. Men were forbidden to play the flute because the sowing and reaping of crops for fear of influencing the weather and damaging the crops. The flute was also used in magic ceremonies. For example, the South African sula, also called the flute in heaven and known for its supernatural powers, was used by spiritual leaders to ward off lightning in rainmaking ceremonies and to detect the culprit of a chief's death. The title of Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, suggests its supernatural power in steering the direction of love. With pastoral associations, there are frequently depicted pastoral portrayals of flutes in the hands of shepherds from Mesopotamia, Africa, Egypt, and ancient Arabia. Many composers have used the flute to imitate the sounds of birds, for example, in Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, Messiaen's Le Mer Noir. And then lastly, with the sensual connotations, Eric Ackroyd's Dictionary of Dream Symbols finds the symbolism for dream. A dream containing a flute is sexuality or seduction. And of course, the flute was played by Greek god Eros. In some anecdotes, I have read that the flute was forbidden for women to play for fear that through skillful playing they may seduce young men and become depraved. So my project derived from this thematic material presented selected 20th century works, including a number of world premieres and works composed for or rearranged for this project from Australia with Paul Stanhope and Boyd Richard Mille, Argentina with Coconella Legati, the Czech Republic with Jindřich Feld, India with Vanraj Bhatia, Latvia with Petris Vasks, Slovakia with Marian Budos, Switzerland with Franck Martin, the UK David Matthews, and the USA with Ernst Bloch. The works are linked by their extra musical thematic associations related to the role of the flute and the role that it has held throughout history. It's interesting to see that this interrelatedness spanned 4 continents. I'll now come to some of the music. So for example here in Jindřich Feld's Meditation, and that continues in a very free-flowing, meditative and calming manner. We now come to one of the works I've selected with the magical archetype. This is Argentine composer Coconella Legati's El Cronopio, which comes from an absurdist novel by Cortázar. So quite different. You can hear that's traditional Argentine tango there. And now in the next example by Latvian composer Petris Vasks, who's very concerned about works to do with the spirituality of nature, you'll hear that I'm singing and playing at the beginning, so I might just switch up the volume for this one. And we'll just finish with a little bit of Indian composer Vanraj Bhatia's song from Night Music. So, in conclusion, the main symbolic archetypes of the flute, which I have summarized as being spiritual, magical, pastoral, and sensual, have been derived since antiquity and have at some level, consciously or subconsciously, imprinted themselves into these compositions for the instrument right up to the present day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sally, for that lovely presentation and diverse music examples. We do have a few minutes for questions, just a couple. So if anyone would like to pop one in the chat, I'm just going to have a little look now. There's a burning question there. I can't see one quickly, so I'm going to ask you one, Sally. And that is around the commissioning process, whether you commissioned with those archetypes in mind or whether you, and if you did, were you surprised or about what you got back from the composers, or were there a lot of similarities?
I had left it up to the composers to interpret what they felt was spirituality for them. So it was very, very wide ranging. And then through the results, I devised these 4 broad categories. One that I was surprised at is one that was quite cerebral and quite intellectual, and the composer in that situation chose the Fibonacci sequence that he felt was a magical set of numbers. So even though in the end it sounds very cerebral, I would say, to listen to, the context and the compositional process was coming from quite a different angle.
Great. That's good. The creative process can bring many surprises and rewards along the way. Well, Sally's details are in the chat, so please contact her with your further questions or responses. And now we have the wonderful opportunity to move to a featured performance. This is a cross-cultural experiment by Dr. Wang Zheng Ting from Melbourne Conservatorium. He is a Sheng virtuoso. Zheng Ting is the coordinator of the Chinese instrumental music course at the University of Melbourne and has been invited as a visiting scholar to the City University of New York, guest professor at Xiamen University, and a research fellow at the Sichuan Conservatorium of Music. He is also director of the Australian Chinese Music Ensemble and has been appointed Melbourne Festival Ambassador. Welcome, Dr. Wang Zheng Ting.
Thanks very much. Okay, and today I'm going to talk about the cross-cultural music experiment by the Australia Chinese Music Ensemble since its establishment in 1989 or 1991. Generally speaking, the ensemble has experimented with cross-cultural music in three ways. One, cooperation with non-Chinese composer. Two, cooperation between Chinese and a non-Chinese composer. Three, written by Chinese Australia composer. Due to the time constraints, today I will only talk about two examples. I will try to talk less and play more music. And the first example I'm going to talk about is a New Golden Mountain. It is composed by a well-known Australian composer, George Dreyfus. The music combined both Eastern and Western music aspects. The Western aspect was Dreyfus' natural ability as a Western composer. During the rehearsal, Dreyfus requested each member of the ensemble to ornament their parts in the piece. Through each musician's decoration, the Chinese aspects of the piece were reinforced. The introduction to the music said that more than 25,000 Chinese men and 5 women emigrated to Victoria in the 3 years following 1854. For them, Victoria was the new Golden Mountain. In the composition, Dreyfus expresses the spirit of optimism with which the new immigrants left their native province of southern China, and which sustained them through difficult times in their newfound land of the new Golden Mountain. So now I will play the piece, New Golden Mountain. Sorry about it. And there's a double plate, so I start again. The second piece I'm going to talk about is the Monkey King. It is composed by American-Australia composer Mark Elliott. The concerto takes its program from the traditional Chinese legend, Journey to the West. Buddhist priest San Zhuang, monkey, pig, Freya San, who traveled to India to retrieve sacred scripts. In the piece, the monkey, represented by the Chinese mouth organ, the Shen, the Buddhist priest San Zhuang, represented by the temple block, the pig represented by the first trombone, and Freya San, represented by the bass clarinet. The concerto is divided into 3 movements. So today I will show you the first movements due to the time constraint. The movement 1 is about a magic stone crack in half, bearing a monkey. The monkey becomes king of the Wood Curtain Cave. The monkey ascends to heaven and revolts. The monkey is subdued on the 5-element mountain by Buddha. So now you will hear this piece. conclusion, I should say, in Australia, Chinese music makers have a great opportunity to learn about different music from other nations. Through cooperation with non-Chinese composers, the ensemble has broadened its horizon of world music. The Australia Chinese Music Ensemble and its individual musicians' cross-cultural music experiment has contributed to the Australia multicultural music world today. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wang. It's such an important initiative that you've been working on. And I'm sure the amount of incredible new music that's come out in the last 20 years of activity is, you know, we would very much enjoy seeing more of that. Thank you to all our speakers. And we do have emails in the chat, and I believe we may even get Dr. Wang's in there soon too, so that people can follow up. Yes, it's in there now, and I would like to now pass over to the chair of the next session, Professor Jing Han, for the session 5, Music, Spirituality in the Sinosphere.
Thank you so much, Corrina. Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry I missed the beginning bit. I'm the director of the Institute for Australian and Chinese Arts and Culture, and I'm so delighted to see this symposium finally happening. And thanks so much to Nick and everyone else, participants, chairs and speakers. It's a fascinating, each of your speech and the paper and presentation. I'm really enjoying each of them, and it's fascinating and great. It's so good to see research, practice, real life all connect together, and the music is just around us. It's fascinating, really good. Now, I'm very pleased to chair this session. All three speakers really interesting. And first of all is Tony Wheeler. And Tony is a graduate from Shanghai Conservatory and a former teacher at the University of Hong Kong. And Tony is the founding director of a Sydney Sizhu Ensemble, and works actively between Australia and China as a highly regarded musician and a scholar. And with a deep interest in spirituality, he has written numerous works for small and large ensemble, and has been published in English and Chinese language journals. So can't wait. And Tony, it's yours.
Thank you so much, Jing. And I'm afraid Tony is not available because of some other commitment, but he did join us in the morning. And we heard some of his beautiful tin playing during the lunch break, and he made those recordings specifically for us. So we're very fortunate. So Tony's requested that I read his paper out. So if you can all imagine that I am Tony, a much older version of myself, much wiser, and also a much better musician. So if I just pull out his script here. So if you just bear with me, I'll just, I might just share my screen so you can imagine it really is Tony talking to you. Here's Tony, looking very refined. Okay, so Tony's paper is The Tin and Its Music, a personal reflection in relation to the question of music and spirituality. Having an idea of something called spirituality implies also having concepts of things non-spiritual. Put very simplistically, there seems to be a contrast between what we experience as the small self and something larger as more universal, which we might label as a supreme being or essential nature. The small self is what we think of as me, and all the self-centered desires, concerns and fears that go with it. The larger universal entity we are referring to is something glimpsed or experienced when the small self steps out of the way. We could also express this as the contrast between ideas of separation and a sense of unity. Separation is when we think we are separate from others, separate from God, when we think the small self is in charge. Unity could be when we probably don't think about any of this and simply get on with the current business of our life, often in a state of absorption. In Buddhism, this is termed samadhi and can occur whilst absorbed in a given task. during meditation, or whilst engaged in any ordinary activity. This roughly equates to the Christian concept of divine grace, although the Christian traditions vary somewhat in their understanding of this term. Can we, however, ever be separate from the sacredness? The usual understanding of God, for example, is surely one of omnipresence, all around us, within us, inherent in all things. Like fish in the ocean, inseparable from water, are we ever able to step away from the divine, from existing in this reality? Even though much of the time we may not feel a sense of sacredness, I suggest the answer to this question is no. We cannot, however, use this as an excuse to justify any kind of dubious behavior. Words and actions born of true connection to the divine will be responsible and compassionate, and harmful to others or to ourselves. Religious practices have existed in many cultures since very early times. Numerous examples include the making of offerings to deities or ancestors, prayer, chanting, and recitation of sacred or revered texts, contemplation, meditation, visualization, to name a few. A common theme across all of these is doing something in which the small self becomes less dominant and perhaps even disappears for a moment or two as we relinquish control to what we refer to as a higher force or entity. Dogen Zenji, who lived in the 13th century, one of the great religious teachers of the past, wrote, "To study the way of enlightenment is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be actualized by myriad things. When actualized by myriad things, your body and mind, as well as the bodies and minds of others, drop away." The key point here is to forget the self. In other words, to let go of our self-centeredness for a change. This might happen spontaneously or while engaged in any of the religious practices mentioned above. We now move to a section called music. Since ancient times, music has long been associated with ritual. It has been sung and played during ceremonies in churches and temples, almost since the beginning of musical history. A great number of examples could be cited, but perhaps two will suffice here in order to highlight the historical length of the association in Chinese culture between music and, turning the page, ritual. Chinese oracle bone inscriptions dating from between the 16th and 11th centuries BCE, the Shang dynasty, contain evidence pointing to the existence of several musical instruments, as well as ritualistic dances performed by shamans and shamanesses. These individuals were required to be both musicians and dancers, and the dances were ritualistic offerings and supplications to deceased ancestors. In Shang times, the idea of deceased ancestors was inseparable from the concept of a supreme being who exerted influence over both human and natural spheres, and with whom communication was possible through ritual. The I Ching is an early Chinese document written somewhere near the beginning of the first millennium during the Zhou dynasty. Somewhat later were appended to its additional texts known as the 10 Wings, which date from near the end of the first millennium. In the third wing, the text referring to chapter 16 of the original Zhou reads, "Thunder resounds from the earth, Yu. Thus, the former kings made music, honoring virtue, richly offering it to the supreme deity and sharing it with their ancestors." Not only does this excerpt refer to music being used in a ritual sense, but also draws a strong link between ancestor worship and a supreme deity in former times. One of music's essential qualities is its ability to express things which are beyond words. It has the capacity to evoke or encapsulate things which lie beyond our power to describe or understand in other ways. True listening can be a wordless experience through which the sounds seem to tap directly into our soul. Almost certainly, we have all the experiences of music arousing in us feelings of happiness, melancholy, devotion, aspiration, and perhaps even some feelings we cannot put into words. Music is also capable of absorbing our attention, thus presenting the possibility of decreasing our focus on the me. Audience members frequently experience a kind of uplifting spiritual nourishment while listening to performance. The music seems to find a resonance within their being which can hardly be described, and this can take place irrespective of the level of theoretical or musicological understanding present in the listener. This is listening in a state of unity, perhaps akin to a kind of meditation. Many methods of meditation are practiced and taught: chanting, visualization, breath counting, and so forth. Listening is one of my favorites. Now, a section on the Guqin. Much ideology, folklore, and philosophical discourse has accumulated around the Guqin during its long history. There is no doubt that there is not originally intended as a performance-oriented instrument for the entertainment of audiences on a large scale. Until recent decades, it has most often been played in quiet, intimate surroundings, perhaps with a few friends listening, but often also as a solitary pastime. Some stories would lead us to believe that it and its music have magical powers. I have met Qin players who have indeed regarded it as an integral part of their own spiritual cultivation. It might be said also, there are others I've met who use the instrument more as a vehicle for fame and wealth accumulation. On several occasions in the late 1980s, I visited Mr. Xi Guanghua at his home in Hangzhou, a small city famous for its Westlake and quintessentially picturesque scenery. Mr. Xi was one of the 20th century masters of the Zhejiang school of Qin playing and lived with his family in a very modest apartment in the city. When I arrived, he would invariably be found sitting around a Chinese chessboard with several of his friends in a small cigarette smoke-filled room in the apartment. They would be drinking tea and either playing or watching the game in progress. After a while, Mrs. Xi would come out to the lounge room to, chat and play some qin. His conversation style was laconic and sometimes amiable. On one occasion, he said to me, "The qin is like a religion. Religion, do you understand? You understand?" I'll never be sure whether his question was based on some doubt as to my grasp of Chinese language or on an assumption that Westerners had little knowledge of things religious. Perhaps it was a little bit of both. Currently in China, there tend to be two schools of thought on the qin, one regarding it primarily as a musical instrument, yue qi, another regarding it more as an instrument of spiritual cultivation, dao qi. The sounds produced by the qin are many and varied, with a great deal of subtle variation in timbre possible. The overall volume is relatively low compared to other acoustic instruments. These factors contribute to two important aspects of the qin. It is most suited to playing in quiet surroundings, and it demands attentive listening if one is to be attuned to the subtleties of the sound. Much of the repertoire is relaxing to listen to, which also perhaps suggests to some that playing and listening to it is a somewhat meditative pastime. Is the qin a particularly spiritual instrument? I would say yes, but not necessarily any more than any other instrument. Are other instruments able to convey spirituality through music? Again, I would say yes. It all comes down to the state of mind of the player and to a certain extent that of the listener. We can talk about something we call spirituality, we can analyze it, dissect it, evaluate it, whatever. Discussion and analysis is useful fun and can be stimulating. I do not suggest for a moment that the act of discourse is in any way inferior or superior to being spiritual. It is simply different and should not be confused with a spiritual practice. A parallel can be drawn from the study of music itself. Musicology is a highly enlightened discipline which leads to the great depths of understanding and indeed for far richer experiences of musical appreciation. The process of analysis is different from, however, the playing of music or absorbed listening. As soon as we think, "Oh, this is very spiritual music," or "Am I having a spiritual experience?" any true spirituality has now disappeared without trace. To truly play or listen, we must lose ourselves in the act and engage fully with the sound. Some would call this a selfless state, what my Qin teacher, Mr. Lin, referred to as, Wu. This is what Dogen meant by forgetting the self, when we turn away from self-centered concerns and allow resonance with that energy or life force that we can't explain. Surely this is akin to true prayer. Here then is the link between music and spiritual practice. I would now like to play two excerpts on the qin. One is from a piece which is with a distinctly religious theme and was in fact imposed by an 18th century Chinese Chan master and xin player. The other is a theme from nature, Spring Dawn. I would like you to listen to both excerpts, then by a show of hands, let me know which piece you think is which. They could be in any order. If you happen to know either piece, please don't tell until after turning the page. The experiment. Perhaps we can discover whether the actual sounds of spirituality can convey such meaning more than the other piece. On the other hand, perhaps truly seeing the dawn in springtime is every bit as sacred as praying in one's own chosen place of worship. And that's Tony Wheeler. So I'll now play the example that he wanted to share with you, even though he's not here in person. So thank you, Tony, for pre-recording that. Did anyone have any idea which was which, the spiritually written one or the more secular one, I suppose? Any idea? Don't be shy. So I think we might just give you the answer. He did tell me the answer before he left. So the first piece was Spring Dawn, and that was followed by the Chan-inspired Buddhist piece. So I'm not sure if you guessed that correctly, but if you did, you win a prize. I don't know what the prize is just yet. So I'll hand over now to Professor Han. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Nick, for the audio books. That's the fashion, your audio reading paper. That's very nice read, and also the very interesting paper as well. And I did guess it right. Didn't dare to say, but it's beautiful. It's really lovely. Our second speaker is Dr. Cho from Malaysia University of Putra. Dr. Cho is a researcher in the area of cultural musicology, virtual ethnography, digital culture studies, and visual anthropology. Quite a lot with a multifaceted career history, as you can see. And as a former newspaper columnist and a graphic designer, so multi-talented, among other things. He writes extensively in academic journals on topics ranging from Buddhist-related music to online media and social identity. We're really looking forward to Dr. Cho's paper on Buddhist music soundscape and inter-religious encounters in Malaysia. Please, Dr. Cho.
Thank you so much, Prof Han, and thank you very much for having me here. The topic that I'm going to share today is Buddhist music soundscape and interreligious encounters in Malaysia. As modern day conflicts between different religious ideologies have potentially become more devastating, violent, and life-threatening, it is therefore anticipated that an immediate call for a peaceful society could possibly find its answer in a developed knowledge of interreligious communication for humanity. In the post-9/11 era, the global movement for an interreligious dialogue is nothing new as a constructive solution for conflicts arising from cultural and religious differences. An urgent need for a peaceful society for all humanity is critically signaled. An interreligious dialogue or an interfaith dialogue is defined as a form of communication where parties involved discuss their stance of position of a specific issue. However, there are limits and hindrances in the realization of an interreligious dialogue due to a few challenges that has yet to be resolved, although these limits can be overcome by the transformation of individual traditions into more positive gestures in dialogues. How about the situation in Malaysia? In Malaysia, there is an estimated population of over 33.5 million people, comprising Bumiputra, Chinese, Indians, other ethnic groups, and non-citizens. There are various religious affiliations founded in Malaysia, such as Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Catholics, Taoism, Confucianism, and Sikhism, making the country a secular nation. Major issues arising in the development of religions in Malaysia began in the mid-1970s, which was regarded as the era of Islamic resurgence in Malaysia, while non-Muslim communities reflect insecurity and fear towards the inculcation of Islamic values by the government. The first interreligious dialogue was therefore initiated by Malaysia Religions Consultation Council in 1984. It opened a platform of discussion between the government and non-Muslim groups. Despite continuous efforts over time, activities of interreligious exchange in the Malaysian society are scarcely organized. Recently, there is an urge to re-establish an independent parliamentary interfaith commission in Malaysia, and we shall see how it develops from there. To date, there are a few challenges in interreligious communication in Malaysia. First, impediments are foreseen in the inquiry of interreligious elements, as there is a general rejection towards a dialogue between religions, probably due to a view that the idea of cosmopolitanism or the interreligious approach may be deemed too westernized. Secondly, religious exclusivity is prevalent, and expanding the knowledge on other religions may be deemed jeopardizing the existing faith one has subscribed to. Among the minority groups in the country, the most common Buddhist denominations are Mahayana, Theravada, Vajrayana, as well as a new form recognized as engaged Buddhism that contribute music and sound to the landscape of religions. Although conventional researchers are keener to look into the liturgical chants of sutra and mantra. Buddhist music can be appreciated in other genres of devotional songs and commercial songs that can engage a modern audience. In other words, the styles and appeals in Buddhist music are diverse and unlimited for temple walls. Buddhist music nowadays is not easy to define as it appears in various forms, languages, functional needs, and of diverse compositional methods and styles in performance. Its nearest stereotype is composed on the foundation of Buddhist scripture or literature, which is what is regarded as liturgical. But modern Buddhist music compositions can be simply based on a Buddhist idea in the religious philosophy. Evangelization does not necessarily take place at times. This qualitative study is to look into the feasibility of making use of Buddhist music elements as a bridge of interreligious communication that serves as a role model for a country, demonstrating a diversity in ethnicity, cultures, and religiosity. I will not detail the methodology today, but to simply share this idea and invite more problems for all to consider in this regard. To provide an idea of how Buddhist music sounds like, I have prepared and analyzed 4 music samples with a consideration of diversity factors. And now I shall let the presentation slides speak for the music. I'm going to play the music together with the slides now. And this is the first music example. Okay, I shall go to the next example.
Should
right, so here's the third example. Okay, and lastly. Okay, I'm so sorry that the last transcription is a bit not so clear to see because it's handwritten. Buddhism is a long-standing religious philosophy that promotes a way of living in peace, harmony, and serenity. As practitioners hold an open attitude towards other religions and belief systems as well. In regards to the promotion of a universal understanding of diverse cultures and religious systems in humanity, the Buddhist philosophy appears comparatively to be an approachable link to promote an interreligious dialogue. Buddhist music is not just limited to and essentialized for Buddhist music, but it also carries certain calming effects and meaningful elements that can be intellectually helpful in interreligious learning and encompasses a population of diverse ideas on spirituality. Buddhist comprehensive approach towards sentient beings potentially allows its music to connect with major faiths in the least insensitive way. Sentient beings are defined as beings limited to those endowed with consciousness. This moral perspective of inclusivity can justify the Buddhist way as a suitable lens to examine the feasibility of this research. So at the stage of research execution, more questions will definitely derive for the sake of shaping the undertaking with constructive ideas related to an interreligious study in the 21st century. Here are a few striking ones. Comparatively, can Buddhist music deliver universal interreligious values that can benefit all? Even when Buddhist music contains the many virtues of humanity, how can we not deprive devotees of other religions from appreciating the central Buddhist ideology that is deemed dissimilar and perhaps harmful to personal religiosity? As human beings who claim to have been educated and civilized, how do we practice looking for similarities in otherness? Is it possible to internalize these values without losing our own religion? Instead of looking forward to interreligious dialogues and exchanges, could we also search an ideal consensus intra-religiously? So that's all I'm sharing today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cho. It's a great paper, and also the way you organize everything with all those 4 examples. I mean, the thing you said about the inter-religious capacity from, Buddhist perspective, it makes a lot of sense. And it does give us this very calming effect, especially under the current situation in Sydney and in Melbourne. We're all in lockdown forever. So thank you so much, Dr. Cho. And now we move to the next speaker, who is equally fascinating background, Dr. Samuel Haller from Yunnan University. I guess he is recruited by Professor Yu Hui. And so Samuel lectures in ethnomusicologist and popular music studies, and is a postdoctoral fellow at the Center of Ethnomusicologist, Yunnan University. He specializes in music's embeddedness in everyday urban life. He's a graduate from University of Southampton and Durham University. He recently published a book entitled Chinese Street Music, Complicating Music Community, published by Cambridge University Press, and a co-edited volume, Musical Spaces, Place, Performance, and Power. Now let's welcome to listen to Dr. Samuel Haller's The Spirituality of Money-Making Soundscapes, Transcendent Experiences in Pop and China's Streets. Please, Dr. Haller.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Premise of my presentation today is that typical discourses of spirituality tend to bring to mind musical encounters with ritual qualities, or those involving an attitude of contemplation. My aim is to scrutinize this assumption a little bit, and a few important things that might imply by considering how useful this notion of spirituality may be in apparently radically contrasting musical context. That is, the various sounds of public space life in contemporary urban China, dominated by commercial, popular music, and by people using this music in various forms of making money. What relationship do these sounds have with spirituality? And what does this say about spirituality as a conceptual reference point? So here's a quick plan. I'm going to say first a little bit about the kinds of ideas that spirituality is often entwined with, particularly the notion of art. Then I'll give you a small idea of a part of the commercial soundscape I'm talking about. And finally, I'll look at this kind of music through the lens of spirituality and assess what it might achieve. So, as I said, the key idea I'm interested in is the implicit connection drawn between spirituality and ritual and those contemplative attitudes in many, but not all relevant contexts. Only time for a very simplistic discussion here, but the field of philosophical aesthetics has a long history of valorizing things as art when they involve an attitude of deep, detached contemplation. In Europe, this is something that comes from thinkers like Kant in the 18th century, who evoke a disinterested appreciation of beauty. And we find that influence in modern Chinese aesthetics, Meishue, the study of beauty. Perhaps what comes to mind in these Chinese contexts, as Tony was talking about earlier, is this appealing image of ancient guqin players playing their instruments for self-cultivation detached from worldly concerns, striving for various perhaps Confucian, Taoist, Buddhist ideals, deep self-realization, sagehood, morality, and things like that. What I think these Chinese and European images have in common is that they are ideals created and perpetuated by social elites. They become normative modes of what is good and valuable, perhaps even marginalizing alternative sources of meaning and value that people may find in other kinds of musical experiences. And for a concrete example, we need look no further than how popular music has been discussed with reference to spirituality in relatively recent political circles. The influx of popular songs to mainland China from Hong Kong and Taiwan in the 1980s was accompanied by concerns about things like spiritual decline, spiritual emptiness, spiritual shock, unsuitable spiritual civilization. This is partly to do with the so-called commodity character of these musical products, and also to do with the apparently questionable morality of the themes that were sung about in this music. So my intention is to look at spirituality as connected to ideals of things like art, beauty, morality, in more skeptical terms, as evidence of elite cultures perpetuating their values to reinforce their position in politics or society. I'm looking closely at what lies behind spirituality, how it can be a territory on which values and claims to power are negotiated. 2. 2014, I spent time in the city of Wuhan investigating so-called everyday musical encounters in urban China. That is the soundscape of contemporary cities all around us when we take part in public space life, when we step out of our front doors, as it were. Just time to mention one of the many parts of this soundscape today. That is a scene in which singers take to the streets and parks like this one each day to offer songs to passers-by and people who become regular audience members. They sing songs from the Mandarin dialect pop canon, mainly from the 1980s onwards. So, linking back to what I was just saying, their musical material already risks denigration as commercial, frivolous, or even spiritually corrupt. But also, on top of that, the very reason for these performances is for members of the audience to become drawn in to offering singers cash tips. The singers make a living from these tips. I want to show a brief video to give you a sense of what these events are like. We're going to see this park singer being offered cash during her song by a particular audience member, this gentleman with the orange-pink shirt. So please look out for him in the background as he gives one of these gifts. Here we go. So all in all then, not a musical practice that I think would typically be associated with spirituality in many ways, but considering the ideas of challenging those elite and politicized implications I was talking about, in the time I have left, I want to ask whether we might equally see these practices as spiritual to perhaps undermine a little the concept's potentially problematic implications. And here I've fairly arbitrarily taken one particular piece of scholarship to help in this task. It's a heavily cited article from 1997 by Brian Zinbauer and colleagues, and it seeks to provide some clarity about what this fuzzy term spirituality seems to mean to people. They offer a list of things that a certain group of people feel are dimensions of spirituality: inner state of comfort, gaining meaning, personal growth, concern for others, hope, control over problems, connected with God, nature, and things like that, and some things to do with particular religious or meditative practices. Of these 9 categories, I think there's actually good reason to think of probably 7 of them as, to some degree or other, quite meaningful part of the performances I showed you in the video. Of course, I don't have time to go into all 7 now, so instead I just want to pick out one that I think is most strikingly central to the ethos of those shows. That is the element of concern for others. And interestingly, I think how this is tightly bound up with, rather than hindered by the exchange of money, those money exchange practices being so central here. Basically, the gift giving comes about through sustained efforts to encourage the audience to think of the performances as embedded in their wider ethical lives. Through on-microphone talk to the audience between songs from MCs and singers, the songs are presented as manifestations of singers' generous attitudes. They're gifts to the audience, signaling how they bestow wishes for health, prosperity, and happiness on anyone who is there to listen. On top of this, the moral virtue of the singers is emphasized at every opportunity. Their tough family circumstances, the children or family members they have to support, their commitment to their challenging profession, and so on. And while the singer's role is framed about being generous to the audience, so too is the audience's role. The gift giving is presented as a morally good thing, to support and reward these deserving people. On one occasion, I'm in the audience as a singer is busy setting up the audio equipment in preparation for her song, while the MC fills the time with some introductory comments. The MC mentions that the singer is often sick and catches colds regularly, but the singer immediately takes exception to this and breaks off what she's doing to put the MC straight. She picks up the microphone and stresses that although she was often ill in the past, since beginning to perform at this nightly show, she's no longer suffered from illness, being now supported by many friends in the audience who look after her. So the singer seizes this opportunity to claim that the support and protection of friends in the audience has made all the difference to her health. It seems that money exchange and concern for others are not kind of contradictory phenomena, but actually inseparable here. Money can be part of how people are invested in each other's lives. So the practice actually depends on the sense that both singers and audience members are there to feel like they're doing something for others, making the world a better place in some kind of way. Perhaps we see that those dimensions of spirituality that I listed before, not things meaningful only in musical context of typical ritual activity, or where people have that contemplative attitude and a profound detachment associated with art. To be honest, ultimately, I'm not really interested in whether we label this part of Wu Han's commercial soundscape as something spiritual or not. That's not really my business. And I'm actually quite aware that the approach I've outlined here is a simplistic and flawed one in many ways, actually. But I think it kind of serves my wider point quite well, to bring a skeptical attitude to the kind of pedestal on which spirituality can often be placed, and to recognize the negotiation of social and political legitimacy that becomes bound up with, through related ideas like detached contemplation, art, and aesthetics. So I'll just end by, I suppose, calling for adequate scrutiny of what lies behind discourses of spirituality, for a degree of suspicion about valorizing it as an ideal when that serves to marginalize the myriad forms of meaning and value that people derive from musical experiences, especially when the centrality of political elites are at stake. So that's it. Thanks very much. Hopefully I wasn't talking to myself the last 10 minutes and somebody heard that. Thank you.
No, you didn't, Samuel. You definitely talked to me. All these things are so familiar, and I'm so pleased that you have angle. You know, the angle that I didn't occur to me, but made all the sense. So even though you see the approach is a flawed to a point, but still it has a lot of a value in research. It's fascinating. I really look forward to the outcome of your research. It's
Thank
really
you.
good. And I suppose you enjoy Yunnan. Yes.
Yeah, not
Very
there
much.
yet, but I will do as soon as I get there.
Lucky you. Thank you so much for all the three speakers that we have for this session. You know, all of them are very interesting, fascinating talks. And, you know, all the questions Nick has sent an email in the chat box, so anyone can just email them the questions. Otherwise, we do have many questions that we would like to ask. So please do stay connected. So I'll hand over to the next session, which Sally Walker will chair. And Sally, I enjoyed your talk, so I look forward to the session you chair. Here you go, Sally.
Okay, thank you very much, Jin Han, and there were wonderful presentations in this last hour indeed. So firstly, I just wanted to let you listen to this chime. Okay. Could you just show me if you were able to hear that?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I might turn the volume down just a little bit, thank you. That I'll play that chime with a 2-minute warning when you've got 2 minutes to go, and then at the end of your talk, just to help you orientate yourself. So we have our 3 speakers in the next session, session 6, Ritual Healing and Transcendence. So I'll introduce each speaker individually. We're going to begin with Dr. San Huang Tsai, who is from the Elder Conservatorium of Music, the University of Adelaide, where he is a senior lecturer. He's a graduate of Oxford University. He is the recipient of numerous scholarships and awards and has published extensively in a broad range of areas, including ethnomusicology, organology, anthropology, and Chinese-Taiwanese studies in the form of 2 books and over 20 articles. His talk today is Music, Spirituality and Governance, the Invention of Confucian Ritual Performance in 1960s Taiwan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you can hear me from me. Today, there are many Confucius temples in Taiwan and also in China, with annual ritual performances to worship Confucius. And also in Korea, there are several Confucius shrines could be found in historical site of Confucius academies. But there's only one so Miao performed both spring and autumn ceremony music and dance provided by the National Gugak Centers. Gugak Center is a national center for Korean traditional performing art, claimed to be the successor of imperial court music institutions. So what unique about Taiwan's Confucius ritual performance? According to Joseph Lam, one of the most established Chinese ritual music scholars working on especially Ming Dynasty and Song Dynasty court music. And he used the words authentic and also the style of solemn to contrast the ritual performance in Qufu, China, where Confucius was born. But in fact, Confucius' ideologies and cultures has undergone a long process of canonization by the Chinese code. From the civil service examination system to Confucius' temple and associated ritual and cults, the philosophies and practices of Confucius scholars have continuously impact on the literary and political circle. It's documented Chinese emperors offer a sacrifice right to the tomb of Confucius as early 195 BC. It was not until 619, under Tang Emperor Gaozong, the first temple was built in a capital devoted to the literary culture, where Confucius was the main figure. The Confucius was declared as, quote, extraordinary wise departed teachers, end quote, quote, model teachers for 10,000 ages, end quotes, by imperial courts. Annual ritual offerings to Confucius were conducted, especially in capital cities in different dynasties of China. The tradition was continued until the late imperial and also republican era. Emperor Qianlong was deeply interested in popular Confucius rituals. The first president of Republic of China, Yuan Shikai, officially worshipped Confucius as an equal to heaven and designated September 28 as the national date of the commemorations. And it's kind of continued that tradition in Taiwan. It's really the day that every teachers in Taiwan celebrate Teachers' Day. Confucius philosophy and its associated cultural practice were criticized by the leaders during the Cultural Revolutions in 1966 in the People's Republic of China. And as political leaders in China of the time believed that such beliefs were responsible for slowing down the pace of China's progression and modernization. So in direct contrast to the above situation in China, the situation towards Confucianism was very different in the post-war Taiwan. It took some years to re-establish the Confucius ceremony in Taiwan after KMT retreat there in 1949. But when the first Confucius ritual was performed and held in 1967, it was a large-scale international affair. Held at the Taipei Confucius Temple, it was led by high government officials, including Mayor of Taipei and Minister of Interior. More than 100 foreign guests attending ceremony, including, for example, 250 delegates from the Asian Chinese Business Assembly, 160 delegates from World Anti-Communist Unit. It's kind of interesting, 270 members from the National Kugak Center in Korea were also present. However, the United Daily News reported that the event was not fully satisfactory by the officials. According to the document entitled Constituting Confucius Rite and Music Performers, the President Chiang Kai-shek gave instruction to set up Confucius Rite and Music Performance Committee to oversee the revival of Confucius ceremonial performers just before the annual celebration of Confucius' birthday. The Taipei Confucius Temple was chosen as first model. Subsequently, the implementation committee of the Confucius Rite and Ritual Music was established with a 9-year plan to continuously research and develop the ritual and to host relevant workshops to install the ceremonial music, dance, object, cautions, and etiquettes. One essential figure for the revival of Taiwan's Confucius ceremonial performance was Professor Zhuangben Li. According to him, I quote, in 1968, Dr. Zhang Fucong, the director of Palace Museum Taipei, presented a report to President Chiang Kai-shek suggesting that ritual performance and dance in Taipei's Confucius Temple should be improved. Then President Jiang ordered me to make a plan within a month and soon put into action. The Bureau of Culture organized a committee led by Dr. Zhang Fucong. I was member and the head of music and dance sections. And I soon put the improvements and reconstruction of plan into action and complete within 9 years, end quote. To restore Confucian ceremonial performance in Taiwan was one of the major political as well as musical projects of the era. And it received great media attention. Countless reports could be found today from newspaper database. Even Professor Zhuangben Li's research trip to Korea in studying Confucius ritual performance there in Seoul was reported. Instead of adapting the existing performers in Tainan Confucius Temple built in 1965, this Confucius temple in Tainan, built in 1665, which had a strong heritage link to Taiwan's history and society. But they chose Taipei Confucius Temple as the face testing case before applying these models to all Confucius temples in Taiwan for two main reasons. First, Taipei was the temporary wartime capital of the Republic of China during this era. So the government need a state-controlled temples. So the previous owners of the temples, Guo Chengfu and Chen Shiqing, were pressured by the government to transfer their ownership of this city's only historical Confucius temple to the government in 1971. Secondly, all other Confucius temples in Taiwan urgently require standardization. So Taipei's ceremonial performers became the models first, and then apply that particular style of performance to all Confucius ritual performances in Taiwan. The working committees actually also argue that they decided not to use Qing versions of the ritual performance, because Qing was regarded as non-Han Chinese regimes and seeing them as kind of minorities or even barbarians who actually took control of the China in a particular dynasty. So from a sort of Sino-centric viewpoint of Taiwan's political and cultural leaders of the time, the ruler of Qing dynasty was not Chinese ethnically, and their culture and systems were implicated, highly hybridized between the Man and the Chinese systems. So Professor Zhuangben Li and other members of the committee substituted Qing-style ritual performance with a combination of practices and systems from various of Chinese history and dynasties. So altogether, we have a music and hymn and dance from the Ming Dynasty sources, and they reconstruct 21 type of instruments from historical reference, and also using the drumming patterns of the Qing Dynasty, and the costumes were originally from Song Dynasty. So the Republic of China in Taiwan 90 minutes version of Confucius ceremony was announced and implemented in 1970s, and subsequently it's adopted by all surviving Confucius temples in Taiwan. So this type of Confucius ceremony isn't unique for the era of cultural renaissance movement. The idea is using music and other cultures to attacking the communist idea of cultural revolution. So the Confucius ritual performance is really only one of very, very few music-related projects of the time. So today, Confucius ritual performance is a very, performed in various cities in Taiwan by using that kind of hybrid reinstallation and creative models by the Professor Zhuangben Li. So one might argue that Confucianism stressed the concept of harmony between people and their environments, being spiritual, not really a religion. Nevertheless, the state plays a critical role in the making of social harmony. Don't forget that. It is said in responding to the incorporation of use of dancers by an official of Confucius' time, he was very upset and angry with the collapse of inadequate music and systems of his time. And I was wondering how the Confucius himself commented on the ceremonial performances, putting him as a center of worship across Taiwan Strait. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so very much. That was Dr. Tsai San Huang from the Elder Conservatorium in Adelaide with this fascinating talk and a most beautifully presented PowerPoint as well with wonderful photos. I see there's not actually any questions in here, but I would perhaps return the question to you of what would you think that Confucius would be thinking of this ritual ceremony at this time?
It's a very, very interesting question. And I was wondering, what would Confucius react to this type of music? I think, in Korea, they're still using so-called national institution that claim the linkage of the imperial court of Korea as kind of national ceremonial music. I think that's pretty a big statement compared with those performances in Taiwan and in China. The case in Taiwan is also quite interesting. If we have time, I'd just like to show a little bit examples of this Confucius ceremony in Taiwan. It's actually performed by a primary school. It's actually performed by primary school kids for playing music and also dance, rather than using professional artists, because those school students, they were pupil of Confucius as well, although it's kind of 2,000 years passing on. So Taiwan also have a kind of unique position in linking their performance to Confucian follower. But in China, the case is quite interesting, and it also changed. According to Joseph Lam, when he was there, it's very, very kind of touristic. They are using kind of professional artists, have no connection to that sort of Confucius tradition. But the situation also changed quite a lot in the past 10 years because the revival of Confucianism. So yeah, I'm looking forward to have some sort of comparative study from the point of Confucius at some point.
Thank you, Dr. Tsai. And I'm sure a lot of you do have questions for him. So his email address is here in the chat section. Please do reach out. So now we're moving on to our second speaker in session 6 of the symposium, which is Ritual Healing and Transcendence. We now hear from Dr. Terumi Narushima from the University of Wollongong and Craig Grady. So Craig Grady is a prominent US-Australian composer and sound artist. Craig is the director of the Embassy of Anaphoria, an ensemble of microtonal instruments of his own design. He has worked as a shadow puppeteer, tuning theorist, filmmaker, world music radio DJ, and concert promoter. Terumi Narushima is a composer, performer, and senior lecturer at the University of Wollongong. Her highly esteemed work has been presented at numerous festivals in Australia and overseas and has been broadcast on national radio and television. So now we have the paper Shadow Theatre of Anaphoria as Contemporary Ritual Performance. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sally. The Shadow Theatre of Anaphoria was started by Craig Grady in 1996 in Los Angeles. It has presented 11 or 12 plays since that time, using shadow puppets, live music on original microtonal instruments, and special lighting effects using multiple colored lights. For our presentation today, we'll take the format of a conversation between the two of us to introduce to you the Shadow Theatre of Anaphoria. So first of all, Craig, how did you get into shadow puppetry?
Well, during the 80s, I did silent films with live music. And this was mainly because I worked as a scenic artist in Hollywood. And I wanted to use these skills for something a little more productive. And in silent films, I saw an outmoded technology that still had a lot of potential. So eventually I ended up doing an opera which involved live people, and with these live people, I much preferred working with live people as opposed to just a film where the people were always exactly the same. And then I saw a performance of a shadow play, and it seemed to fit with a lot of other things that was going on in my life. Like I had changed my tuning system, which we'll touch upon later, and that medium seemed like to be the best way to go.
You describe Anaphoria Island as a sanctuary. Could you explain what this means?
So Anaphoria is even though it's an imaginary or visionary geography, we can say, it actually functions as a silent culture, which has the advantage that since it's a culture of exiles from everywhere, from lost civilizations or marginal characters in former shadow plays, they can all speak evenly. Whereas like normally if one goes to an exile goes to a culture, they have to first conform to that culture in order to speak. And so in this context, they'll kind of get a chance to speak equally, I think. Yeah.
And how do these ideas relate to your shadow plays?
Well, I think this guy wants to speak about the shadow plays, since he feels that the puppets are the ones that should be speaking about their own medium. So Anaphoria explores new roles of minor characters and also expands the idea that the characters can be animals and plants, and also those mysterious inner objects like sacred symbols or personal visions that are often oppressed in our extroverted view of our existence. Our own inner communes need to be a place also. So also in the shadow theater, we use multiple sources of light as opposed to just one source of light. I guess that's the...
Could you tell us maybe a little bit more about some of your characters that feature in your shadow plays?
Well, originally, the characters were all to learn how to do shadow theater. I first made replicas of pre-existing ones, and these were often, and then because I didn't want to just choose and appropriate major characters, I tried to use minor characters that I thought should be given more life than they are often in their traditional form. So from there,
well,
I realized that through all these different shadow forms, that there were certain characters that weren't represented at all. In fact, most shadow theater, the female characters tend to be minor and almost like stage props. They're more like props. So I've tried to differentiate female roles, and if anyone wants to suggest for female roles besides like the shoe thrower, I thought was a really excellent one. As a protester, I think I'm not the first one to. I don't have it here, but I think I'm the first one to have a pregnant shadow puppet. And here is a shadow puppet with a child based on a Hopi woman, actually.
And speaking of unusual or unexpected characters featuring in your shadow plays, one of your recent plays actually had the starring role was played by a log, an orphaned log.
Yes, most of these plays come about through some form of synchronicity, which keeps it in tune with the time, even though we're drawing upon ancient characters. So I will actually tell the story that when the log lady died, the one who played in the David Lynch things, my first thought is like, well, what happens to the log? Everyone was concerned about the log lady, but all of a sudden I realized that the log was orphaned. So I borrowed this character, or a character like the log, and that became the main character.
A non-speaking role.
A non-speaking role, but there's other aspects that came about. As like during last year, there were children being interrogated in the United States in court scenes where they didn't understand the language. So at one point, in the last shadow play, the log is put on trial, and the log answers and log drum rhythms. And so that was making a mockery of this type of event. So it's we try and keep things tied into everyday events. And an important aspect also is the sacredness of clowns, is that the clowns are not always considered so sacred, but in the shadow theater, they are.
So you've talked a little bit already about some of the contemporary social concerns, things happening in the world, inspiring ideas for the shadow play. But I wonder how your plays, your shadow theatre work, explores the idea of spirituality.
I think what we are witnessing now in the world is an emergence of a new type of spirituality that is as much bottom up as it is top bottom, in the sense that it is growing out of people's personal experiences that are rather suppressed and can't always be spoken. And this type of personal experiences are meeting and dialogue with the traditional forms of religion. And so there's a dialogue going on between these two that we're really not quite sure where it's going on. So in this theater, because I'm drawing upon sometimes extinct spiritualities, these two are given a voice. There's also the transcending human beings altogether by using animals, like animals, because of the pandemic and people, first of all, were blaming bats for this pandemic. And also the aspect that animals were appearing in more and more urban locales. We decided to do a shadow play with practically all animal characters. And then the animals, they're in the same position, have the same type of relationship to plants that we have to them. So, and then from there, so we have to think of plants being alive too. And then
that's the gong. We've got limited time.
You've got 2 minutes still.
2 minutes, thank you. Your instruments that are featured in the shadow plays, they're specially tuned instruments made by you. Could you tell us just briefly about the tuning?
The tuning is based on some sacred geometry of something called Meru Prastara, which is old, and it's found in India and in China under a different name. But if one adds up the diagonals of the sacred thing and tunes it to harmonics, one ends up with the tuning that I'm working with. So once I had this tune, I actually had this tuning before I started with shadow play, but since it is a sacred object, I really wasn't interested in putting it in a context where all I was doing was secularizing a sacred object. So the shadow theater enabled me to allow it to exist in an environment that's more appropriate to the original source of the tuning.
So just to wrap up, here are some images of the many puppets that Craig has created over the years. And we might finish with just an excerpt from one of the shadow plays, which features a mysterious babbling brook, which has transformative healing powers. I hope the sound is coming through.
Yes.
Water! I found water! I cannot let you drink from the brook right now. What do you mean? I found water. I've been searching for months and days. I need water! The water has changed. If you drink from it now...
Whoops.
And probably
there will be no return. What do you mean? I cannot let you drink from this brook. What do you mean? I need to drink the water. I need to drink it. I don't care about its changing. I need to drink it. Get out of my way. I need to drink the water. What is happening?
And I guess we'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. That was Craig Grady and Dr. Terumi Narasimha, University of Wollongong, with Shadow Theatre of Anaphoria as contemporary ritual performance in a particularly original delivery. Thank you so much for all the efforts you went to deliver it in this format. We don't actually have any questions here, but there's a comment here, a couple of comments, such intricate puppets. And also Dr. Nicholas Ng has given us the website on Anaphoria, which I've had a quick look at, which is particularly interesting in the notion of imagination and being an adult, not needing to be separate realms. So please do reach out to the email address that's here provided on that, and also the website. We'll just need to move on now. Thank you very much, both of you, for your and your associated friends for your delivery today. We now move to the to the final talk in the session 6, Ritual Healing and Transcendence. We now are going to hear from Dr. Giorgio Scalici on the healing music of Wana people, shamanism, playfulness, and kasantua in the Indonesian jungle. Dr. Giorgio Scalici is a postdoctoral research fellow in music, healing, and emotion at Nova University, Lisbon, with interests in death studies, indigenous culture, mythology, religion, trance, ethnomusicology, and the anthropology of emotion. Giorgio's work has been published in International Journal of Creative and Arts Studies and Approaches and Interdisciplinary Journal of Music Therapy. So we'll just see if we've got Giorgio there. Might just have to... Giorgio, are you there?
I'm here.
You're
Can you
here.
hear me?
There we are. Can see you now. Thank you. So I'll just give you the gong at 2 minutes before the end of your talk.
Okay, no problem. May I go? Yes. Could do this on. Perfect. Can you see it? Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, at least for me. It's 8 a.m. here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the amazing papers. It was very interesting. Today I'm going to talk about the Wana people. And yesterday I had a not very smart idea to expand the topic a little bit. So we're going to talk about shamanism and funeral. But the general topic of the talk about music, emotion, and spirituality is going to stay there, don't worry. I'm going to talk about the Wana people of Morowali that are a very small indigenous community in Indonesia, not very famous. They live in Sulawesi, here, this island, actually very close to the Toraja people that maybe many of you know. There are a lot of studies on the Toraja people, but about the Wana people, there is just one book. I don't know why academia never care much. It's just one book, and next year is going to be my book. So next year we're going to have 2 books about the Wana people and a few articles. They live in the natural reserve of Morowali. There was Jane Morning Atkinson did some research in the 70s, and Anna Grambers did some research in 2011, and then I did research in 2011, 2016 here in the blue part, and here then trying to change the map. Before explore the idea how the Wana people use music, we must know a little bit about their mythology, how they see the world. The thing is, the Wana people believe that at the beginning everything was one, kind of Big Bang. It was one, was full of power, but then one day it ended because mythological time ended, so it started to expand and to lose power. And now we have the Wana land, that there is no power at all, and the West, where we live, more or less, it is full of power. The West is rich because we got the money from the Wana. And so they live a miserable life, we're living a rich life, and the mythological people live in the West, the spirits live in the West. And there are 2 different realities in space, not just in time, but especially in space. What music does is to create a bridge between the mythological space-time of the West, but not only, and the Wana. So the Wana live a miserable life, but once they use music to create this bridge, they gain again power. Music is invisible, so it's a perfect tool to be used to enter in contact with invisible things like emotion, spirituality, spirits in general, illness. Here there is a small map how they wanna categorize the world. There is a village at the center with zero power. And while we're moving further and further, the power increase. You have to imagine the jungle is like this. So the thing about not seeing is very important. In the jungle, you cannot see, but you can hear. You can hear the presence of a river like few hours in advance. You can hear the birds, but you cannot see anything. So power comes from the sound. And everything that is connected with this not visible realm of spirituality. Here, there's a few samples of Wana traditional instrument. This music was never studied or documented before, so enjoy. And now we're going to see first the shamanic ritual very briefly, and then the funeral, how music helped the community to regenerate, to allow the shaman and the people to enter in contact with the spiritual realm and to do amazing things, actually. It's important to notice that the local word for shaman is Tauwalia. It literally means person, spirit. Tau is person and Walia spirit. Because the shaman is a special being that is half person, half spirit. The thing is, in normal time, it's just a person. But when the music of the ritual starts, he becomes a spirit. The music of the ritual gives him powers. Like when there is a music, a shaman can walk in the sky. If the music stops, the shaman will fall. If there is a music, the shaman can become invisible, can eat fire. But when the music stops, it ends everything. And the music is very important because together with this idea of spirituality, is also the idea of playfulness, of staying together, of playing together. They want to remember the idea that everything was one and was powerful. So the one, when they are together, they are powerful. So when somebody is sick, they organize a shamanic ritual. People come together in a small space, a lot of people in a very small space, and there is music, there is dance, there is flirting, there is alcohol. The person sick is here. A lot is going on. Here you can see the traditional instrument. These are very modern in some way, around 50, 60 years. In the past, there was used a bamboo zither, but the one I almost forgot about it. Here, there's two gongs and a drum. And the shaman actually need to knee in front of the instrument to get the power. The power comes directly through the music instrument, because the music instrument need, when they play music, the mythical time and the profane time, they mix together. They become one again. And so spirit comes when there is the music. An amazing thing can be done. And the music is played for hours and hours, and the shaman dance. There's a small extract from the music. You have to imagine this music for 8 hours. Try to make this. Let's start. They made this for 8 hours. Of course, it helps to get into trance, but also create a kind of playful atmosphere. It's a kind of a disco situation. Because here in the jungle, there is not much to do. And this is actually a kind of a party. When people organize shamanic ritual, every time somebody gets married, it's part of the festivity. You see people here are laughing. And we're going to see even more during the funeral. And especially for the female shaman, the dance, it's very sensual. while men just jump up and down, the women move the arms, the music is different. Just a quick look. Because it's a party, it's also an opportunity to find a partner or something. Sorry for the very old video, but female shaman now are very rare. Actually, Pino died, this woman died a few years ago. So it's very hard to see. For the shaman. And then briefly, in the funeral episode of Insignia, they use music to move from this state of despair to this state of happiness, passing through this situational extreme crisis. And they do, because the funeral is based on music. The myth telling how to officiate a funeral is based on this musical instrument. They're related to sex, fundamentally sex. One of my informants told me that when she plays the flute, her husband comes, he knows what to do. It's just like, it's more than just courtship. It's interesting to see how even among the Wana people, Eros and Thanatos goes together. And we see that the funeral is a kind of a festival again. It's like the shamanic rhythm, but bigger, more people, more opportunity. It's a real festival. You have hundreds of people staying together for 2 nights. And here you have the husband staying near the dead wife. This bag represents the dead wife. You see the atmosphere. She's laughing. In the buffer right, they're laughing and smiling. It's a positive atmosphere. It's a terrible event, but the Wana people managed to transform it into a positive opportunity to stay together. Look here, how many people in a small space, how you can feel alone with all these people. Of course, it's not just being there, but it's also like singing together. Here somebody else is smiling. So people sing together for 2 nights. Here other people laughing. And singing together, as we know, means being together, be the same thing, be one. Again, we see people, it's a positive environment. We have explosion of pain and violence, but here people are relaxing, staying together. Here again, pain, people crying, and then they go to the grave, and people are laughing again. The music is helping them because the music is telling them what to feel. The music is guiding them, especially because there are the lyrics. And the moment of major pain is the moment when the song ends, because it's when the person is actually dead, because it's the moment that the soul arrives in the afterlife. So the music is guiding the community. And here we see people dancing. And here are small lyrics. It's of the funeral is this. It's much better telling stories, singing the same direction, is being one. The rule is confirmed, we are together. And just to briefly end, as these people are laughing, and they are laughing because they're watching the video of a funeral. They ask me, can I see the video you made at the funeral of my wife? Yeah, of course. And they're laughing because what is last of the funeral is the positive moment they spend with friends and relatives. They are laughing, seeing people drunk, making stupid things, singing along last closing, all these things. It's amazing how the last emotion is a positive one. It's all done through the music is guiding them. It never left them. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your listening. I hope I got in time.
Thank you. That was wonderful. So that was Dr. Georgia Scalici from the Nova University of Lisbon. We have some comments here. This is extraordinary that it can last for 8 hours. Someone says they have we need another 8 hours. Lots of questions. Indeed, such dedication. And so here's a question. How does modern religion, Christianity, Islam, et al., affect the way these shamanic practices are viewed and perceived by the Wana?
Very good question. The relationship with the Muslim, with Islam is very good. Muslim goes to the shamanic ritual, it's fine. It's a general issue with the government because one religion is not considered a religion legally, and this is Indonesia is creating a lot of issue. So if you ask them, they tell you like, we don't have religion. And this creates a lot of issues, very long discussion. The big issues start with the Christians. Because the Christian in the place, they believe they are superior to them. So they don't take part to the ritual. They consider people from the jungle as like backwards, like they're treated differently. And there is a huge separation between Christianity, Christian Wana, and traditional Wana, we could say. While with the Muslim, no, they are brothers. They actually tell you like, we are brothers with the Muslim. But with the Christians, there is a huge issue and it's very complex. And with missionaries, because missionaries are there like to destroy them in some way. And so some problem arising, honestly. Yes.
Thank you, Georgia. I just have a quick question for you, which is, did you, all those photographs and videos from your own fieldwork?
Yes,
How extraordinary to have developed this trust that you were able to do that.
Yeah, no, I lived there with 1 year. So it's, I was trying to go back in 2021, but pandemic.
Wonderful. So Georgia's also put his, oh, sorry, there's one more. We've got perhaps just half a minute for one more question. It looks like the community were quite happy to have these rights documented. Were there certain practices, excuse me, which were off limits to be viewed as an outsider? Can you talk to the extent of your participation in any of these rituals?
Yeah, it's also a very good question. The funny thing is that like people crying. The first time I went there, I didn't feel well about recording people crying. Like, okay, it's too much. I'm not going to do it. Then when I came back, I understood it was my issue, not there. I didn't care. But they were happy to have a Westerner, an almost mythological being at their ritual. And they were happy that I was there to record because then they could watch it, they can have the photos. So they were usually very happy about it. Participation, of course, I didn't sing at the ritual. They asked me to play at the shamanic ritual, but I didn't feel like, I didn't want to do any damage because it can be very dangerous. So they were very welcome and very happy to have me around. It was my personal issue. Like, okay, it's not fine to record people crying, but it was fine, at least for them. I hope this answers your question.
Thanks, Georgia. It's wonderful. And do visit his website if you want to read more on this. So that concludes our session 6, Ritual Healing and Transcendence. And I will now pass on to the next host, who is my great colleague at the School of Music at Australian National University, Associate Professor Kim CUNIO, who's going to host Intercultural Connections.
Sally, hello everyone, and I wanted to start by acknowledging the fact that even though it's been acknowledged already today that all of us are in lands that there have been First Nations, and I know we've had so many people from international presenters, but if we actually look, we actually find that there are First Nations peoples in pretty well every country or every region that we've covered. And I'd like to acknowledge that there have been elders past, present and emerging, and that in just about all cases, the Indigenous lands of this world were never ceded. And so for myself today, you know, thinking and working in Ngunnawal country, but being present on Gadigal country today, I'd like to just really be aware of that. So thank you, Sally. Thank you to all the hosts. And before we start, 2 things on this term of intercultural music before we get to some wonderful presenters. The first is that, you know, this is being hosted by a university, which is really one of the great universities of Australia for thinking about Australia in a place in the contemporary landscape. And this is a place where really intercultural work happens about as well as it does in the whole of country. Because for anyone who's overseas, Western Sydney is one of the great multicultural success stories of the entire world, given that there were always tensions in the world. This is being presented in a place where there's well over 150 diverse ethnic communities, and there's a sense of scholarship that transcends what is probably the Western traditions of the academy, particularly in the sandstone universities, that is so well done at Western Sydney. And also one last thing is to really acknowledge the excellence of the School of Music at the school that the music is a part of at Western Sydney, and the incredible intercultural expertise that goes on there. And finally, to acknowledge that in Dr. Ng, there's someone who's got a wealth of knowledge and experience in that area as well. So that's my little introduction. And I must say, I've been looking forward to this session a lot, because we're covering such a wide-ranging and excellent group of ways of thinking. So our first presenter is Dr. Caroline Chia from the National University of Singapore. And Caroline, as you would know from reading your notes, is a research fellow in the Department of Chinese Studies at the National University of Singapore, a fine institution. She's published widely in the area of traditional Chinese theatre, including opera and puppetry across Southeast Asia, with Sinophone, Southeast Asia, Syntactic Voices across the Southern Seas in 2021, as a recent contribution to the field. So, like all of you, I'm really looking forward to this presentation. I'd like us to welcome, in the best virtual way we can, Dr. Caroline Chia.
Okay, first I'd like to thank the conference organizers, especially Nicholas, for inviting me to present this paper. I'll be presenting like what the introduction has already given, interculturality of Kauka in the Philippines. So I'll start by, this is an overview of what I'll be discussing in this presentation. Okay, so for Gaoga, it's a theatrical form from southern Fujian in China, and it was transmitted by migrants to various parts of Southeast Asia, namely the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore in the late 19th century. And in the Philippines, it started off during the early 19th-20th century with troops from southern Fujian who were invited to perform in the 1920s. So a lot of troops were invited by the local Chinese to perform there. So before I elaborate further on what is Gaoga and what is my research about, I'd like to also mention a little bit about Southern Fujian people and its the theatrical forms. So the term Hokkien to refer to the Southern Fujian people is actually a misnomer, but this is without coincidence. It is related to the dominance of the Southern Fujian Minnan people in the economic trade during the earlier 19th century and much even earlier, led them to be widely known as a significant group from Fujian. They are thus referred as Fujianese or Hokkien, especially outside China, and less commonly as Minnan people. But because of this popular usage, I continue to use this term to refer to the language, people, and culture that originate from South Fujian. As you can see from the map on the right, this is the whole of Fujian province. There are many theatrical forms, but then it's not limited to just Gaoga. So Gaoga belongs to this area in Quanzhou and Zhangzhou, where there are also different forms, but only talk about Gaojia opera in this case. So the term Gaojia opera, it only appeared after 1949 in China, but Gaoga, its Southern Fujianese Hokkien term, is closer to the etymology of the genre. So for example, this word Gaoga, which means 9 character roles, is believed to derive from the 7 child or 7 actor roles from its predecessor, Li Yuan opera. So the Li Yuan opera is the earlier form. And there's also another saying that it also derived from Goka, which is armor and dagger, to denote the military costumes and weapons on stage. And the highlight is often martial plays, which is one of the characteristics of Gaoga. So why do I choose Gaoga as my study, as a topic of my study, is that the Philippines is the only site in the Southeast Asian region today that still perform this genre, even when the Chino, as the Filipino Chinese are known, the community comprised less than 2% of the population. And even in places like Jinmen and Taiwan, where the majority of the population is of South Fujian origin, is also less seen and fast disappearing. So while the traditional aspect of Gaoga, such as its language and rituals, are retained, this tradition is continued by a younger generation of Filipino performers with no Chinese descent. So I felt that the concepts of interculturality and syncretism are relevant and can be proposed in this study. So, and also the reason behind this study is that previous studies mostly focus on religious syncretism among the local Chinese community. And this study seeks to understand how Filipino performers of no Chinese ethnicity also practice syncretism following their exposure to the local Chinese culture, in this case, Gaoga. While there are some studies covering the language of the Chinoy community, there's no study of the Gaoga tradition, especially its use of literary Hokkien. in speech and singing, which is even less used even among the community. I'll explain later on what is literary Hokkien. It's something that is not so used in everyday life. And this study also hopes to contribute to the understanding of Chineseness or Sinophone culture in Southeast Asia, especially because in the region where a lot of the places are, the Chinese is not the majority, Chineseness is constantly negotiated and interacts closely with the native so-called majority population and the culture. So in terms of this cultural interaction, it makes interculturality stand out as the Chinese population fades or shrinks. It's sometimes the non-Chinese that help to sustain a localized form of Chineseness, which is distinct from its site of origin in China. Okay, so I'll just roughly quote some of the scholars because to define interculturality. For example, for Carfoot, he mentioned that as is an opportunity for communication and restructured relationships in the world of artistic production. And according to Nelson, it is significant because cultures are constantly interpreted, negotiated, and mediated realities that presuppose passive and active reproduction, recreation, and transformation in relation to themselves and other cultures. And syncretism, according to Baume, is that it's based on mutual respect and reciprocal exchange of values and beliefs. And according to Berger, syncretism is the reconciliation of two or more cultural systems or elements with the modification of both. So, and according in the religious syncretism, according to both these they are Filipino-Chinese scholars, they mentioned that the simultaneous practice of elements from different religious traditions. And these two authors have identified three types of religious syncretism practiced by the ethnic Chinese in the Philippines. So the first is that images of different faiths are placed together and worshipped, for example, in an altar or in a religious institution. So for example, God of War is a Chinese deity, the Guan Yin, Amitabha Buddha, and Jesus Christ, Virgin Mary, all the different images are placed together and worshipped by the Chinese in the Philippines. And also the second type is worshipping a non-Chinese deity using Chinese rituals. Example, the Jesus of Nazareth is worshipped by the Chinese using incense, food offerings, and the use of divination sticks to venerate the saint. So it's quite, this religious syncretism, that's what they define it. And the third type is the conflation of Chinese deities with Catholic ones or vice versa. Example, Virgin Mary as the Christian emanation of the goddess of sea. So all these are some of the examples. I mean, for my case, is like, it's not that direct, but then you can see there's a lot of intercultural exchange, as well as how the non-Chinese performers also adopt, similar kind of practices. So I will focus on the case study of this troupe, which is called the Hokkien Opera Troupe in the Philippines, which I started out my fieldwork in 2017. So this troupe is relatively well known in the Philippines, and before the pandemic, the troupe was invited by various temples from all over Philippines, especially Binondo, which is the Manila Chinatown. Of course, they also perform in other non-religious contexts, but this is the main traditional context which they are always invited to perform. So the older performers are comprised mainly those of Chinese ethnicity or descent, but the younger group are mostly Filipinos with no Chinese descent. The older ones speak Hokkien well, while the younger and less experienced ones memorize with little understanding. So I quote Herkovitz in terms of how he thinks that although he doesn't study this group, but then it's quite relevant to what I feel in terms of this performance, the behavior and the attitude towards the Kauka. So the tendency to identify those elements in the new culture, as in according to the Kauka performers, with similar elements in the old one, the Catholic one, enabling the persons experiencing the contact to move from one to the other and back again with psychological ease. So as one of the Filipino performers in the troupe indicated, Chinese deities such as Ma Zu, goddess of the seas, are like our Catholic saints. We pray for healing or recovery when we are ill. So these are, they see similarities and they adopt similar behaviors as well. And all of the performers, whether they are Chinese or non-Chinese, they pray to the god of theater, Tiando Guanshui, which is in Chinese, Tiando Yuan Shuai. So I find it very interesting also because the god of theater is hardly mentioned in academia in terms of religious syncretism, but then he's very important because it's related to theater in traditional Chinese theater. And as a Catholic, the troupe leader mentioned that she prayed to the god of theater every day, whom she addressed as the master or Mengzhu in Chinese. So you can see on the a picture on the right that she has this poster of the deity hanging on her front door, house front door, where she will offer flowers, even though she doesn't own the effigy. And also, like the non-Chinese Gaoka performers, to them, their worship is likened to the Catholic, but incense and food, such as fruits, biscuits, is offered to the deity instead of candles. They show their reverence in Tagalog and pray for safety. On his birthday, which is the 16th day of the first lunar month, several offerings, which are like more grand kind of offerings, are that roast pig and chicken are presented, and Gaoka performances are regarded as celebration for the deity. So this is something also quite interesting to me, is that this is of course the effigy of the god of theater, which usually traditional, even in Quanzhou in Taiwan, they will bring it for their performances. So this is what I saw when I was there to observe the troupe. But then it's owned by another performer. Yeah, so it's sourced this, I'll just bring your attention to this incense holder. If you can see it, I've enlarged it in the middle. It's sourced from a non-Chinese origin, which is a shop that makes traditional kapis window paints. So kapis is a traditional material used during the Spanish colonization, which has become part of the Filipino heritage. So I find it very interesting because the troupe leader find that she said that there was no so-called incense holder, traditional Chinese incense holder being produced. So she has to kind of like, come up with other materials, which I felt that is quite interesting as well.
Oh, excuse me, Caroline, 2 minutes.
Okay. So basically, there are a lot of different kind of, in terms of the syncretism, which I'll just briefly mention since I have 2 minutes left. So the Filipino performers learn Hokkien lines and singing by memorization. And there are some of the Gaoka play script which are written in Romanized Hokkien with Tagalog explanations, but they find it very challenging because different intonations have different meanings. I will just roughly share the script. So, okay, this is the script that they copied. The troupe leader is so-called, I asked her many times, she said she's the author of the play scripts because her previous teachers were mostly Chinese, Filipino Chinese. They do not give her any play scripts. So she kind of, through memory and a lot of other experience, she wrote these play scripts. But some of the play scripts are also copied by the Gaoka performers, which are non-Chinese. So they wrote it down for learning. Then I also mentioned that there's a lot of different kind of, this is in my recent study, is that the word for Chinese, for example, a mother, is pronounced, literary Hokkien is pronounced as bio, but then colloquial Hokkien is called bu. So that's quite different, as you can see from the red box, which is the literary Hokkien, and the colloquial Hokkien in the text, blue box. Okay. So this gives you an idea of how the so-called literary Hokkien, the singing and the dialogue is presented. It's very different from the colloquial Hokkien that some of us may be familiar with. Like, for example, a pair of dragon and phoenix shines on the court rack. The official well-versed in both civil and martial arts to the feast and arm salute and enter the court to pay respect. Something like this, which is very different. Of course, the black and red writing is the original text, but I've already translated them just for your viewing. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I felt that the interculturality and syncretism, these two themes are quite relevant in terms of identifying with and respecting a culture that's not linked by ethnicity or blood, yet retaining one's own culture and its continuity of a Chinese tradition that transcends ethnicity and religious faith. Yeah, thank you.
A big thank you to Caroline Chia for a wonderful presentation, not only showing these broad premises of interculturality, but such a great specific example and showing that really culture is more than can be defined quickly, and we're sorry that we had to cut it short slightly. I'm going to ask us all a small favour, if it's possible, just to save questions to the end, because we've got quite a few presentations in this, and there's also a little bit of time makeup that Nicholas would like to do at the end if we can as well. So please save your questions. You'll see a link to Dr. Chia's work that Nicholas has put up. So with that thought, I'd like to introduce our next guest and speaker, and it's Dr. Mahesh RADHAKRISHNAN. And Mahesh is an anthropological linguist and ethnomusicologist with a broad research interest in many aspects of language, music, culture, and performance. With a PhD in linguistics from Macquarie University, they are an honorary associate at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, a collaborator at Centre de Linguística da Universidade de Lisboa, CUL, CLUL, and a research affiliate at the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence of the Dynamics of Language. I'd also like to say that I've known Mahesh and their work for quite a long time through the ANU and have seen some wonderful presentations. So I must say I'm looking forward very much to this one, and please welcome Mahesh.
Thank you very much, Kim. I'm just going to share screen. I would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional lands of the Wangal and acknowledge the various sacred lands on which we're remotely gathered, as Professor Cunio pointed out earlier. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging, as well as acknowledging any First Nations people listening. Thanks to Dr. Nicholas Ng and all the Music and Spirituality Symposium organisers for inviting me, and to Associate Professor Cunio for chairing this session. It's a pleasure to talk about religious legacies in Portuguese burger music, specifically in relation to the passion and power in the devotional singing of Anton Ragel. Today's talk is going to focus on one person who exemplifies a fascinating interplay between spirituality and creativity, tradition and innovation, ardent devotion to a faith, and the blending together of disparate cultural influences. That person is none other than Mr. Anton Ragel, singer, composer, language activist, and verbal artist, and a key participant in the documentation of Sri Lanka Portuguese project. This was a project mainly involved with documenting the vulnerable language, music, and cultural practices of the Portuguese burghers and their language, Sri Lanka Portuguese, an endangered Portuguese lexified Creole language. The main point I want to make today is that faith and spiritual practice inspire interesting forms of creativity, as you'll see. At this point, I want to acknowledge Professor Hugo Cardoso, who led this ELDP-funded project at the Centre of Linguistics at the University of Lisbon, my co-researchers, and the whole Portuguese burger community, especially Mr. Anton Ragel and his family, for their generosity. Portuguese burghers constitute a minority ethnic community in Sri Lanka who affirm hereditary links to the Portuguese colonists there and have unique cultural practices, including the language Sri Lanka Portuguese. Despite little contact with Portugal since the mid-17th century, Portuguese burgher discourse about their own identity and practices foregrounds their connection to Portugal, and more generally to Europe, and their distinctness from other local communities, particularly from Tamil, Sinhala, and Muslim communities. These are the areas where most of the Portuguese burgher communities presently live, and where Sri Lanka Portuguese is still spoken. The musicians from the previous slide are from Batticaloa, that's just over here, and whereas Mr. Anton Ragel is from Trincomalee over here. Despite these two communities remaining quite distinct, there are connections between them, particularly through marriage. For example, Mr. Ragel is related to Mr. Stephen Andrade, the violinist in the previous slide, through marriage. There is also a very small community in Jaffna who are a little more isolated, so up there, particularly since the onset of the civil war in Sri Lanka. Mr. Ragel's devotional expression takes a unique form, demonstrating a strong grounding in conservative religious practice, as well as intercultural connections with Tamil and Sinhala Catholic stylistic elements, shared through association because of their common faith. I would now like to share a field note that demonstrates how I was struck by this interplay from the very first time I heard him. So this is from 13th of November 2017. The interview took place at AR's house, Anton Ragel's. This was my first meeting with the legend, as we refer to him. It took us some time to find the meeting place, but we got there. Anton made us very welcome, and his wife and two daughters were home made us welcome, as well as his granddaughter, and they were all there. There was a picture of Jesus on the wall, and Anton delighted in telling us how his granddaughter would speak in Portuguese, Sri Lanka Portuguese, praying to Gigi, Jesus, and saying da, the imperative in Sri Lanka Portuguese, forgive, with the animated actions of propitiation. He wanted to show everyone some books he had. He sat us down and showed copies of various books in European Portuguese. There was a Bible and some other books. Anton then started to sing a bit. The songs sounded like Sinhala devotional songs that I'd heard. They had major melodies, but also gamakas, like Indian music, and sounded a little bit like Rabindranath Sangeet. We were told that these were Sinhala Catholic devotional songs, which he wrote in Sri Lanka Portuguese. They were songs for the Stations of the Cross. His elder daughter Jessima later sang the Sinhala songs on which they were based, which was great as a comparison. So I'll stop there with the field note, and I'll move on to talking about Mr. Ragal's singing and verbal artistry. Now, as I mentioned in the previous slide, his performance largely revolves around his ritual enactment or performance of the Way of the Cross, or Stations of the Cross, and the songs he composed for it. Now, this is the Catholic ritual in honor of Jesus Christ, which it reenacts the last few hours of his life, which became popularized across Europe in the 17th century and was brought to Sri Lanka and translated into Tamil and Sinhala by the Goan Oratorians, secular clergy who went to Sri Lanka from Goa as missionaries. One of these was notably Reverend Father Jacome Gonçalves, whose extensive multilingual poetic and compositional oeuvre had a profound influence on Catholic religious music and practice in Sri Lanka. Mr. Ragal's Way of Cross performance was high energy, going for almost an hour and involving 6 registers, 3 sung, 3 spoken, in which the devotional performance is rendered. So please look at the top left-hand corner of this video to see the registers all in Sri Lanka Portuguese, except for some European Portuguese, which I have indicated. These include formal speech register, songs, a spoken chant register, which uses European Portuguese and is employed for canonical prayers, and a sung chant involving the first 3 notes of the minor scale. Interestingly, also commonly used in Tamil and Sinhala church services. And finally, a slow sung melody narrating the course of events, a tune regularly employed in Kerala and Goa. I'll now play this clip.
Amor de Simaina.
This is a song.
Nos pa amor fire pavi. Nos coitado ya pica. Nos sayam pali verdade. Nos pa amata. Perduatam, perduatam, nos perduatam. Pelo desinal Santa Cruz livrai no Deus, dos nossos Senhor, dos nossos inimigos. Amém. Em nome do Pai, do Filho e do Espírito Santo. Amém. Ó Senhor, quanto sentem outros amor dela. Deus amonte unidade la fica. Amém. Pacifica nimitaya ficana.
Okay, I'm just going to stop it there. You have to imagine that, so this is an excerpt from an 8-minute passage of one of the Stations of the Cross. You have to imagine that there are 12 of these, basically, for each of the station, having with all of these 6 registers. Now, how am I going for time? I think I'm getting pretty close to finishing.
10 minutes, so you still have a little while.
Okay.
Just under 5 minutes.
Okay, so turning our attention to the songs which Mr. Ragal composed for the Way of the Cross, these can be more clearly identified as songs with set melodies and verses. So there was that thing that was marked song in the corner. These are all in Sri Lanka Portuguese, but are frequently set to melodies from Sinhala and Tamil devotional songs, or tunes of Mr. Ragal's own composition. A fascinating example of a song which demonstrates both of this is the song which you just heard in the earlier slide, Amor de Virgin Minor, or Beloved Virgin Mother. Closer attention to the melody reveals, of the melody of various performances of this song revealed two versions or variations of the song. The version which you just heard is from Mr. Ragel's own melody. The other version is based on a famous Sinhala worship song called Namo Mariani, Hail Mary. Both versions have similar words with, both of the versions in Sri Lanka Portuguese have similar words with the same words, with small variations resulting from the text being sung to slightly different line lengths and ending with the same coda. I will now play the other version. In this recording, Anton Ragel's daughter Jessima sings Namo Mariani, the Sinhala version of the tune, following which he sings Amor de Virgin Minor.
Iwara singla kanti edu padasla kanta poku aka tune duma derila kanta nosalingwa.
I'm going to sing in Sinhala, and then my dad is going to sing the same tune, a song in Sri Lanka Portuguese.
Namo Mariani, Namo Mariani.
The lyrics that I've got transcribed here are for the Sri Lanka Portuguese part, which will be after this.
Prasad Puryavantini, Namo Mariani, Namo Mariani, Prasad Puryavantini.
Amor de Virgin Minor, Amor de Virgin Minor, nossos coitados ia ficar. Amor de Virgin Minor.
Okay, so you get the idea of the tune that's being used in the same way for both versions.
Just under 2 minutes.
Okay, great. That will give me just enough time just to talk about the Sinhala version of this song, which talks to the intercultural influences at play. So the Sinhala version of this, Namo Mariani, is itself an interesting example of cross-cultural encounter. A 2018 newspaper article by T.K. Premadasa mentions the first recording of this song over 70 years ago and its immense popularity across the island as a Christmas song. The music was composed by Irvin Fonseca, and the famous recording made by a singer Lata Walpola, carrying major melodies which are part of its appeal, and demonstrate the broad influence of Western musical sensibilities in Sri Lanka, which those influences range from coming from Portuguese burgher music itself, as well as from Rabindranath Tagore, who himself was influenced by Irish and other Western forms in contact with Bangla and North Indian music. And Rabindranath Tagore's music had a profound influence on the music of Sri Lanka itself. So the lyrics were written by a Buddhist, and according to Premadasa, what makes this song poetically stand out from other Christian songs, this is the Sinhala version, was that it uses poetic features reflecting the Sinhala carol songs of the earlier mentioned Reverend Father Jacome Gonçalves, recalling that he was the Oratorian from Goa and himself a Portuguese speaker. So this shows all the different interesting intercultural influences at play. Now, I'll probably got less than a minute left, so I'm just going to play one more example of the crisscrossing musical elements, and you'll hear.
Murasatam nospa vida papaya, lastilete nanos Senhor, que pacam fala paruma vidas, bossamanto matem, o Senhor, que pacam fala paruma vidas, bossamanto matem, o Senhor.
Mahesh, I'm afraid we'll have to wrap up, but can I say thank you for, well, you've said it beautifully. So thank you to you for such it's a fantastic presentation, because not only have we seen a specific example, we've seen such a sense of how these intercultural connections happen across cultures and across time. Certainly for me, it was very moving because our subject really reminded me of my uncle Joe's cantillation of Hebrew in the Portuguese Jewish community of Goa. So we just feel such a sense of connectedness in this music. Thank you for such a beautiful presentation.
We have the next paper here by Professor Zhang, who will be assisted by Lulu LIU, who is the executive assistant to Professor Han, and she will help him translate.
So, dear leaders and committee members of Western Sydney University, Australia, fellow scholars, hello everyone. I'm Zhang Ning from Tianjin, and I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to engage in this collegial exchange. Your unique views and insights have benefited me a lot. Thank you. Now I will read my paper. On the basis of a traditional Chinese and Western series, grasping playing skill rationally. The rational grasp as an important principle for improving performance skills. Newton said bluntly, because he stood on the shoulders of giants, so he made new discoveries. This view also reveals the law of development of all things in the universe. The same is true for the development of performance theory. It should not only be based on the traditional Chinese and the Western performance theories, but should also be supported by traditional Chinese and the Western multidisciplinary ventures. Only in this way can the rational grasp of performance skills be improved. 1. The importance of rational grasp in performance training. Physiology divides human thoughts into perceptual cognition and rational cognition. This form involves the observation of things confined to the sense and is specific. The latter is the observation, analysis, judgment, and the research of the inner essence and the laws of things, for which knowledge of perceptual cognition is prerequisite. So the process of instrument playing is perceptual, while the training process is rational. Perception is how we understand things to be, whereas rational characteristics involve finding the law, obtaining the ascertain methodology, and knowing the reason for things, so that we can clearly say, this is the only way, not that way. This makes the performance more flexible, delicate, complex, standardized, and label saving, and achieve a higher level of playing skills. Therefore, rational grasp is the key to playing a musical instrument and the effective use of the limited energy of the human body. Number 2, exploration is important features of improving performance skills. The essence of rationality is to explore the laws of nature, and the combination of exploration and fixation is a key to achieving a rational grasp of playing skills. Only by combining exploration law with a dynamic setting can the performance technique be continuously deepened, improved, and perfected. Exploration is eternal and the stabilization is relative. However, traditional pedagogy teaches that once a performance method is formed, it is difficult to change it. In this case, it is like a blank canvas being painted. No matter how it is altered, the original stroke remains. Therefore, the acquisition of performance skills depends more on the two major factors of exploration and fixation. And there is a dialectical relationship between the two. It is only when the two are joined in an indispensable and ideal way that rational grasp in performance training may be realized to enable a deepening and improvement of performance practice. Conclusion. We must continuously strengthen our rational control in performance training based on the synthesis of traditional Chinese and the Western series of performance practice. In this process, our behavior is as close as possible to the law of the development of things, and through consolidation and fixing, our behavior will be forever fixed in regular operation. With the current international advocacy of scientific performance, we will find that science and art are one family, with science on the inside and art as an exhibition. Let us work hard towards expression and insideness. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Yenni. That was fantastic. And I'm so sorry we couldn't really hear Professor Zhang. If you would like to contact him, I will post his email address in this chat box as well. And thank you again, Yenni. And I'll hand over to Kim now to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Yes, I want to also just to acknowledge that wonderful paper, and to say to the professor that it's such an important thing that we have emeritus presenters, people who've made such a contribution over decades and decades, both in their own research, but in also inspiring the next generation of scholars. And I want to thank you for making the time when you could be doing so many other things to still share these wonderful insights with us. So our final presenter is actually the reception of Australian and Chinese composers at the International Summer Courses for New Music in Darmstadt, 1970 to 1990, interlacing between cultures, and it's Dr. Jovan de Matos Taitano. And Jovan is a Brazilian musicologist, pianist, composer, and music educator who's been based in Germany since 2013. His research interests include Brazilian popular music, international summer courses for new music in Darmstadt, and dialogues with other continents, and then also Japanese contemporary music in Japan and America. So there's a lot there in this introduction, and I think, like many, I'm very interested to hear what's in this paper. So please welcome our next speaker.
Today I'll talk about this theme, Darmstadt and the exchange with Australia and China. Next, in the 1950s, Darmstadt in Germany had already consolidated itself as a platform synonymous with avant-garde music. The connections with China and Australia was exchanged thanks to the support of some key peoples and institutions. In that context of Hispanic new music, the role of Alphonse Beman, James Mudorsch, Michael Whiteke, Moya Henderson, Barry Webb, and Klieg, Michel Handa, Jiayong Chen is taking account in this debate about Darmstadt Foreign Course. According materials collected at the EMD Archive and the Staatsarchiv Darmstadt, I intend to expose the reception of Chinese in the Australian music at Darmstadt Foreign Course. Next, founded in 1946 by Dr. Prof Kim CUNIO, the Clandestine Foreign Course für Neue Musik in Darmstadt became a meeting place for people interested in new music. In 1950, the event expanded thanks to the post-war to Allied propaganda. CUNIO invited German immigrants who were living in other continents to contribute musically in early post years. That atmosphere of Alphonse Beman's engagements was essential because he lectured in Darmstadt on the theme musical life in Australia. He was living in Sydney and was an important intellectual who recommended composers like Don Banks to Darmstadt. There is a pictures from Alphonse Beman archives at Moses Mendelssohn Center in Potsdam University. The EMD archives preserves more than 50 correspondence exchanged by Alphonse Beman in Sydney and Dr. Prof Kim CUNIO in Darmstadt. This material reveals negotiations about the introduction for Australian music in Darmstadt. From London Contemporary Music Center, Don Banks started his contact with CUNIO in Darmstadt. Don Banks wrote to MD and designed the score of his duo for violin and cello, because Mr. Searle reported that the Clandestine Institute of Music was interested in performing some new works by young composers. The performance of Banks' works was not possible in 1952, considered that the program of the Ferenc course had already been schematized. Banks continued to exchange lectures with Steinecke, and he attended Darmstadt in 1954, at the moment his work was finally performed. The story of Australian music in the 20th century is inseparable from the historical legacy of James Mudorsh, who managed the Australian Music Centre in cooperation with Don Banks. Between 1975 and 1977, James Mudorsh exchanged letters with William Schulte in Darmstadt and sent many materials, scores, audios, books, journals on Australian music. The IMC had the support of the composer and the ethnomusicology Peggy Grandfield Hicks. In the 1970s, composers such as Moya Henderson, Brian Howard, and Bose da Cos attended seminars and concerts in Darmstadt. In the 1980 and 1990, some Chinese composers who were studying in Europe decided to travel to Darmstadt. Among them, Kong Su in Munich, Xingang Chen in Paris, and Shenzhong Chen in Hamburg. George Ligeti contacted Friedrich Rommel, director at IMD, and asked the scholarship for his three students, Shenzhong Chen, Hans-Peter Hoyt, and Sidney Colbert. In Darmstadt, the Shenzhong work is statics and the rotation for guitar and string quartet 2 were performed in 1988 with the presence of George Kurtag. The quartet's private movement touched Kurtag's heart. In the next day, his wife Martha Kurtag and Chang Chen had a long breakfast in Darmstadt. Kurtag had read some of Chen's scores. Kurtag invited Shenzhong Chen to visit him in Berlin that same year. Here there is a picture from EMD archive, Darmstadt, Shenzhong Chen, and the German composer Manfred Stanke. About aesthetic aspect contained in the piece String Quartet 2, Shenzhong Chen clarifies. For several years, I have been trying to shift my compositional focus from organizations of musical materials to a complexity in sounds. This is directly related to where I came from. The emergence and life of a single tone that spreads out in silence gradually unfolds its overtone spectrum in order to return to silence is important in East Asian music. It is now playing an increasingly important role in my music, to which European culture is involved. The language, melody, and rhythm guided by the Chinese language are reminiscent of Peking opera. The condensed language of the quartet structures between the great calm and wideness, as well as European and Chinese influence. Tandun in Darmstadt is questions. Interest in Chinese avant-garde music is visible in the projected Programa Plano Ferenc course 1990, Asia. When Friedrich Rommel aspired to premiere works by Chen Mai Chen from Taiwan, Valerie Rose from Malaysia, and Tandun, China and USA. 1988, Friedrich Rommel met Tandun in Amsterdam and exchanged faxes that aimed to bring him to Darmstadt. Despite the absence of Tandun in Darmstadt, China was represented by the composer Chen Qinggang, who was in Darmstadt in that year. The advent of Sophie Schaeffer as director at EMD in 1994-5 attracted Chinese composers such as Xu Yap Xu and Gu Zhop Jia. The Xu Liu Xu, who attended the Ferenc course, Qin Wengshen, an important composer in Beijing, canceled his participation in Darmstadt in 1996. Michael White was speaking in Darmstadt, the Australian New Music Faculty, Roman interesse. In 1988, the German composer Folk Heine played important intermediary between Friedrich Rommel and Darmstadt and the Australian composers. In 1988, Michael White had lectured in Darmstadt, presenting works by his fellow countrymen in collaboration with Australian Music Centre, which was repeated during the Ferenc course 1990, when Friedrich Rommel outlined a project composers from Australia to introduce compositions by Metain, Whitke, and Broppen. Next. Here there's a photo here from Michael White in Darmstadt. He is lectured in Darmstadt in 1990. White explained that he was interested in presenting the forms of analysis and the records of experts, the work of the youngest generation of Australian composers, including names like Gerard Dope, Ricardo Formosa, Michael Smetain, Michael White. His composer was performed regularly in Europe in 1918. White would also prefer compositional works endorsed in the older generation by introducing compositions by Richard Mealy, Peter Scott Hope, Don Banks, and David Lansdane. White intended to discuss some works of the Middle-aged composers Carl Vine, Graham Hare, and Brian Howard, and mentioned that the Australian Music Centre wanted to expose some publicity and a collection of interesting scores and recordings on the Australian composers in Darmstadt. New music in the didgeridoo in Darmstadt. Here there's a photo of my Moyle Henderson with a didgeridoo in Ferry Coast 1976. According to Moyle Henderson, many Australian composers were proud of the indigenous culture because today's inhabitants learn a lot from early Australians. Valuing Australia's culture makes her feel that the rest of the world should give more than a lot has for the art and music of this sacred land. Moya Hands, she replied me 2 years ago. Next, please. Yeah, Barry Webb in Darmstadt also. He's a trombonist. Materials such as audio recording and the photos preserved at the IMD archive document that some musicians developed cross-cultural performance in Darmstadt in the 1918. Among them, the trombonist Barry Webb, who spoke about didgeridoo. Barry Webb playing in a composed forum in 1986 in some photos from IMD archive. Regarding the reception of Chinese and the Australian culture, Barry Webb stated in this month, I was in Darmstadt from 1982 to 1994, so during most of the Friedrich Rommel years. He was certainly open-minded. My participation was first as a student in 1982, following which Friedrich Rommel invited me as a faculty member. The didgeridoo presence came largely from my initiative, initially presenting the instrument in my trombone lecture from composers in order to demonstrate certain techniques. During the period when I attended Darmstadt, considerable interest in exotic instruments which influenced bar composers in performance. Among composers, Michael finished at Darmstadt and Darmstadt regular composed Guabara for didgeridoo and percussion for Elizabeth Davis and myself, and the Reed Earth created at BBC Promise, in which the orchestration calls for didgeridoos. Both works have received several performances, while Reed Earth has been recorded by the BBC Symphony Orchestra. The interest in the potential of this instrument in the context of new music was extended with the saxophonist Ulrich Krieg, who also played didgeridoo. The project Summer Course, program planned in 1990, Friedrich Rommel planned to organize a concert with intercultural works by various composers who had composed for this instrument. Here there is a photo from EMD archives also about didgeridoo at Darmstadt. Ulrich Krieg stated a few weeks ago. When I was showing the didgeridoo at Darmstadt, there was interest, but also some rejection using a non-Western instrument, and especially only some limited and foreign. I had several composers write for didgeridoo, but honestly, not many good pieces came from it. Most composers did not take the time to study the didgeridoo. They gave me tapes to improvise to our other open scores. Very few pieces were written didgeridoo specific. The best pieces written for me were by Phil Niblock, sim, composer, and Michael Whiteke, Australia composers. Also, most other good didgeridoo pieces came from Australia. The composer Colin Bryant. They just have a better understanding of the instruments and the Aboriginal culture surrounding it. Oh yes, Michael Finney, who I also had met at Darmstadt, has a good piece for percussion and didgeridoo. Otherwise, the details and the complexity of the didgeridoo was mostly not studied and appreciated by the European composers. I had studied Australian Aboriginal cultures for more than a decade and was in Australia several times, also playing with Aboriginals. So I did not just play didgeridoo without a cultural context, which I think is important. Conclusion. Super. Conclusion. The material preserved at IMDA Chaves testifies that at different times, key peoples tried in some way to introduce the works by Chinese and Australian composers in Darmstadt, as well as to facilitate the travel of some musicians who wanted to expand their musical horizons at the seminars in Darmstadt. Introduced East Asian and Oceanic culture in Darmstadt was a pioneer initiative that has remained high in the time, but which needs to be explored and gain musical visibility. The most important publication about new music in Darmstadt have focused on the connection to the composers and instrumentalists from Central Europe. The topic Darmstadt, China, Darmstadt, Australia needs to be further researched in order to interview more Chinese and Australian composers, performers who will enrich the story of the famous summer course in Darmstadt. Darmstadt is not only Central Europe. Here's my reference. Okay. To be the photo here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joevan, for a fantastic presentation again. It's quite incredible for those of us who are living in Australia to see that these worlds can come together so seamlessly as in your presentation. And certainly for myself as a composer to see so many names who I know well and know their music well is very, very moving. To think that the music of all our cultures is being preserved by scholars such as yourself and also thinking about what is happening culturally behind that. So such a thank you. I'd like to thank actually all the presenters for this session. It's been, as really with the whole day, incredibly diverse, incredibly scholastic, but also incredibly humanistic in the sense that we're looking at what really makes people tick in this time. I'd like to now pass over to Nicholas, because Nicholas, there might be some announcements regarding what's happening next.